Hello everyone, and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes, there will only be a few ads, and after that, the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience. Even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings, I'd still like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you do, let me know in the comments where in the world you are listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing was the smell. It was a scent that did not belong in the plush, air-conditioned silence of a Zurich hotel suite. A metallic tang that coiled in the back of the throat like the ghost of a copper penny, underpinned by something else, something faintly burnt and chemical, like an electrical fire after the flames have died. It was the smell of a thing taken apart, of a process violently interrupted. Aaron stood just inside the doorway, his own breath held, letting the silence and the scent settle into him. The room was a study in muted luxury, all taupe and charcoal, a landscape of money and discretion. And in the center of it, a story had been written in a language of chaos. He moved inside, his shoes whispering on the thick pile of the carpet. The struggle had been brief, but immensely efficient. A low glass table was shattered, not from a fall, but from a precise, concentrated impact, as if something very hard and very determined had been driven through its center. A single orchid in a slender vase lay on its side, its roots exposed to the air, the water a dark stain on the pale wool. There was no body. Not here, but the smell was the body's echo, the scent of its leaving. It was the smell of the man he had come to find, or the smell of what that man had done. His name was Garrison. In the files, he was a legend, a ghost story operatives told each other in secure bars after the third drink. He did not use bombs or snipers. His method was intimacy. He got close. He used a blade or his hands or a tailored toxin that left pathologists baffled. He was a craftsman, and his work was always clean. This, however, was not clean. This was a message. This was a signature left in the negative space. And the things that were missing. The absence of a body. The presence of that peculiar, unsettling odor. 1. His superior had been clear. The mission was a reinstatement, a test of a broken tool. Aaron's last year was a blur of pills and therapy, and the gray, formless weight of a depression so profound, it felt like a physical location. He had been good once, the best some said. But that man seemed like a character from a book he had read long ago. This assignment was his path back into the light, or deeper into the shadows. Find Garrison. Terminate with extreme prejudice. The file photo showed a man with the kind of forgettable, pleasant features you would dismiss in a crowd. But the eyes were different. They were the color of a winter sky, and just as empty. They were the eyes of a man who had already solved the equation of your life and found the sum to be 0. The hunt began in the wake of that smell. It led him from the sterile order of Switzerland to the wet, breathing heat of Cartagena. The city was a sensory assault after the quiet of Zurich. The air was thick with the smells of salt, diesel, and frying plantains, of blooming jasmine and open sewers. The colors were violent, unapologetic. Walls of saffron and cerulean peeled in the humidity. Here, Garrison was not a ghost, but a rumor. A name spoken in the corners of old colonial courtyards where ceiling fans stirred the soupy air. Aaron's local contact, a weary man named Raphael, with a face like a worn leather map, simply said, he was here. He asked about a woman. Her name was Christie. She was American, a freelance photographer drawn to the edges of things, to conflict zones and forgotten places. She had met a man she told Aaron over glasses of lukewarm aguardiente in a bar that overlooked the churning, muddy sea. He was charming, quiet. He said his name was Leo. He had an interest in her work, in the way she saw the world. He said he was a collector. She had taken his picture, just one, on a whim. She showed it to Aaron on her camera's small screen. It was Garrison, caught in a rare moment of unguarded stillness, looking at something beyond the frame. There was no emptiness in his eyes in that photograph. There was something else, something that looked almost like longing. He left her with a warning that was a threat and a promise. Do not show that picture to anyone. Forget we met. But she could not forget. And now, neither could Aaron. She was a loose thread, and Garrison was a man who tidied up loose threads. Aaron felt a pull, a need to keep her safe that was separate from the mission. A flicker of an old instinct he thought the gray weight had crushed. He booked her a flight out, put her on a plane to Miami with instructions to disappear. As he watched her go, he felt the first cold finger of doubt. Had he just saved her, or had he just shown Garrison exactly where to look? The trail led deeper, into the emerald darkness of the Amazon basin, to a river town called Letitia, a place that felt like the end of the world. The air was a solid thing here, hot and wet, smelling of rot and immense fecund life. The local allies here were not government men, but taciturn river traders who moved contraband and information with equal ease. Garrison was here, they said. He had men with him. They were looking for something, or someone. The confrontation did not happen in a dramatic shootout on the river. It happened in the stagnant quiet of a wooden shack on the water's edge, the brown river slapping against the pilings below. Aaron found one of Garrison's accomplices there, a hulking man named Silas with a flat, cruel face. He was dead, and the smell was there again. That coppery, burnt chemical scent, stronger now, clinging to the still air of the room. There was no sign of a struggle. Silas sat in a chair, his head tilted back as if in repose, his throat cut with a neat, surgical precision. It was a message, a dismissal. Garrison was cleaning his own house. The final act was set in the high, cold emptiness of the Atacama Desert. Juan's intelligence, pieced together from intercepted signals and the whispers of the river, was definitive. Garrison had a place there, a solitary structure miles from the nearest town, a place to watch the stars in the clearest sky on Earth. Aaron drove there in a battered Jeep, the dust boiling up behind him in a red cloud. The landscape was a hallucination, a vast, mineral silence broken only by the wind. It felt less like a place on Earth and more like the surface of a dead planet. The house was a low, modern box of concrete and glass, a stark geometric intrusion in the timeless desert. There were no guards, no wires, no signs of life at all. The door was unlocked. Aaron stepped inside, his hand on the grip of his pistol. The interior was minimalist, almost austere. One entire wall was glass, framing a view of the desert mountains that was so immense it felt like a painting. And there, sitting in a chair facing the window, was Garrison. He did not turn. "Welcome, Aaron," he said. His voice was calm, educated, without accent. It was the voice of a man discussing the weather. "I have been expecting you." Aaron kept his weapon leveled. The room was devoid of the smell. It was clean, sterile. "You killed Silas," Aaron said. "He was inefficient, sentimental. He tried to warn the woman, the photographer. He thought he was in love with her. A fatal error." Aaron's blood went cold. Christy. He had sent her right to them. "She's quite safe," Garrison said, as if reading his thoughts. "Oh, now." His attention was still on the desert. "You have been following my scent, haven't you? The little chemical signature I leave behind. A parlor trick, really. A compound that reacts with hemoglobin. It smells like a memory of violence. It's how I know if a space has been compromised. Why?" Aaron asked, the single word hanging in the dry air. Why anything? Garrison finally turned. His eyes were exactly as they were in the file, pale and depthless. But up close, Aaron saw the fine lines around them, the weariness of a man who has seen too many sunsets. You think I am a monster, a machine. You are here to kill the monster and redeem yourself. It is a very simple story. But stories are lies we tell to make the chaos bearable. What is the truth? Aaron's finger rested on the trigger. The truth is that I work for the same people you do. A different department, a different set of ledgers. Silas was my handler. He went rogue. He fell for the girl and was going to expose an entire network to protect her. My mission was to clean it up. Your mission, Aaron, was the final part of the cleanup. No, Aaron whispered. Juan would not. Juan reports to people who report to other people. You were unstable, a liability. You were never meant to leave the desert. You were the loose thread, and I am the man who tidies up. The world tilted. The solid ground of his purpose, his redemption, crumbled into dust. It was all a lie, a complex, elegant trap, and he had walked into it with the blind faith of a man desperate to believe in his own salvation. Garrison stood, smooth and effortless. He held no weapon. He did not need one. They were two men in a room at the end of the world, and only one of them understood the game. The duel was not one of action, but of acceptance. Aaron could fire, kill the legend, and become the very thing he hunted. A ghost in the machine, forever outside the light. Or he could lower the weapon and accept the erasure that had been written for him. He did not remember making the decision. There was a sound, sharp and final, that tore the immense silence of the desert. A body fell to the polished concrete floor. Weeks later, Aaron sat in a cafe in Lisbon, the Atlantic wind sharp and clean. He wore different clothes, had a different passport. Christy sat across from him. She was safe. He had found her in Miami, just as Garrison had said he would, living in a safe house that was not one of theirs. Silas, in his sentimental, treacherous heart, had truly loved her. He had set her up with a new life, away from it all. She had the photograph, the only one in existence of Garrison's face. She had kept it, a memento of the quiet man named Leo. Aaron looked at her, at the life that was possible. He had won. He had killed the monster. He had saved the girl. He had his redemption. But in the quiet moments, in the space between heartbeats, he felt the chill of the high desert. He remembered the absolute clarity in Garrison's eyes, not of a monster, but of a man who knew the final, unvarnished truth of his existence. He remembered the smell, that coppery, chemical scent, and he knew it was not just a marker Garrison used. It was the scent of the machine itself, of the great, grinding mechanism of power that consumed them all. He reached into his pocket and took out the small, weathered photograph. He looked at it one last time, at the face of the man he had killed, at the unexpected softness in his gaze. Then he struck a match and held it to the corner. The paper curled and blackened, the image of Garrison dissolving into smoke and ash. He let the last fragment fall to the cobblestones and ground it under his heel. It was over. He was free. But as he took Christie's hand, he felt a cold certainty settle in his bones. The smell was gone. The man was dead. The file was closed. Yet the game was not over. It had simply reset. And somewhere, in another quiet room, another Aaron was being given his mission. Another ghost was being sent to hunt a shadow. Another story of redemption was being written to hide the brutal, simple, unbearable truth. He looked down at the fine gray dust on the sole of his shoe, the last physical evidence of the legendary hitman. And he knew, with a clarity that was more haunting than any doubt, that he had not killed Garrison. He had become him, and the next scent on the air, The next metallic whisper of a world taken apart would be his own. The coffee in front of him was cold. Christy was talking, her voice full of a future he knew was an illusion. A beautiful painting on a rotten wall. She spoke of a gallery show in Madrid, of finding a small apartment with a balcony, of a life. He nodded. He smiled. He squeezed her hand, but his mind was elsewhere, tracing the invisible lines of the trap he had just escaped, only to find he was now the one setting them. He had used the protocols, the dead drops, the emergency codes that were supposed to be Garrison's alone. They had worked flawlessly. A bank account in the Caymans had opened to him. A weapons cache in Marrakech had acknowledged his biometrics. The machine, as Garrison had called it, had accepted his credentials without question. He was the new custodian of the silence, the new janitor of loose ends. A week later, a manila envelope was left for him at his hotel. No postmark, no sender. Inside was a single sheet of paper and a photograph. The paper held a name, an address in Prague, and 3 words: terminate with prejudice. The photograph was of a man in his 50s, with the tired, resolute eyes of a dissident. He was another Silas, another asset who had developed a conscience, who threatened to become a liability. Aaron sat on the edge of his bed and stared at the picture. This was the moment of choice. He could burn it. He could take Christie and run, deep and forever, using Garrison's resources to build a new fortress against the world. But he knew, with the same chilling certainty he had felt in the desert, that there was no fortress strong enough. The machine would send another, and then another. There was no outside. There was only the machine, and one's place within it. He looked at the dissident's face. He saw a family man, a man who believed in something. He was a good man, and his death would serve a purpose. A stability Aaron now understood was more valuable than any single life. It was the same calculus Garrison had lived by, the same emptiness. That night, he told Christie he had to go to Berlin for a few days, for an old friend. She believed him. The lies came easily now, a native language he had finally remembered. He packed a single bag. At the bottom, beneath his clothes, was a small, custom-made kit. It held a blade, a syringe, and a tiny bottle of a clear, viscous liquid. It was a formula that reacted with hemoglobin, leaving a specific scent, a chemical ghost, a parlor trick, a signature. He landed in Prague under a low gray sky. The address was an old apartment building near the river. He moved through the cobbled streets with a purpose that felt both alien and familiar. He did not think about the man, about his cause, about his family. He thought about the angles of approach, the exit strategies, the cleanest, most efficient method. He thought about the silence that would follow. He stood across the street, watching the lit window on the 3rd floor. He could see the man moving inside, a shadow against the drawn curtains. He felt the weight of the weapon in his coat pocket. He felt the cold, dry air of the Atacama on his skin. He heard the echo of a single final gunshot that was not the one that killed Garrison, but the one that had killed the man he used to be. He crossed the street. The hallway smelled of cabbage and old wood. He climbed the stairs, his footsteps silent. He stood outside the door, his hand resting on the knob. It was unlocked. He took a slow, deep breath, and for a moment, just a moment, he thought he caught it. The faint, coppery tang, the smell of a thing taken apart, of a process beginning. Then he turned the knob and stepped inside. The door clicked shut behind him, sealing him into the dim, book-lined apartment. The man was standing by a small desk, his back to the door, shuffling through papers. He started to turn, a question forming on his lips. There was no fear yet, only a mild domestic annoyance at the intrusion. Aaron did not give him time for the fear to arrive. The movement was fluid, a practiced economy of motion that belonged to someone else, a ghost that had taken up residence in his muscles. He crossed the room in 3 swift strides. The man's eyes widened, finally understanding. He opened his mouth to cry out, but Aaron's left hand clamped over it from behind, firm and silencing, while his right arm snaked around the man's chest, pinning his arms. He could feel the man's heart hammering against his own forearm, a frantic trapped bird. He smelled of soap and cheap tobacco. For a single vertiginous second, Aaron was back in the desert, looking into Garrison's wintry eyes, understanding the finality of the equation. This was the other side of that moment. This was the solving of the problem. He held the man until the struggle ceased, until the tension bled out of the limbs and the body became a heavy, limp weight in his arms. He lowered him gently to the worn Persian rug, arranging him with a strange, professional courtesy. There was no mess, no drama, just a quiet end in a quiet room. From his pocket he took the small bottle. He uncorked it and let a single drop fall onto the man's shirt collar, just above the carotid artery. The sharp, metallic odor bloomed immediately, cutting through the scents of soap and old books. It was the smell of the machine at work. His signature. He stood and surveyed the room. He saw the photograph on the desk, the dissident with a woman and 2 young children, all of them smiling in a sun-drenched park. Aaron's gaze lingered for only a second before he turned away. He did not feel guilt. He did not feel triumph. He felt a profound and hollow stillness, as if he were a key that had finally been turned in a lock it was made for. He left the apartment as quietly as he had entered, descending the stairs and emerging back onto the cobblestone street. The cold air felt clean. He walked without looking back, his hands buried in his coat pockets. In his mind, he was already composing the report, the sparse, coded language that would signal a successful termination. He knew the response would be silence. Silence was the only confirmation he needed. He would return to Lisbon. He would hold Christie's hand and listen to her talk about Madrid. He would live inside the beautiful, fragile lie he had built for her. A lie he now understood was his most vital piece of operational security. He was protecting her, not from the monsters in the dark, but from the monster he had become in the light. He was the guardian of her ignorance, and in that he found a purpose more solid than any redemption. As he turned the corner, disappearing into the flow of the evening crowd, he knew the cycle was complete. The hunter was now the ghost. The tool was now the hand that wielded it. And the scent on the air, the faint, coppery whisper of a world being put back in order, was his and his alone. The report was filed from a public terminal in a Prague library, a ghost transmitting to other ghosts. The response was the silence he expected, a void that confirmed his new reality. The flight back to Lisbon was a passage through a liminal space, a tunnel between 2 lives. He watched the clouds below, a featureless white landscape that mirrored the emptiness inside him. Christie was waiting at the airport, her face bright with relief. She threw her arms around him, and he held her, feeling the warmth of her body, the beat of her heart. It was real, and it was a lie. He buried his face in her hair, and for a moment, just a moment, he allowed himself to believe in the man she saw when she looked at him. They went back to their small apartment with its view of the red-tiled roofs. He listened as she talked about the gallery owner in Madrid who was interested in her work, about the light there, about the new beginning, it promised. He agreed. He said it sounded perfect. He helped her pack her cameras, her prints, the few possessions she had accumulated. He was building the walls of her sanctuary, even as he felt the foundations of his own crumbling into sand. The night before they were to leave for Madrid, he woke from a dream of the desert. The cold, thin air was in his lungs, the immense silence pressing in on his eardrums. He got up and went to the window. The city was quiet, sleeping. He looked at his hands in the moonlight. They were the same hands that had held a camera, that had held a woman, that had held a weapon. They were clean, but in the dream he had smelled it again. Not the coppery scent of the compound, but the dry, ancient dust of the Atacama. The scent of absolute zero. It was the smell of the choice he had made, the path he had chosen. It was the smell of Garrison. He knew then that he could not go to Madrid. He could not live inside the beautiful lie, not while his every breath sustained the machinery that made such lies necessary. To stay with her was to make her a permanent part of his cover, to tie her innocence to his corruption. He was the loose thread in her life now, and he was the only one who could tidy it up. In the morning, he told her, he used the old, reliable words. A final mission, a debt to be paid, a clean break so they could truly be safe. He saw the confusion in her eyes, then the dawning hurt, then a flicker of the same sharp perception that had led her to take that one fateful photograph. She looked at him, really looked at him, and he saw her see the change. She saw the ghost in his eyes. She did not cry. She simply nodded, her face pale and still. She took the tickets to Madrid, the new identity documents he had forged for her. She did not ask when he would return. She knew on some level that the man she was saying goodbye to had already left. He watched her taxi disappear into the Lisbon traffic, the same cold finger of doubt he had felt months ago now, a frozen fist around his heart. This time, he knew he had saved her, and he had condemned himself. He returned to the empty apartment. It was already a ghost show, a place of past tense. On the small table by the door, she had left something behind. It was a print, 5 by 7 inches. The photograph, not of Garrison, but of him, Aaron. She must have taken it one morning without him knowing. He was looking out this very window, his profile silhouetted against the morning light, his expression unreadable, caught between the man he was and the man he had become. He did not burn it. He placed it in his jacket pocket, over his heart. It was not a memento of a life he had lost, but a reminder of the cost of the one he now led. He picked up his single bag, heavier now with the weight of the kit inside. He locked the door and descended the stairs. Out on the street, he blended into the flow of the city. He was a man with no past and a future written in invisible ink. His phone vibrated once. A single, encrypted alert. A new name. A new city. A new problem to be solved. He did not look at it immediately. He walked on, his footsteps soundless on the cobblestones, a shadow among shadows, the scent of order and silence trailing behind him like a shroud. The first drops of rain began to fall, spotting the shoulders of his jacket. He walked without a destination, a cipher in the waking city. The alert on his phone was a persistent, silent hum against his leg, a pull from the center of the gravity well he now inhabited. He finally stopped under the awning of a closed pastry shop and looked at the screen. The message was brief. A location, Geneva. A time frame, 48 hours. An asset designation, Echo Borod. He deleted the message and let the phone fall from his hand into a storm drain. The gesture was symbolic, a petty rebellion. They would find him another way. They always did. The machine had its conduits. He was one of them now. He spent the day in motion, a ghost riding trains and buses, his mind not on the journey, but on the destination. Geneva. He knew the city. It was a place of clean lines and quiet money, a perfect stage for the kind of work he now did. The asset, Echo, would be someone like the man in Prague, or like Silas, a broken tool, a chink in the armor of the great silent edifice. His job was to weld it shut. He arrived at night, the lights of the city glittering coldly on the surface of the lake. The safe house was a modern, anonymous apartment with a view of the Jet d'Eau. It was stocked with clothes, currency, and a new, untraceable weapon, left for him as if by magic. He unpacked nothing. He sat in the dark and waited. The briefing came not as a file, but as a voice over a secure landline that rang once at exactly 300. The voice was synthesized, genderless, a stream of binary given sound. Echo was a data courier. She had intercepted a packet she was not meant to see. She had tried to use it as leverage, a ticket out. It was a common tragic error in judgment. He was given an address near the Palais des Nations. A time, a method, clean, quiet. The voice did not wish him good luck. It simply ceased. He arrived early, scouting the perimeter of the elegant old building. It was quiet. He saw a light on in a fourth-floor window. His window. He found the service entrance, the lock yielding to a touch from a device he carried. The stairs were carpeted, swallowing his footsteps. He stood outside a door, the same cold stillness upon him. He could hear faint music from inside, a classical piece he did not recognize. It sounded lonely. He did not hesitate. He opened the door. The woman, Echo, was standing by the window, a glass of wine in her hand. She was younger than he expected, with a sharp, intelligent face. She did not startle. She simply turned as if she had been expecting a different kind of guest. Her eyes went to his hands, then to his eyes, and he saw the resignation there. She had known the price of her gamble. "I was hoping it would be someone I could reason with," she said, her voice steady. "There is no one to reason with," Aaron replied. His own voice was a stranger's, flat and empty. "There is only the work." She nodded slowly, placing her glass on the windowsill with a delicate click. "Then do it." He moved forward. The world narrowed to the space between them. He was aware of the scent of her perfume, something floral and expensive, and beneath it, the sharp, clean smell of fear. He raised his hands. This was the moment. The point of no return. Again and again and again. But as his fingers found their purchase, as he felt the fragile architecture of her throat beneath his palms, her eyes remained locked on his. They were not pleading. They were analyzing, understanding. And in their reflection, he did not see the monster he had become. He saw the man in the photograph Christie had taken, the man at the window, poised between two worlds. He saw the ghost of Aaron, the man who had believed in redemption. His grip loosened. A fraction, an eternity. A single traitorous thought broke the surface of his stillness. This is not order. This is just noise. In that hesitation, Echo moved. It was not a fight for her life, but a final, desperate act of defiance. Her hand darted to the windowsill, to her wine glass. She didn't throw it at him. She smashed it against the wall and, with a cry that was part sob and part victory, dragged the shard across her own throat. He stumbled back, his hands falling to his sides. She collapsed, the red bloom spreading rapidly across the front of her white blouse, a grotesque and beautiful flower. Her body shuddered once, then was still. The coppery scent of blood filled the air, overwhelming her perfume, overwhelming everything. He stood there, breathing heavily, the silence broken only by the faint, relentless music from the stereo. He had not killed her. She had chosen her own exit. She had taken the choice from him. He looked at his clean hands. They were shaken. He looked at the woman on the floor, at the terrible freedom she had claimed. And he understood, with a clarity that was more terrifying than any mission brief, that he was not the solution. He was just another part of the problem, a component in a machine that grinded souls into dust. Garrison had accepted this. Aaron, the ghost of him, could not. He turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind him. He walked down the carpeted stairs, out into the cool Geneva night. He did not run. He walked to the edge of the lake and stood watching the water, the illuminated jets spewing an endless stream into the dark sky. He took the photograph from his pocket, the one Christie had left for him. He looked at the man in the window, a man who still had a choice. Then he let it go. The wind caught it, carrying it out over the black water, a tiny white bird swallowed by the night. He did not wait to see it sink. He turned and began to walk, not as a ghost, not as a weapon, but as a man, a loose thread. And he knew, with a feeling that was neither hope nor despair, that the tidier was coming for him. The walk away from the lake was the longest of his life. Each step was a conscious effort, a rebellion against the inertia that had carried him for months. He was a satellite whose tether had been cut, drifting into an unknown and hostile space. They would know by now. The open door, the body, the deviation from the protocol. He was compromised. He was a target. He found a cheap hotel far from the city center, paying in cash from the safe house funds. The room was small and smelled of mildew and disinfectant. He sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning under his weight, and waited for the sun to rise. He did not sleep. He replayed the woman's final act in his mind, the decisive arc of her hand, the shocking bloom of red. She had refused to be a problem he solved. She had, in her final moment, solved him instead. By morning, a plan had formed, brittle and desperate. He could not run forever. The machine was too vast, its eyes too numerous. To simply disappear was a fantasy. His only chance was to attack the heart of the mechanism, to become a problem so significant that the tidier would be forced into the open. He would make himself bait. He used the last of his untraceable cash to buy a prepaid phone and a train ticket to Berlin. It was a hunch, a thread pulled from the old life. The friend he had invented for Christie was now a destination. Berlin was a nexus, a place where old networks might still have faint pulses. He spent the journey watching the world blur past the window, his reflection a pale ghost superimposed on the fields and towns. He was no longer the hunter or the ghost. He was a man setting a trap for his own shadow. In Berlin, he went to a public archive, a place of dusty records and forgotten histories. He accessed a terminal and began to dig, not with the subtle tools of his former trade, but with the blunt force of a man with nothing left to lose. He searched for the financial trails, the shell companies, the property records that he knew from his time inside were the machine's foundations. He was not discreet. He left a digital scent a bloodhound could follow. He found a name, not the ultimate name, but a name. A lawyer based in a sterile office tower in Potsdamer Platz, Dorajol. A man who filed paperwork for entities that did not exist. A custodian of silence. Aaron left the archive. The air outside it was cold and sharp. He walked towards the towering glass and steel of the modern city, a stark contrast to the old world stones of Prague and Geneva. He felt their eyes on him now. The feeling was not paranoia. It was certainty. They were closing in, the quiet men in their quiet cars, the tidiers coming to clean up the mess he had become. He did not try to lose them. He walked directly to the lawyer's building, a shard of ice pointing at the sky. He stood in the vast, marble-lined lobby, looking at the directory. He knew he would never reach the office. He did not need to. He turned around, facing the glass doors he had entered. He stood in the center of the empty lobby, a fixed point. He could see the reflection of the street behind him, the traffic flowing like a river of metal. And in the reflection, he saw a black sedan pull smoothly to the curb. The doors of the sedan opened. Two men got out. They wore dark, ordinary coats. Their faces were bland, forgettable. They moved with the same efficient grace he himself had once possessed. They did not look at each other. They looked only at him. They walked towards the lobby doors. Aaron did not move. He met the gaze of the lead man through the glass. There was no anger there, no malice. Only a flat, professional assessment. The man reached for the handle. Aaron's hand went to his own coat pocket. He had no weapon. He had nothing but the photograph, which was gone, and the memory of a woman's choice. He stood his ground, waiting for the door to open, for the final, tidy silence to claim him. He was ready to be a question they could not easily answer. The door hissed open on well-oiled hinges. The two men entered the lobby, their footsteps silent on the polished stone. The lead man's eyes never left Aaron's, a calm, depthless gaze that acknowledged the end of a chase. There was no need for words. The script had been written the moment Aaron had walked away from the Geneva apartment. Aaron kept his hands visible, empty. He was a document to be retrieved, a file to be closed. The second man moved to flank him, a subtle shift that blocked any potential line of escape. The lead man stopped an arm's length away. "It's time to go," the man said. His voice was quiet, devoid of inflection, a tool being used for a specific task. Aaron nodded. He had expected violence, a swift and final correction in the hotel room or a dark alley. This public collection was a message. It was a demonstration of control, a reminder that the machine could operate anywhere, even in the bright open heart of a modern city. They guided him out, one on each side, not gripping his arms, but hurting him with their presence. The black sedan idled at the curb, its rear door already open. He saw his reflection in the dark tint of the window, a pale face framed by two darker ones. He ducked and slid inside. The interior was cool and smelled of leather and antiseptic. The two men got in the front, and the car pulled smoothly into traffic. No one spoke. Aaron watched Berlin slide past, a diorama of a life he would never know. He felt a strange detachment, as if he were observing a final mundane journey from a great height. They did not drive to a secluded warehouse or an airfield. They drove to another sleek office building, this one near the Tiergarten. They took him down to an underground parking garage, then into a private elevator that required a key card. The elevator descended, the numbers counting down to a sub-basement that did not officially exist. The doors opened onto a corridor with gray, sound-absorbent walls and muted lighting. They led him to a plain door and opened it. The room inside was small and windowless, containing only a table and two chairs. It was an interview room, an interrogation cell. It was clean, professional, and utterly final. The lead man gestured for Aaron to sit. He did. The man remained standing, his partner taking a post by the door. "Your actions in Geneva were a deviation," the man began, his tone still conversational, as if discussing a minor accounting error. "They created an unstable variable." Aaron said nothing. He looked at the man's hands, noting the absence of a weapon, the relaxed posture. This was not an execution. This was a debriefing, and an assessment. The asset's self-termination was an acceptable outcome, the man continued. Your failure to complete the primary directive was not. Your subsequent activities have been erratic. He paused, letting the word hang in the sterile air. Erratic. It was the worst possible sin in their world. "We are faced with a question," the man said, his eyes boring into Aaron's. "Is the tool broken, or has it simply been misapplied?" For the first time, Aaron spoke, his voice a dry rasp. "The tool is asking the same question." A flicker of something, not surprise, but perhaps interest, crossed the man's impassive face. "It's gone in an instant." "The tool does not ask questions. The tool performs its function." "Then I am broken," Aaron said. The man considered this. He took a slow step closer to the table. Garrison believed in the necessity of the work. He understood the equation. You were his best student, his finest instrument. This sentiment is a flaw he would not have tolerated. "Garrison is dead," Aaron said. "I killed him, and yet he is still here," the man replied, tapping his own temple. "Hey is the voice that tells you the world is a messy place that requires order. He is the hand that steadies your own. You cannot kill a principle." The door opened, and a third man entered. He was older, with a weary, intelligent face, and the air of a senior administrator. He carried a simple tablet computer. The two other men straightened almost imperceptibly. The older man ignored Aaron for a moment, scrolling through the tablet. Finally, he looked up. His eyes were different. They were not flat. They were tired, and they held a glint of cold, clinical curiosity. "Aaron," the man said, "or what's left of him, you have become a fascinating case study. A weapon that has developed a conscience is a dangerous and unpredictable thing. Most are simply decommissioned." Aaron met his gaze. "Is that why I'm here? For decommissioning?" The older man gave a thin, humorless smile. "Decommissioning is one option. But a tool, even a flawed one, can sometimes be repurposed. Your recent insubordination demonstrates a capacity for independent action we had not anticipated. A capacity that, under the right control, could be useful." He placed the tablet on the table. On the screen was a photograph of the lawyer from Potsdamer Platz. "Your instinct was correct," the older man said. "He is a node, but he is a small one. The network is vast. You have seen a fraction of it. You have been a scout bell. Perhaps it is time you learned what it means to be a nerve." He leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. "The choice is simple. You can be a problem we solve, or you can become a new kind of solution. A solution to the problems we cannot reach with a clean, quiet hand. You can go back into the darkness. But this time, you will do it with our blessing, and with a longer leash. You will hunt the monsters that even we are afraid of." Aaron looked from the older man to the two silent tidiers. He understood now. This was not an end. It was a promotion, a deeper damnation. They were not offering him redemption. They were offering him a different kind of hell. One where his conscience would not be a flaw to be excised, but a tool to be exploited. He thought of Christie, safe in Madrid. He thought of the woman in Geneva, choosing her own end. He thought of the man in the photograph, lost over the water. The older man was still waiting for an answer. The silence in the room was absolute. Aaron took a slow breath, the air tasting of recycled nothingness. He had walked away from one life to save a woman. He had walked away from another to save his soul. Now he was being asked to walk into the heart of the machine and become its new, beating heart. He looked the older man in the eye. "Tell me what to do," he said. The older man's smile was a thin, satisfied line. He picked up the tablet and tapped the screen. The lawyer's photograph vanished, replaced by a new file. A name, Kader. A location, Istanbul. "Kader is a ghost," the older man said. "He moves weapons, information, and people through the cracks in the world. He has become ambitious. He no longer serves our interests. He believes he can build his own kingdom in the shadows. He is a proof of concept, a test for you." Aaron said nothing. The transition was already complete. The questioning was over. The work had begun again. It was no longer a loose thread. It was a needle, being threaded for a new purpose. You will find him. You will study him. You will understand his network. And then you will dismantle it. How you do so is your concern. We only require the result, a demonstration of your new capacities. The two tidiers led him out of the room, back up the elevator, and out to a different car, a common, unremarkable sedan. Inside the glove compartment was a passport, a wallet full of currency, and a set of keys. An address in Istanbul was written on a slip of paper. No weapons, no backup, just a name and a target. The flight to Istanbul was a study in anonymity. He sat in economy, his mind not on the mission but on the mechanism of his own surrender. He had not chosen life over death. He had chosen a more complex form of servitude. He was now a weapon aimed by the very hand he had tried to escape. The irony was a cold stone in his gut. The apartment in Istanbul was in a nondescript building in Beyoğlu. overlooking a narrow street that smelled of spices and diesel fumes. It was sparsely furnished, a place for waiting. He stood at the window, watching the chaotic flow of life below. It was the antithesis of Geneva's sterile order. This was the noise he was now meant to manage. For days he was a ghost again. He followed Cater's men. He mapped their routes. He listened to their conversations in cafes and on crowded ferries. Cater was a careful man, insulated by layers of loyalists and fear. He was also a vain one. He frequented a private hammam, a place of steam and marble where he conducted his most sensitive meetings. Believing the ancient rituals and seclusion made him untouchable, Aaron saw his opportunity. It was not a quiet death in a silent room. It was a statement. On the appointed night, Aaron entered the hammam through a service entrance. The air was thick with steam and the scent of eucalyptus. He moved through the chambers like a wraith, the heat clinging to his skin. He found Cater in the central, domed room, lying on a marble slab, alone for a moment. He was a large man, his body covered in intricate tattoos that mapped a life of violence. Cater opened his eyes as Aaron approached. He did not cry out. He was a man who had long expected a violent end. "Who sent you?" Cater rasped, his voice echoing in the steamy chamber. "The people you forgot you worked for," Aaron said. He did not elaborate. He had learned the power of silence. He did not use his hands. He did not use a weapon that could be traced. He used the environment. A carefully placed foot on the wet marble. A subtle shift of weight. Cater, trying to rise, slipped. His head struck the edge of the heated slab with a sickening final crack. It was an accident. A tragic misstep in a place of relaxation. Aaron stood over the body for a moment, watching the steam curl around the still form. It was clean. It was quiet. It was a masterpiece of misdirection. He had not killed the man. He had simply arranged the circumstances for his death. He walked out, the steam swallowing him whole. He returned to his apartment and sent a single encrypted message. A single word. Done. The reply was almost immediate. Another name. Another city. Another monster to be culled. He packed his single bag. He looked at his reflection in the dark window. The man from Christa's photograph was gone, truly gone now. He had not been saved. He had been upgraded. He was not a ghost, and he was not a man. He was a function, a new, terrible solution for a world that would never know his name. He turned off the light and walked out, back into the endless, waiting night. The rain in Istanbul had started, a fine, cold mist that blurred the neon signs of Istiklal Avenue. He walked without a destination, the name of the next city already burning a hole in his mind. The operation had been flawless, a perfect piece of theater staged for his new masters. But the satisfaction he should have felt was absent, replaced by a hollow resonance. He had not outsmarted them. He had performed for them. He found a small, steamy cafe tucked under a stone archway and ordered a coffee he did not want. He sat in a corner, the heat of the small cup seeping into his hands. The old protocol screamed at him to move, to never stay in one place after a termination. But a new instinct, colder and more calculating, told him to wait. They would be watching his compliance, his state of mind. Running would be seen as a reversion to his erratic self. Sitting in quiet acceptance was part of the new role. A man entered the cafe, shaking water from a worn leather jacket. He was young, with a musician's weary eyes, and a case slung over his shoulder. He ordered a tea and sat at the opposite end of the room, pulling a book from his pocket. The casual normalcy of the scene was a stark contrast to the silent war being waged inside Aaron. This was the world he was meant to police from the shadows, a world he could observe but never join. His new phone, a sterile device provided in the Berlin sedan, vibrated once. Not a new assignment, a data packet. He opened it. It was a dossier, but not on a target. It was on the woman from Geneva. Her name was Ilara Voss, a research physicist, supposedly killed in a home invasion. The file included details the official reports omitted. Her work, her suspected leaks, her connection to a journalist who had disappeared 6 months prior. It was a test. They were showing him the consequences of his failure, the justification for their endless, tidy war. They were giving him the context he had never been afforded, making him complicit not just in the act, but in the reason. He closed the file. The coffee had gone cold. He looked up and saw the young musician was watching him. There was no threat in his gaze, only a faint curiosity. For a terrifying second, Aaron considered speaking to him, asking him about his music, about the rain, about anything at all. The impulse felt like a scream from a drowning man. He stood up, leaving money on the table, and walked out into the rain. The moment of weakness passed, sealed away behind the new, more disciplined walls of his mind. He understood the game now. They had not just given him a new purpose. They had given him a conscience, and then handed him the scalpel to dissect it with. He was to be his own jailer. He walked towards the Galata Bridge, the lights of the city shimmering on the dark water of the Golden Horn. The next name on his list was in Bucharest. Another ghost to be laid to rest. He would go there. He would do the work. He would be the perfect, pliable instrument they demanded. But as he stood there, watching the fishing lines cast into the inky water, a new thought began to form, fragile and dangerous. They had given him a longer leash. They had given him autonomy. They believed they had harnessed his conscience. What if they were wrong? What if the conscience was not a flaw to be managed, but a seed? He turned his back on the water and merged with the crowd. He would go to Bucharest. He would find the target. He would study the network. And he would do exactly as they asked. But he would also be looking for something else, something they had not assigned him to find. A loose thread not in the world's fabric, but in theirs. He was their new, terrible solution. But every solution creates new problems. And he was just beginning to understand the equation. The train to Bucharest was a slow, grinding affair, a relic from a different era that rattled through the Carpathian night. He sat in a compartment that smelled of stale tobacco and old velvet, the dossier on his lap, unread. The name was Markov. The business was human cargo. A man who built fortunes on the desperation of others. Aaron watched his own reflection in the black window, a pale ghost superimposed on the passing mountains. The thought that had taken root in Istanbul was growing, fed by the cold, systematic details of Ilara Voss's file. They had given him the truth, not as an absolution, but as a chain. Every piece of context was another link, binding him to their logic. He had to accept their reality to function within it. But the seed of the idea was this: to find a flaw in the machine, he first had to become a perfect, seamless part of it. He had to be so valuable, so efficient, that his presence became assumed, his loyalty unquestioned. He had to stop being Aaron, the man who asked questions, and become the instrument they believed they had created. Markov's operation was based out of a shipping company on the outskirts of Bucharest. It was a front, of course, a maze of legitimate paperwork and illicit containers. For a week, Aaron was a shadow. He learned the schedules of the guards, the routes of the trucks, the comings and goings of Markov's lieutenants. He did not just plan a termination. He planned an eradication. He found the financial records, the shell companies, the bribes to local officials. He compiled a case that was so airtight, so damning, that Markov's removal would look like a natural conclusion, a house of cards collapsing under its own weight. He did not kill Markov in his bed or in a back alley. He arranged for a rival syndicate, one with its own grievances, to receive an anonymous package of documents. He orchestrated a meeting between a corrupt police captain and an investigative journalist hungry for a career-making story. He planted the seeds of chaos, and then stepped back. The result was not a single, quiet death. It was a storm. Raids, arrests, headlines. Markov was found in his office, a victim of the chaos he had sown. A bullet in his head from a panicked lieutenant. It was messy. It was public. It was the opposite of the tidy silence the organization preferred. His phone vibrated as he watched the news report in a crowded station cafe. The message was not a reprimand. It was a new data packet, a brief analysis of the Markov operation. The word they used was elegant. They approved of the scale, the thoroughness, the complete dissolution of the target's network. They saw it as a demonstration of his expanded capabilities, a willingness to use broader, more impactful tools. They had completely misinterpreted his motive. They saw a master craftsman. They did not see the first, deliberate scratch on the machine's pristine surface. He finished his coffee and boarded a train heading north, not to the city of his next assignment, but to a small town on the border. The next name on the list could wait a day. There was something he needed to do for himself, a small private test of the leash they had given him. He got off at a station whose name he did not remember. He walked for an hour until he found a public phone, a dusty relic in a post office. He dialed a number from a memory he had tried to bury. He let it ring 3 times, then hung up. It was a signal, an old, prearranged all clear from a life before Geneva. He had no way of knowing if Christie still remembered, or if she would even care. He had no way of knowing if the call was being monitored. It was a risk, a tiny spark of the old Aaron flung out into the darkness. He walked back to the station under a sky heavy with unshed snow. Nothing had changed. The world was just as cold, the mission just as dark. But as he waited for the next train, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible shift within the walls of his own prison. He had not just culled a monster. He had manipulated his masters. He had sent a message into the past. They had given him a conscience to exploit, and he had just begun to use it. He was inside the machine now, and for the first time he was not just a cog. He was a flaw in the casting, a hairline fracture waiting for the right pressure to spread. Story 2. The chill came first, a sudden pocket of cold air in the humid warmth of the suburban kitchen. It was a localized thing, a ghost of climate, centered on the polished granite countertop near the stainless steel sink. Special Agent Ember Loxley felt it on the back of her neck, a precise and unnatural drop in temperature that made the fine hairs stand at attention. She paused, her hand hovering over the notepad where she had been dutifully recording the mundane details of a scene that was, to all other eyes, meticulously clean. The house was silent, save for the distant, rhythmic ticking of a grandfather clock from the living room. The air smelled of lemony disinfectant, and underneath it, the faint, coppery whisper of a crime that had been scrubbed away. This was the third home, each one left in the same state of sterile emptiness. No bodies, no signs of struggle, no forensic breadcrumbs. Just a missing woman, and a lingering sense of a vacuum, as if a life had been neatly, surgically excised. The press had dubbed him the silent partner. He took women from their homes, women who were loved, who had families and routines, and he made them vanish into the American nowhere. The only thing he left behind was the cold. Each scene had one spot, always different. A closet floor, the space under a dining table, the passenger seat of a car that was several degrees colder than the surrounding area. It was his signature, a meteorological smirk. Loxley.org. You're zoning out. Juan. The voice of her mentor, Agent Arnold, was low and gravelly. A sound worn smooth by too many years and too many bad coffees. He stood in the doorway, his large frame blocking the light from the hall. His face was a roadmap of fatigue. There's a cold spot, Ember said, her own voice softer than she intended. Right here, Arnold stepped into the kitchen, his eyes scanning, not feeling. He was a man of facts, of fiber and fluid. A cold spot was a parlor trick to him, a puzzle piece that didn't fit the board. The AC is on the fritz. The husband said so. It's not the AC, Ember insisted, though she knew better than to push. She was just a recruit, her FBI shield still gleaming with newness. She was here to observe, to learn, to fetch coffee. But the cold was a hook in her gut. It felt personal. It felt like a message. Back at the field office, under the relentless hum of fluorescent lights, the pressure was a physical weight. The latest victim was Maeve Solano, the daughter of a state senator. Her mother, Ella Solano, was a fixture on every news channel. Her grief a polished, powerful weapon that was being turned on the bureau. The director wanted answers. Arnold looked like he hadn't slept in a week. "We have nothing," he confessed to Ember. The two of them hunched over a caseboard plastered with photos of smiling women, now ghosts. No pattern to the victims, no method of entry, no motive. "He's a goddamn magician. He's an engineer," a voice said from the doorway. It was the deputy director, a severe woman with a steel gray bob. She held a thin file in her hand. "We're expanding the consult list. I'm authorizing a visit to Blackwood Asylum." A silence fell over the room. Blackwood was not spoken of lightly. It was the place where the Bureau sent the monsters too complex for ordinary prisons, the minds too brilliant and broken to be left among the common criminal class. "No," Arnold said the word flat and final. "We are not opening that door." "None." "The door is already open, Agent. We need someone who thinks like he does. We need Dishon." The name landed in the room like a stone in a pond. Dr. Aris Dishon, the cannibal doctor, a renowned psychiatrist who had for a decade secretly murdered and consumed segments of his patients, selecting them based on a deranged belief that he was absorbing their psychological strengths, their resilience, their very essences. He was caught not by forensics, but by his own intellectual arrogance, leaving a clue so subtle it was less a taunt and more a lecture. He had been at Blackwood for 5 years, and in that time he had refused to speak to anyone. Until now. The drive to Blackwood was a journey into a different country. The city fell away, replaced by dense ancient forests that crowded the narrow road. The asylum itself was a Gothic monstrosity of weathered gray stone and barred windows, squatting in a clearing like a malevolent toad. The air inside was thick with the smell of industrial cleaner, stale urine, and something else, something old and despairing. Dishon's cell was not a cell. It was a room, Spartan but clean, with a bookshelf filled with volumes on philosophy, psychology, and theoretical physics. He sat in a simple chair, dressed in a crisp white jumpsuit. He was a man in his late 40s, with sharp, intelligent features and eyes the color of a winter sky. They held no madness, only a deep, unsettling calm. He watched Ember and Arnold enter as if he had been expecting them, his gaze lingering on Ember with a flicker of interest. "Agent Arnold," Dishon said. His voice was a cultivated baritone, smooth and hypnotic. "And the young apprentice, Ember Loxley. Your file is intriguing." Arnold stayed by the door, his posture rigid. "We're here about the silent partner. Ah, the draftsman. He leaves you little puddles of cold, does he not? The absence of warmth. A fascinating signature. It implies a profound understanding of thermodynamics and a poetic soul." Dishon steepled his fingers. "You believe because I am a monster, I can speak to other monsters. A flawed but common assumption. Can you help us or not?" Arnold snapped. Dishon's eyes never left Ember. "I might, but I do not perform for an audience. I will speak only to her." The refusal hung in the air. Arnold's jaw tightened, but a look from Ember, a tiny, almost imperceptible nod silenced his protest. He left, the heavy door closing with a definitive thud that echoed in the small room. Ember was alone with the cannibal doctor. He smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. "Now we may begin. Tell me about the cold, Ember. Not what the sensors say. What you feel." And so she did. She described the precise, almost surgical nature of the chill, how it felt like a void, a negative space where something had been. She talked about the lack of struggle, the cleanliness, the terrifying efficiency. Deshawn listened, his head tilted. "You are more perceptive than they are. You feel the edges of the design. This man, he is not killing out of rage or lust. He is building something, a structure. Each woman is a component. The cold, it is the residue of the transition. The moment he moves them from one state of being to another. He is an artist, and his medium is absent." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "He is not a psychopath. He is an obsessive compulsive of the highest order. He is methodical. He will have a pattern, but it will not be in the women themselves. It will be in the spaces between them. The time between abductions, the geographical coordinates of their homes. Look for the geometry, Ember, the shape of his obsession." Back in the car, Arnold was silent for a long time. "He's playing with you, with us. He's given us a lens," Ember countered, her mind racing. "A way to see what we've been missing." Using Deshawn's theory, they re-examined the data, and the pattern emerged, stark and terrifying. The abductions formed a perfect Fibonacci spiral across the state map. The time between them corresponded to a decaying logarithmic sequence. The silent partner, whose real name the Bureau soon discovered was Liam Coleman, was an HVAC engineer with a master's degree in astrophysics. He was building a clock, a celestial timepiece made of human lives, and he was almost done. The next victim, according to the pattern, was Maeve Solano. They had a name, they had a profile, but Coleman was a ghost. He had no family, no friends, no digital footprint. He was a man who existed only in the negative spaces he created. Ember returned to Blackwood, again and again. Each visit a descent into a seductive darkness. Deshawn was her guide, his mind a brilliant, twisted compass. He taught her to think in terms of systems and symbols, to see the poetry in predation. Their conversations were a dance, a game of intellectual chess. He would ask her about her past, about the childhood tragedy that had driven her to the FBI, the still unsolved disappearance of her older sister. He would probe her vulnerabilities with the precision of a surgeon, and in return, he would offer another fragment of insight into Coleman's mind. "He will keep them alive until the final moment," Deshawn explained one afternoon, sunlight slicing through the barred window and painting a prison of light on the floor. "He needs them to be pristine for his design. He has a place, a clean, quiet, cold place, an engine room for his great work." The relationship was changing, shifting. The line between hunter and prey was blurring. Ember found herself thinking of Deshawn's voice in the quiet moments, his logic colonizing her own. She dreamed of his winter sky eyes. She knew, with a cold certainty, that he was manipulating her, that every piece of help was a thread he was using to weave a web around her. But she needed him. Maeve Solano's life depended on it. The break came from Deshawn. He, an engineer of climate, he will not hide in a cabin in the woods. He will hide in plain sight. Look for a place that consumes vast amounts of power. A place that is supposed to be cold. A place forgotten by the summer. They found it on an old industrial grid, a decommissioned food processing plant, its power usage spiking to levels that defied explanation. The raid was planned for midnight. As they suited up in black tactical gear, Arnold pulled Ember aside. You don't have to go in, Loxley. This is beyond your pay grade. I started this, she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. I need to finish it. The plant was a cathedral of industry, a vast, dark space filled with the skeletons of dead machinery, and it was cold. A deep, pervasive cold that seeped through their clothing and into their bones. They moved in silence, their flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. Then they found them. The women were suspended in a large, repurposed industrial freezer, their bodies held in a state of cryogenic suspension. They were not dead, but sleeping, preserved in clear capsules, arranged in Coleman's intricate, spiraling pattern. Wires and tubes snaked from their bodies to a central console, where complex machinery hummed and blinked. It was his masterpiece, a frozen galaxy of stolen lives. Coleman was there, waiting for them. He was a slight, unassuming man with glasses, standing before his creation like a proud father. "You're too late," he said, his voice echoing in the vast space. "The sequence is almost complete. The final alignment." A shot rang out. Arnold, from the shadows. Coleman crumpled, a dark flower blooming on his chest. The machine began to whine, a high-pitched alarm. The preservation cycle was failing. It was chaos. Agents rushed to free the women, to save Maeve. Ember stood frozen, watching Coleman gasp his last breaths on the cold concrete floor. And then she saw it. Tucked into the breast pocket of his work shirt was a small folded piece of paper. She knelt, her fingers numb, and pulled it out. It was a sketch, a blueprint of the very machine they were in. But in the corner, drawn in a familiar, precise hand, was a small symbol. An Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. It was a symbol she had seen before, in a book in Deschamps' room. The truth crashed down on her with the force of a physical blow. Deschamps had not just been helping them. He had been guiding them. He had known Coleman, perhaps through the dark networks that connected such minds. He had understood the design because on some level, he had helped create it. He had used the FBI, used her to eliminate a rival, to clean up a loose end, and to position himself as the indispensable genius. He had been playing a much larger, much longer game. The case was closed. Coleman was dead. Maeve Solano and the other women were saved, returned to a world that would never understand what they had been through. Ember was hailed as a hero. She received a promotion, her own office. But the victory was ashes in her mouth. Weeks later, she stood once more in Deschamps' room at Blackwood. He looked the same, calm and composed. "You knew," she said, her voice hollow. "Knew what, my dear Ember?" he asked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "You knew him. You orchestrated this. You used me to take out your competition." Deschamps gave a slow, deliberate smile. "Competition? Is that what you think he was?" "No. He was a student. A gifted one, but flawed. His work was messy, inelegant. I merely provided a nudge. I helped his design reach its logical conclusion. And in doing so, I helped you find your purpose. We are partners." He leaned forward, his voice dropping to that intimate, hypnotic whisper. "You see, now they will have to listen to me. Now, I have value. And you, Ember, you have a taste for the hunt now, for the minds that move in the shadows. You will never be satisfied with ordinary evil again. We are bound together. A new design is already beginning, and it is so much more beautiful than his. My." She left Blackwood that day, the chill of the place clinging to her long, after she drove back into the world of sunlight and normality. She had her career, her commendations, the gratitude of Ella Solano, but she also had the knowledge, a cold, hard stone in her gut. She was his creature now, his instrument, his gateway to the world. One evening, alone in her apartment, she emptied the box of her personal effects from the Coleman case. There, at the bottom, tucked away from the official evidence logs, was the sketch she had taken from Coleman's pocket. She smoothed it out on her kitchen table, the paper crisp under her trembling fingers. She stared at the Ouroboros in the corner, the symbol of the cannibal doctor, and beside it, she now saw something she had missed before, something so small and faint it was almost not there at all. A single, perfect, bloody fingerprint. It was not Coleman's. It was old, and it was dried, and it was a clue that pointed not to the past, but to a future only she could see coming. A future she was now a part of. She looked at her own clean, empty hands, and she knew nothing would ever be clean again. The fingerprint was a taunt, a deliberate breadcrumb. Deshawn had known she would take the sketch. He had known she would see the symbol. He had placed this final piece of evidence there for her, and her alone. It was an invitation, a test, and a declaration of ownership all at once. She did not log the sketch into evidence. She could not. To do so would be to expose her own complicity, her willful blindness during the investigation, and to trigger an inquiry that would shatter the fragile victory and likely end her career. More than that, it would sever the connection. And she found with a cold, sickening clarity that she could not allow that to happen. He was the only one who understood the shape of the darkness she was now compelled to navigate. Her promotion to a more autonomous role in the behavioral analysis unit gave her a certain latitude. She began to review cold cases, the ones that had baffled the Bureau for years, the ones with strange, ritualistic elements or patterns that seemed to make no logical sense. And in the quiet of her office, with the door closed, she would sometimes find herself sketching out the details, not on official forms, but on a plain, unmarked notepad. She was looking for the geometry. Her first visit to Blackwood after her realization was different. The guards nodded her through. The staff averted their eyes. She was no longer just an agent. She was Deshawn's visitor, his special project. He was waiting for her, a book on quantum entanglement open on his lap. He did not look up as she entered. "The Weaver case," he said, his voice conversational. "The one in Baltimore. The victims were found with complex knots tied in their hair. The local police assumed it was a signature of rage." Ember stood rigidly by the door. "The knots are a language, a primitive binary code. He's counting down." Deshawn finally looked up, a slow, approving smile gracing his lips. "Very good, Ember. You are learning to see. The next one will be in 72 hours. A librarian. He prefers quiet lives." She did not, how he knew. She knew better. She had spent the previous night cross-referencing the knot patterns with maritime signal codes and had arrived at the same conclusion. She had come to him not for the answer, but for the confirmation. The partnership was now active, a silent, monstrous engine humming between them. She used Bureau resources to flood the Baltimore area with agents, offering a thin, plausible theory about geographic profiling to justify the operation. They found a librarian in her basement apartment, bound but alive, a half-finished knot in her long brown hair. Another hero's feather for Ember's cap. Another secret victory for Deshawn. The dynamic was seamless. He would offer a fragment, a slant of insight, often disguised as a philosophical musing or a literary reference. She would decipher it, build a credible investigative path around it, and produce results. Her clearance rate soared. She was becoming a legend, the brilliant young profiler, with an almost psychic ability to enter the minds of the most disturbed criminals. Arnold watched it all from a distance, his expression growing more grim with each success. He had been reassigned to a white-collar crime task force, a polite way of being put out to pasture. He cornered her one rain-swept evening in the parking garage. "It's him, isn't it?" Arnold's voice was tired, stripped of its old authority. "You're still talking to Desan." Ember met his gaze, her own a mask of calm. "All consultative relationships are logged and approved, sir. You know the procedure." "Don't swear me, Loxley. I taught you what little you know. I taught you to see the trap before you step in it. You're in the trap now. He's not giving you answers. He's giving you a leash." "We're saving lives," she said, the words sounding hollow even to her. "Are we?" Arnold shook his head, a sad, final gesture. "Or are we just building him a better cage? A gilded one, with you as the warden?" He turned and walked away, the sound of his footsteps swallowed by the rain. His words echoed in the silent spaces of her mind, but they were drowned out by the whisper of the next case, the next puzzle. Deschamps had begun to talk about a different kind of predator, one who did not kill but curated suffering, an artist of despair who left his victims physically whole but psychologically hollowed out. The description resonated with a deep, private fear in Ember, a shadow from her own past that she had never fully examined. One night, she dreamt of her sister, not as the smiling girl in the faded photograph on her dresser, but as a pale, silent figure, standing in a field of cold, white light. When Ember woke, her skin was clammy, and the memory of the dream was already fading, leaving behind only a residue of profound dread, and the faint, lingering sensation of a localized chill in the center of her bedroom. It was a feeling she knew intimately from a dozen crime scenes. It was his signature, and she understood, with a certainty that stopped her heart, that the game was no longer just about the cases he helped her solve. It was about the one case he had always wanted to solve for himself. Her, and the dread did not fade with the morning light. It settled in her bones, a permanent winter. She went through the motions at the office, reviewing files, attending briefings, but her focus was a fractured thing. Every reflective surface showed her not her own face, but the ghost of her sister, and behind her, the calm, expectant eyes of the cannibal doctor. He was no longer just in her thoughts. He was in the air she breathed. Her next visit to Blackwood was unscheduled. The guards, now accustomed to her privileges, let her pass without question. Deschamps was in the middle of his solitary lunch, cutting a piece of baked chicken with fastidious care. He did not seem surprised to see her. "You're early," he remarked, not looking up from his plate. "The pattern for the Baltimore Weaver won't resolve for another week. He needs time to admire his work." "This isn't about Baltimore," Ember said, her voice tighter than she intended. She remained standing, her arms crossed over her chest, a feeble defense. "Ah." He set his fork down precisely beside his knife and dabbed his lips with a napkin. "It's about the dream." A cold knot tightened in her stomach. "How could you know about that?" "I know you, Ember. The same way a sculptor knows his clay. I felt the shift in you. A new tension. A specific, personal fear. You finally understand that the hunt is not an external pursuit. It is an interior one. You are chasing the shadow that has always chased you." He leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Tell me about the chill in your room." She wanted to refuse, to turn and walk out and never come back. But Arnold's words came back to her. A gilded cage. She was already in it, and the door was not locked from the outside. It felt like his, like Coleman's, like the crime scenes. Deschamps nodded slowly, a teacher pleased with a promising student. "But it wasn't, was it? It was older. It was the cold of a lost summer. The cold of a sister's absence." The air left her lungs. He had said the words she had been too terrified to form herself. "My sister's case is closed. It's a dead end." No case is truly closed while someone still feels the chill, Ember. The official file is a collection of lies and assumptions. The truth is a different creature, It leaves a residue, a signature. His eyes held hers, pinning her in place. I have seen that signature before. Long ago. It has a particular elegance, a patience that is rare. The room seemed to tilt. You know who took her. I know the hand that guided the event. The same hand that guides the one you now hunt. The artist of despair. He is an old friend, in a manner of speaking. We are all part of a very small, very exclusive circle. We are all part of a very small, very exclusive circle. He smiled his bloodless smile. I can give him to you. I can give you the truth you have sought your entire life. But a gift for a gift, Ember. That is the nature of our partnership. What do you want? The question was a whisper, a surrender. I want out of this room. Not freedom, not yet. That would be crude. But a change of scenery, a consulting trip, a field observation. You have the authority to request it now. Tell them you need my unique perspective on a complex, multi-state pattern. They will grant it. They trust you. They trust us. The audacity of it was breathtaking. He was asking her to become his escort, to walk a serial killer out of a maximum security facility and into the world under the auspices of the FBI itself. I can't do that. You can, and you will, because you need to know what happened to your sister more than you need your career, more than you need your soul. You have been walking toward this moment since the day you first stepped into this room. You are ready to meet the architect of your own despair. He picked up his fork again, the conversation clearly over. Arrange the trip, and I will give you a name. She left Blackwood, the walls of the institution feeling less like a prison for him and more like one for her. Back in her apartment, she stared at the evidence box. She took out the sketch with the Ouroboros and the bloody fingerprint. Then, from a locked drawer, she took out the old thin file on her sister's disappearance. She laid them side by side on the table. Two mysteries, two obsessions, converging into a single, inescapable path. She picked up her bureau phone, her thumb hovering over the contact for her section chief. She took a deep, shuddering breath, the weight of the choice pressing down on her. Then she began to dial. The request was approved with a bureaucratic ease that was more terrifying than any denial could have been. Her reputation was the key that turned the lock. The paperwork cited exceptional operational necessity and unique consultative requirements. She was assigned a 2-agent security detail for the transport, both of them young, eager, and utterly in awe of her. They saw a decorated profiler, not a woman leading a monster on a leash. The day of the trip was overcast, the sky a sheet of dull gray. Deshawn was brought out in shackles, his hands and feet cuffed and chained to a thick leather belt around his waist. He moved slowly, deliberately, his head tilted back as he breathed in the outside air for the first time in years. He looked like a scholar contemplating the weather, not a convict tasting freedom. They drove for hours to a small regional airport where a private bureau jet was waiting. The plan was to fly to a crime scene in a neighboring state, a scene that mirrored the artist of despair pattern Deshawn had described. It was a fiction, a stage she had built for him. Inside the plane, Deshawn sat by a window, his cuffed hands resting in his lap. The 2 agents sat opposite him, their posture rigid. Ember sat across the aisle, watching him watch the world. Such a vast canvas, he murmured, his breath fogging the glass slightly. So much potential for new designs. One of the agents shifted uncomfortably. Ember ignored him. The name, she said, her voice low. Deshawn turned from the window, his eyes alight with a quiet triumph. Patience, my dear. A performance requires the proper stage. We are not quite there yet. The landing was smooth. A black SUV was waiting on the tarmac. They drove to a nondescript motel on the outskirts of a dying town, the place where the fictional crime was supposed to have occurred. Ember had the agents secure the perimeter of the parking lot. She led Deshawn, his chains clinking softly, into the rented room. It was sterile and smelled of bleach and old cigarettes. "Here we are," she said, locking the door behind them. "The scenery has changed. Now, the name." Deshawn stood in the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the cheap furniture and faded prints on the wall. He seemed to be savoring the moment. Finally, he looked at her. "His name is Alistair Finch. He was a hydrologist. He studied the flow of water, the carving of canyons, the patient work of erosion. He applied those same principles to the human psyche. He doesn't break his subjects. He guides their collapse, directs the flow of their sorrow until they are hollowed out, a perfect vessel for his art. Your sister was one of his early studies. A beautiful, promising piece of granite, he called her. He was so pleased with the result. And the world narrowed to a pinprick. The name Alistair Finch echoed in the silent chamber of her memory, finding nothing, no connection, no face. It was a stranger's name, yet it now held the entirety of her life's pain. "Where is he?" The words were ground glass in her throat. Deshawn took a small, shuffling step forward, the chains rattling. "That is the second part of our exchange. The name was the gift. The location requires a gesture of good faith." She knew what he wanted. The key to the shackles was heavy in her jacket pocket. Her hand found it, the metal cold against her sweating palm. This was the point of no return. Freeing him was an unforgivable crime. But Alistair Finch was a ghost, and Deshawn was the only map. "The agents outside," she whispered. "Our children. Tell them I attempted to escape, that you had to subdue me, a minor scuffle. They will believe you. You are the legend, remember." Her fingers tightened around the key. She saw her sister's face, not from the photograph, but from her dream, pale, silent, lost in a field of cold white light. She took a step toward him. A sharp rap on the door made her jump. "Agent Loxley? Everything all right in there?" It was one of the young agents, his voice tight with concern. Deshawn's eyes never left hers. He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. The decision was now. "Everything's fine," Ember called out, her voice miraculously steady. "Just finalizing the consult. Stand by." She could hear the muffled assent from the other side of the door. The moment stretched, thin and brittle. She looked at Deshawn, at the calm, ancient knowledge in his eyes, and she knew that whatever happened next, the woman who walked out of this room would be someone entirely new. She took the final step, the key held out before her like a weapon or offering. It was time to meet the architect. Her hand did not shake as she inserted the key into the lock on his wrist restraints. The click was deafening in the quiet room. He sighed, a soft, almost sensual sound of release as the cuffs fell away. He flexed his long, pale fingers, studying them as if seeing them for the first time. "Now the ankles," he said, his voice a low murmur. She knelt. It felt like an act of submission, and perhaps it was. The second lock gave way with another sharp click. The heavy chains pooled on the cheap carpet at his feet. He was free of his bindings, standing in a motel room with the only person who knew he was no longer a prisoner. He did not move toward the door. He simply stood there looking down at her. "Alistair Finch maintains a small cabin north of here. Lake Serene. It is, of course, a misnomer. The lake is anything but serene. He is drawn to the dissonance. He will be there. He is finishing a new piece." Ember rose to her feet, her legs unsteady. "How do you know?" "Because I sent him a subject. A drifter. A man no one will miss. A canvas waiting for his brush." He said it with the detached tone of a curator discussing an art shipment. "We have a day, perhaps two, before the work is complete, and he moves on." The horror of his confession was so vast it felt abstract. He had not just given her a name. He had orchestrated a living crime scene to facilitate the exchange. She was not just complicit. She was now an active participant. "We need to go. Now." She turned toward the door, her mind racing, constructing the lie for the agents outside. A lead? A hunch? A need for immediate, discreet movement? Deshawn's hand on her arm stopped her. His touch was cool, his grip firm. "A moment, Ember. There is one more thing you must understand about Alistair. He does not see himself as a monster. He sees himself as a healer. He believes he is relieving people of the burden of their own flawed consciousness. Your sister, she was not abducted out of malice. She was selected for her potential. He saw a bright, vibrant spirit and believed he could refine it." Tears she had not shed in 20 years burned in her eyes. But they did not fall. They were frozen there, a part of the new, permanent winter inside her. What did he do to her? He guided her into silence. It was his masterpiece. He never laid a hand on her. He used words and scenarios and a profound understanding of fear. When he was done, she simply walked away from her life and into the woods. She became a part of the landscape he so admired. He often visits the place to admire his... The image was too clear, too terrible. Her sister, not a victim of a violent act, but a sculpture of despair, wandering until she succumbed to the elements. It was a fate so much worse than murder. She pulled her arm from his grasp and opened the door. The two agents snapped to attention. "We have a high-priority lead," Ember said, her voice cutting through the damp air. "Deshawn has given us a location. The subject is highly mobile. We move now. You will follow in the SUV. I will take the subject in my vehicle for a more focused debrief en route." The agents exchanged a glance, but their training and their deference to her authority won out. "Yes, ma'am." Within minutes, she was behind the wheel of a sedan, Deshawn sitting placidly in the passenger seat, no longer in chains. He looked like a professor being driven to a lecture. In the rearview mirror, she saw the SUV fall in behind them. She drove, following the directions he gave her in a calm, steady voice. They left the highway for a winding state road, then for a gravel track that cut deep into a forest of dense pine. The trees closed in around them, the sky disappearing behind a canopy of green. The air grew cold. "He is here," Deshawn said softly, as they rounded a bend and saw a small rustic cabin nestled against the shore of a dark, still lake. "He will be inside. He prefers to watch the final stages from a distance." Ember brought the car to a stop 100 yards from the cabin. The SUV pulled in behind her. She turned to Deshawn. "You will wait here. If you move, the agents have orders to restrain you." He smiled. Of course." She got out, her service weapon heavy on her hip. She signaled to the agents to flank the cabin. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. This was it, the end of a 20-year search. But as she approached the cabin door, she realized she was not walking toward justice. She was walking toward a reflection. A man who, like the one in the car, saw human beings as raw material. And she was the agent who had unleashed one monster to catch another. She pushed the door open. The inside of the cabin was spare, clean. A single man sat in a chair by the window, looking out at the lake. He was older, with a kind, weathered face. He turned as she entered, his eyes not alarmed but curious. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gentle. And in that moment, Ember Loxley knew with a sickening certainty that Deshawn had lied. This was not Alistair Finch. This was the drifter, the canvas, and she had just delivered herself to the real artist. The man by the window smiled, a slow, terrible unfolding of understanding. His gentle eyes hardened into chips of flint. "He said you would come. He said you were the final piece, the one who chases the chill." Ember's hand flew to her weapon, but the man was already moving, not toward her, but toward the back wall of the cabin where a rifle was propped. She drew her gun, her shout of FBI. Freeze, swallowed by the small space. A shot rang out from outside. One of the agents firing at a shadow, a movement in the trees. Is the distraction the man needed. He grabbed the rifle, not to aim at her, but to smash the window and vault through the shattered frame. She lunged after him, glass crunching under her boots. Outside, the world was a blur of shouting agents and the stark, silent forest. The man, Alistair Finch, moved with an unnatural grace, disappearing into the tree line like a wisp of smoke. She gave chase, her training overriding the panic, her breath ragged in her throat. Branches whipped at her face. She could hear the two agents crashing through the undergrowth behind her, but their noise was clumsy, distant. She ran deeper, following a faint path only she could see. A path her sister might have walked. The air grew colder, the light dimmer, and then she saw him, standing calmly in a small clearing, the rifle held loosely at his side. He wasn't looking at her, but at a particular arrangement of stones near the base of a large oak tree. "This is the place," he said, his voice conversational, as if they were old friends meeting for a stroll. Where she finally understood, where she became part of the beautiful silent pattern. Ember aimed her gun, her hand steady despite the storm inside her. "Put the weapon down, Finch. It's over." He turned his head, his gaze resting on her. "Is it? Or is it just beginning? Deshawn didn't send you here to catch me. He sent you here to be refined, to have your messy hope and your clinging grief eroded away. Just like her." He gestured with his chin toward the stones. A memorial. A grave. The world narrowed to the space between them, to the gun in her hand and the profound, chilling peace on his face. She could arrest him. She could bring him in. But she knew, with a certainty that dwarfed all others, that it would change nothing. The chill would remain. The silence would remain. He had taken her sister and turned her into a concept, an arrangement of stones in a forgotten wood. She saw Deshawn's face in her mind, his calm, expectant eyes. He was watching this, somehow. He was testing his clay. He wanted to see what she would become. Finch took a slow step backward, toward the deeper shadows. "He told me you were special, the one who feels the signature. Do you feel it now? This is my masterpiece, and you are its final witness." Her finger tightened on the trigger. Justice was her arrest, a trial, a cell. But this was something else. This was the silence after a long, loud noise. This was the end of the chase. A branch snapped behind her. One of the agents was calling her name, his voice frantic, getting closer. Alistair Finch smiled one last time, a flicker of genuine warmth in his flinty eyes. Then he turned and melted into the forest. Ember lowered her gun. She did not fire. She did not pursue. She walked to the arrangement of stones and knelt. She placed her hand on the largest, cold and moss-covered rock. The chills seeped into her skin, a final, terrible signature. She understood now. The game was not about catching monsters. It was about understanding them. And in that understanding, she had finally found her sister. She did not know how long she knelt there. The arrival of the agents was a distant disturbance, their voices muffled and irrelevant. They found her there, silent and still, her hand resting on the stone as if taking an oath. One of them started to speak, to ask about the suspect, but the look in her eyes silenced him. She stood, her body moving on an automatic, procedural pilot. "He's gone," she said, her voice flat. "The terrain is too dense. We've lost him." She did not look at them as she spoke the lies. She walked back to the cars, her footsteps heavy and final. Deshawn was still in the passenger seat of the sedan, exactly as she had left him. He watched her approach, his expression one of deep, academic satisfaction. He saw the new emptiness in her, the hollowed-out core, and he approved. She got in the driver's seat and closed the door. The world inside the car was silent, sealed off from the frantic radio chatter and the confusion of the young agents. "Did you find what you were looking for, Ember?" he asked. She stared through the windshield at the dark water of the lake. "You knew he would be gone. You knew I would find only the grave." "Of course." The location was the final piece of the gift. The name was the key, but the place was the lock. You have now opened the door and stepped through. You understand the architecture. You understand the architecture. You have seen his work, and in doing so, you have completed. He shifted in his seat, the leather creaking. "Now, we must return. The children are waiting, and they will be needing a story." The drive back was a silent, dreamlike reversal of their journey out. She constructed the narrative with a cold, clinical precision. A frantic chase, a lost suspect, a tragic discovery of a victim's remains. The agents, chastened and awed by the grim find, accepted every word. They saw a seasoned agent who had stared into the abyss and come back with a terrible truth. They did not see that a part of her had stayed in that clearing. Back at the institution, the process of reincarceration was a solemn ritual. As the guards moved to lead him away, Deshawn paused and looked back at her. "This was not an end, Ember. It was a commencement. You are no longer a hunter of monsters. You are a student of the design, and there is so much more to learn." He allowed himself to be led down the sterile hallway, not looking back. Weeks passed. She filed her reports. She attended the debriefings. She spoke of the elusive Alistair Finch and the tragic discovery in the woods. Her performance was flawless. Her reputation grew. But in her apartment, the evidence box remained closed. The sketch of the Ouroboros was tucked away in a drawer. The hunt was over. She had found her answer, and the answer was a silence more profound than any she had ever imagined. One evening, her personal phone buzzed with an unknown number. There was no text, only a single image. It was a photograph of a riverbank, the stones arranged in a familiar spiraling pattern. The Ouroboros. Beneath the central stone, something pale was half buried. It was not a bone. It was a small, porcelain doll's hand. A new chill settled in her bones, different from the one in the woods. This was not a signature from the past. It was an invitation to the future. Deshawn was right. The game had not ended. It had simply changed players. She put the phone down and walked to the window, looking out at the city lights, each one a distant, lonely star. She was no longer the woman chasing the chill. She was the woman the chill lived in. And somewhere out there, another architect was waiting. The city lights blurred, their sharp edges softened by the grime on her windowpane. The porcelain hand in the photograph was a clean white puncture in the world's dull film. It was a question. It was a hook. She did not call the number back. She did not report it. She simply stood there, feeling the new geography of her own mind. The old Ember would have been frantic, tracing the number, mobilizing resources, chasing the signal. The new Ember understood that the signal was not the point. The point was the silence that followed it. Days turned into a week. She went through the motions at the bureau, her work sharp, her focus absolute. She was assigned a new case, a series of disappearances in the Midwest that felt mundane, almost trivial. She managed them with cold efficiency, but her real attention was turned inward, listening, waiting for the next note in the quiet symphony Deshawn had conducted. It came on a Tuesday. A plain manila envelope with no return address was on her desk. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality paper. On it was a sketch, not of a snake, but of a labyrinth. The lines were clean, precise, almost architectural. In the center of the labyrinth was a small, stylized eye, and at the bottom, a single letter, inked in a familiar, elegant hand. D. He was communicating. From within a maximum security facility, under constant surveillance, he was reaching out. The envelope would be untraceable, the delivery method, a mystery he would never explain. This was the next lesson. That night, she sat at her kitchen table with the sketch. She did not try to solve it. She simply observed it. The labyrinth was not a puzzle to be beaten. It was a path to be walked. It was a representation of a mind, or perhaps of a process. The eye at the center was not a destination, but a state of being. Awareness. Observation. She understood then that Deshawn had not sent her after Alistair Finch to give her closure. He had sent her to break her open, to make her a receptive vessel. He had scoured her clean with the truth, and now he was ready to fill the emptiness. Her work phone rang, shattering the silence. It was the warden from the institution, Agent Loxley. His voice was tense, almost bewildered. "I thought you should know. Inmate Deshawn has formally requested you be added to his approved visitor list. He's refusing all other contact, including his own counsel, until he speaks with you." She felt no surprise, only a cold, settling certainty. Did he say why? He just said it was time to continue your consultation. He said you'd understand. The warden paused. "Agent, given the circumstances of your last interaction, I have to advise against this. The review board cleared you, but this is highly irregular. Schedule the visit," she said, her voice devoid of inflection. "I'll be there tomorrow." She hung up and looked back at the labyrinth. The first move had been his. The name. The second move had been hers. The key in the lock. The third move had been his again. The grave in the woods. Now it was her turn. The visit was the next step into the design. She arrived at the institution the next afternoon under a flat, gray sky. The procedures were the same. The walk down the hallway identical, but everything felt different. She was not the hunter coming to interrogate her prey. She was the student arriving for a tutorial. Deshawn was waiting in the same room. He looked up as she entered, and a slow smile touched his lips. It was not a smile of greeting, but of recognition. "You received my message," he said. It was not a question. She sat down, placing the manila envelope on the table between them. "Why the labyrinth?" "Because you are no longer outside, looking in. You are within the structure. You must learn its passages, its dead ends, its secret chambers. To catch a spider, you must think like a spider. To understand an architect, you must learn to read the blueprints. And the eye, that is what we are building toward," he said, leaning forward, his chains whispering against the table. "The unblinking eye that sees the world, not as a collection of things, but as a series of patterns, of pressures, of flows." Alistair Finch was one artist. I have introduced you to his work, but his is a primitive school. There are others whose work is far more nuanced. He was not just a source of information. He was a curator of monsters. And he was offering her a private tour of the gallery. "These disappearances in the Midwest," she said, her voice low. "The ones I was just assigned. Is that one of them?" Deshawn's smile widened, a crack in the placid surface of his face. "A very modern artist. He doesn't create silence. He creates echoes. He leaves people. But he leaves a perfect resonating copy of their pain behind for their families to live with. It is a fascinating technique." Ember felt a cold knot tighten in her stomach. The case file was on her desk. The grieving families, the baffling lack of evidence. It had felt random, messy. Now, through his eyes, it was a deliberate, cruel composition. "You want me to find him," she whispered. "I want you to appreciate him. Desan corrected. And in doing so, you will find him. The labyrinth is not just for you, Ember. It is for all of us. You are simply the one who has been chosen to walk it first. He sat back, his lecture concluded. The next time we meet, come with your thoughts on the Echo Maker. I will be interested to hear your analysis. The guard opened the door. The visit was over. As she stood to leave, Desan spoke one last time, his voice almost gentle. Do not be afraid of the silence inside you, Ember. It is not an emptiness. It is a listening post, and it is time to start listening. The drive back to the city was a study in gray. The sky, the road, the interior of the car all seemed drained of color. She did not go to the office. She went home and opened the case file on the Midwest disappearances, the one she had dismissed as mundane. She saw it now. The patterns Desan had mentioned. The first victim, a beloved high school teacher, had vanished from her spotless kitchen, a single cup of tea gone cold on the table. The second, a quiet, dependable mechanic, had disappeared from his own garage. A half-rebuilt engine left untouched. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no forensic traces. It was as if they had simply been erased from their own lives, leaving behind a perfect, agonizing snapshot of their absence. The families were not just grieving. They were trapped. The teacher's husband still set a place for her at the table every night. The mechanic's wife kept his work radio playing in the garage, the static hiss, a constant reminder of the silence he left behind. This was the echo. Not a physical object, but a psychological one. A void so perfectly crafted it had its own presence, its own weight. This was not Alistair Finch's brutal physical artistry. This was something more insidious. Finch created monuments to silence in the woods. This new artist, this echo maker, created living museums of grief in suburban homes. Her personal phone buzzed. Another unknown number. Another image. This one showed a child's bedroom, perfectly preserved. A small bed was neatly made, a row of stuffed animals arranged against the pillows. On the desk, a homework assignment was laid out, a pencil placed neatly beside it. In the center of the floor, a single, small sneaker lay on its side. The echo was a child. Ember did not gasp. She did not cry. She felt the cold, listening silence inside her absorb the image, analyze it, categorize it. This was the next piece. The echo maker was escalating, refining his technique. He was moving from adults to a child, deepening the resonance of the pain he left behind. She picked up her work phone and called the field office in the relevant state. Her voice was calm, authoritative. The disappearances, the teacher and the mechanic. I need you to look for a connection you haven't considered. Look for someone who had access to both homes, not as an intruder, but as a guest. A utility worker, a delivery driver, a census taker. Someone utterly unremarkable, and pull any similar cold cases involving a child. A perfectly preserved scene, no body. A perfectly preserved... She could hear the confusion on the other end, but also the deference. She was the agent who had found the remains of Alistair Finch's victim. Her reputation commanded respect, even when her requests seemed strange. She hung up and looked at the sketch of the labyrinth Desan had sent her. She was inside it now, walking its twisting paths. The echo maker was one of its chambers. Desan was the architect who had drawn the map, and she was no longer just an FBI agent. She was a participant in a terrible hidden dialogue. The chase had ended in the woods by the lake. A new, deeper, and more intimate game had begun. Story 3. The chair was wrong. It was a simple thing, a high-backed wing chair upholstered in a deep emerald velvet, the kind you find in old libraries and the quiet corners of expensive men's clubs. It faced the unlit fireplace, a throne for contemplation. I had seen it a dozen times before in this room. A room that smelled of beeswax and old money and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten flowers. But tonight, the indentation in the seat cushion was too deep, too recent. The fabric on the left arm was stretched taut, as if someone had gripped it, hard, with a sweating hand, their knuckles pressing white against the lush pile. A ghost of pressure remained, a map of a moment of high stress. It was the only thing out of place in the perfect, frozen tableau of Alistair Finch's study, and it screamed at me. Jackson's voice was a dry rustle in my ear, a sound like dead leaves skittering across pavement. He liked to meet in places that felt like museums, places where time had been politely asked to stop. This study was one of his favorites. The mission is not to kill him, Isaac. Death is a punctuation mark, messy and final. We need an ellipsis, a trailing off into nothing. We need Jordan Ray ruined. Jordan Ray D. Dot. Not a name, but a brand, a moniker that evoked solidity, American enterprise, the clean lines of skyscrapers. The reality was a foundation of blood money and laundered influence, a network that stretched from the dockyards of Marseille to the banking halls of Zurich. He was a financier, a word that sounds so sterile until you peel back the layers and find the rot beneath. He was untouchable by conventional means. His armor was his respectability, his wealth, his connections to powers that preferred to operate in the deep, cold shadows. "He has a weakness," Jackson said, his eyes like chips of flint. "The tables. Baccarat. Specifically. It's a theater for him, a ritual. He goes to the Ethelred Club in Monte Carlo next week. You will be there. You will be his shadow, his confidant, his luck. And then you will be his ruin. I am a craftsman. My tools are not knives or guns, though I am proficient with both. My tools are perception, patience, and the precise application of pressure. I become what people need me to be. For Jordan Ray, I would be a fellow predator, a man of refined taste and bottomless pockets, a kindred spirit in the pursuit of the ultimate thrill. The Ethelred was not a casino. It was a sanctum. The air was a chilled, scentless vacuum. The only sounds the whisper of cards on felt, the soft clink of crystal, the hushed exhalations of fortunes won and lost. The light fell in golden pools from above, leaving the faces of the players half in shadow, like Renaissance portraits of saints and sinners. And there he was, Jordan Ray Dudial. He was a man of perhaps 50, with hair the color of polished silver, and a face that was both handsome and utterly empty. His eyes were the pale, flat gray of a winter sea. He wore his wealth like a second skin, effortless and immutable. I took a seat at his table. I did not look at him. I focused on the cards, on the ritual of the croupier's hands, on the slow, deliberate placement of my bets. I lost a little. I won a little. I was a background hum, a piece of the scenery. It was on the third night that he finally spoke. His voice was a low baritone, smoothed by fine whiskey and the absolute certainty of his place in the world. "You play with a great deal of calm," he said. "Most men here are trying to conquer the table. You seem to be communing with it." It was the opening I needed. We talked, not about money, not directly. We talked about risk as a philosophy, about chance as a god, about the exquisite tension that exists only on the razor's edge. I was his mirror, reflecting back a more polished, more enigmatic version of himself. I let him feel clever for discovering me. And then there was her, Annabelle Dole. She appeared on the fourth night, a splash of vivid color in the monochrome room. She wore a dress the color of a deep bruise, and her hair was a cascade of dark waves against her pale shoulders. She was with Jordan Ray, but not with him. She occupied a space just outside his orbit, her eyes missing nothing. She was his accessory, his good luck charm. But her smile was a locked box, and her gaze held a cool, assessing intelligence that had nothing to do with the turn of a card. Our eyes met across the felt. It was not a friendly glance. It was a recognition, the silent acknowledgement of two sharks circling the same prey. She knew I was not what I seemed, and I knew the same of her. The final night arrived. The air in the room was thick, syrupy with anticipation. The stakes had been escalating, a slow, deliberate climb to a precipice. Jordan Ray was up, his pile of plaques a small, gleaming fortress. His calm was a brittle shell. I could see the pulse beating in his temple, a tiny, frantic drum. I had been feeding him winds, building his confidence, making him feel invincible. Now it was time to dismantle him. The bet was placed. A sum that would cripple a small nation. It was not all of his liquid capital, but it was the keystone. Its loss would trigger a cascade, a collapse of credit and confidence. The cards were dealt. The world shrank to the green felt. The 6 cards, the faces of the players frozen in the amber light. I knew what cards he held. I knew what I held. It was a dance I had choreographed over a week of subtle manipulations and psychological nudges. Jordan Ray looked at his hand, a flicker of triumph in those flat gray eyes. He looked at me. I allowed a single, almost imperceptible crack in my facade, a tiny tightening of the lips, a minute drop of my shoulders. He saw it. He saw the feigned weakness, the tell I had planted so carefully. He pushed the entire fortress into the center of the table. The croupier's hands were steady. The cards were turned. The silence that followed was not a mere absence of sound. It was a physical presence, a weight that pressed down on the room, suffocating all other noise. Jordan Ray did not move. He did not speak. He simply stared at the revealed cards, at the mathematical certainty of his ruin. The color did not drain from his face. It seemed to retreat inward, leaving a waxy, lifeless mask. The victory was not in the money, which was meaningless, a string of numbers to be moved from one column to another. The victory was in the destruction of his myth. The invincible Jordan Ray was a fool who had bet everything and lost. The news would be on whispers by morning, on screens by afternoon. His empire was built on perception, and I had just pulled out the cornerstone. He stood up. The movement was stiff, robotic. He did not look at me. He walked away from the table, and the crowd of onlookers parted for him as if he were a leper. Annabelle watched him go. Then she turned her gaze to me. She did not smile. She simply gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. It was not congratulations. It was an assignment completed. We met later in a bar that overlooked the dark, restless sea. The mission was over. The tension should have bled away, leaving only the dull satisfaction of a job well done. But something was coiled in the pit of my stomach. A cold, sharp thing. "You were magnificent," she said. Her voice was like smoke. He never saw it coming. He was supposed to, I said. That was the point. "No," she said, swirling the amber liquid in her glass. "Not that. The wire. The one Jackson had you place in his private study. The one that wasn't for listening to his financial plans." The air went out of the room. The gentle clatter of the bar. The murmur of other patrons. It all receded into a distant hum. How could she know about that? It was the deepest layer of the operation, known only to Jackson and myself. A fail-safe. A piece of insurance to ensure Jordan Ray's silence, should he ever consider talking to the wrong people. It was not about money. It was about leverage of a more permanent kind. "Jackson didn't tell you, did he?" she said, her eyes holding mine. She saw the answer in my face. The wire wasn't just for listening. It was a trigger. A little present from your government to some very powerful people who wanted Jordan Ray gone for reasons that have nothing to do with money. They found it this afternoon. They know it was you. They know it was British intelligence. I felt the world tilt. The clean, precise lines of my mission, blurred and ran like wet ink. I had not ruined a man. I had been the delivery boy for his death sentence. I had been used. My hands, which I kept so clean, were now stained with a blood I hadn't seen spilled. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, my voice a stranger's. "Because Jackson sold you out, Isaac. He sold me out, too. I'm not just Jordan Ray's companion. We had our own interest in him. Jackson knew. He used your mission as the perfect cover for the assassination, cutting us out, making it look like a botched intelligence operation. Now my people think I'm compromised. And his people are coming for you." I stood up. The chair legs scraped against the tile, a sound like a bone breaking. I left her there, staring out at the black water. I walked out into the Monte Carlo night, the warm air feeling like a shroud. The mission was a success. Jordan Ray was finished. But I had been the knife, not the hand that held it. And the hand had let go. The betrayal was a slow-acting poison. It didn't kill you quickly. It seeped into your bones, your thoughts, the very way you saw the world. I returned to London. I met Jackson in another quiet room, this one overlooking the Thames. He was sipping tea, his expression one of bland satisfaction. "A clean job, Isaac," he said. "Very clean. The financial collapse is proceeding exactly as predicted. A remarkable success." I said nothing. I looked at him, at his neat hands, his carefully bland face. I thought of the green chair in Alistair Finch's study, the stretched fabric on the arm, the ghost of a grip. I'd been that hand, gripping too tight, leaving a permanent mark on the velvet. A clue to a crime I didn't even know I was committing. He must have seen something in my eyes. His gaze sharpened. There are always complications in our line of work. Unforeseen variables. You know that. "The wire," I said. "The one in his study." Jackson's face did not change. It was a necessary component of the deniability structure. "They found it," I said. "They know it was us." He placed his cup down on the saucer with a precise click. "Then we shall manage the fallout. That is not your concern. Your part is over." But it wasn't. It would never be over. I walked out of that room, out into the gray London light. I was a ghost in my own life. I looked at every face in the crowd, every reflection in a shop window. Was that one of Jordan Ray's men? Was that one of the other players, the dark powers he served? Annabelle was gone, vanished into the ether of her own compromised world. I was alone with the knowledge that I was a marked man, that my own service had written my name on a bullet. I took a flat in a nondescript building, a place with thin walls and the smell of other people's cooking. I sat in a chair by the window, a cheap, modern thing with no history, no ghosts in its fabric. I watched the rain streak the glass. I thought about the game, the seduction of the table, the illusion of control. I had been so focused on the moves in front of me that I never looked up to see the real game being played above my head. The knock on the door came 3 weeks later. It was not a friendly knock. It was a short, percussive sound, final and authoritative. It was not the police. It was not a neighbor. I did not move. I sat in my chair and watched the door. The handle turned, slowly. The lock was a simple one. It would not hold. I thought of the green velvet chair, the way the light had caught its contours, the deep, accusing indentation. A simple thing out of place. A clue to a coming storm. I had spent my life reading the signs in rooms, in faces, in the subtle tells of my targets. I had missed the biggest one of all. It was not the target who was in the chair. It was me. The door began to splinter around the lock. A sliver of darkness appeared. A shadow. I sat very still. The door swung open. It did not burst inwards with violence. It opened with a smooth, controlled force, as if the flimsy wood and the cheap lock were merely an illusion of a barrier. 2 men stood there. They were not large, but they filled the space completely. They wore dark, ordinary clothes, but they were tailored in a way that allowed for maximum movement. Their faces were calm, devoid of emotion or intent. They were professionals. They did not look at the room or its sparse furnishings. They looked only at me. The one in front took a single step inside. His hands were empty, held loosely at his sides. He assessed me, sitting in my chair by the window, and found no immediate threat. I had made sure of that. There was no weapon within my reach. My own hands were resting on the arms of the chair, palms down. I was the picture of resignation. He nodded, almost imperceptibly, to the man behind him, who remained in the hallway, a silent sentinel controlling the exit. Then his eyes returned to me. They were the same flat, operational gray as Jordan Ray's. But where Jordan Ray's had held avarice, these held nothing. A complete and utter void. "Isaac," he said. My name was a statement of fact in his mouth, devoid of inflection. I did not answer. I kept my breathing even. I knew how this worked. There was a script. They had their lines. My role was to be the subject, the object of the sentence. "You have something that belongs to us," he said. "A debt." Still, I said nothing. To speak was to engage, to acknowledge the reality of the transaction. I remained a part of the scenery, a man in a chair. He took another step, then another, until he was standing a few feet from me. He smelled of cold air and faintly of antiseptic, like a hospital corridor. He looked down at me, his head tilted slightly. He was not enjoying this. It was simply a task to be completed. The silence stretched. The only sound was the faint patter of rain against the window pane. He was waiting for me to break, to plead, to ask what they were going to do. I gave him nothing. A faint, almost smile touched his lips. It was not a sign of humor. It was a recognition of a professional who understood the game. He knew I would not give him the satisfaction of fear. "It does not matter," he said, his voice still low and even. "The debt will be paid regardless." His right hand moved. It was not a sudden movement, but a slow, deliberate unfolding. From inside his jacket he drew not a gun, but a small cylindrical object made of a dull, brushed metal. It was about the size of a pen. He held it up for me to see, a teacher displaying a lesson. "This is a quiet way," he said. "It will look like your heart gave out. A tragedy. A man alone, under stress. It is cleaner for everyone." My eyes remained on his. I did not look at the instrument. I had seen such things before. A pneumatic injector. A whisper of poison into the bloodstream. A perfect, deniable end for a problem that needed to disappear. He took the final step. He was now within arm's reach. I could see the individual pores on his nose, the tiny, pale scar above his eyebrow. His body blocked the light from the window, casting me into his shadow. I let my body go limp. I slumped slightly in the chair, a man defeated. It was the subtlest of shifts, a relaxation of the shoulders, a lowering of the chin, a tell of surrender. He saw it. His eyes registered the change. It was what he expected. He raised the metal cylinder, his thumb finding a small, almost invisible button on its side. My left hand, which had been resting on the chair arm, dropped. It was not a controlled movement. It was a dead weight, a final spasmodic twitch of a condemned man. The edge of my palm struck the small recessed catch on the underside of the armrest. There was a soft, pneumatic hiss, no louder than a sigh. From a thin, almost invisible seam in the window frame to my right, a cloud of fine iridescent mist erupted. It was not a gas. It was a nanodispersant, a cocktail of tailored proteins and paralytic agents Jackson had provided years ago for an extraction that never happened. A final gift, now repurposed. The mist hung in the air between us for a fraction of a second, a shimmering curtain in the gray light. The man's eyes widened in surprise, not fear. He had time to take a half breath before it reached him. The effect was instantaneous. His body stiffened, his muscles locking in place. The cylinder fell from his rigid fingers and clattered softly on the floor. He stood there, frozen, a statue of a man in mid-action, his eyes wide and unblinking. He was conscious. He could see and hear everything, but he could not move a single muscle. I stood up slowly from the chair. I stepped around him, careful not to touch the shimmering air. I looked at the man in the hallway. He had seen it. His hand was moving towards his own jacket, his face a mask of sudden, cold alarm. I looked past him, down the dim corridor. From the shadow of the stairwell, a figure emerged. It was Annabelle. She held a compact pistol with a long black suppressor. She did not hesitate. There were two soft, wet thumps. The sentinel crumpled without a sound. She stepped over his body and entered my flat. She glanced at the frozen man, her expression unreadable. Then she looked at me. "You took your time," she said. "I was waiting for the right moment," I replied. She nudged the cylinder on the floor with her foot. "They're adapting. The quiet ways are becoming louder." I looked at the paralyzed man, at the terror in his unmoving eyes. He was a message, a receipt for the debt. Jackson had not just sold me out. He had offered me as a sacrificial payment to settle his own accounts. "We have to go," she said. "Now. Duh. They won't send just two next time." I followed her out into the hallway, stepping over the dead man. The game had not ended in Monte Carlo. It had simply entered a new, more dangerous phase. The player had become the piece, and now the piece was off the board, moving through the shadows of a city that was no longer home. The rain had turned into a fine, persistent drizzle that clung to our clothes and hair as we emerged onto the street. Annabelle moved with a purpose that was both fluid and abrupt, a series of decisive turns that took us away from the main thoroughfares and into a labyrinth of wet cobblestones and dripping gutters. We did not speak. The shared understanding of our situation was a heavy, silent weight between us. She led me to a rust-stained van parked in a mews, its engine already running. The driver was a gaunt man with a face like a hatchet, who did not acknowledge our presence as we slid the side door open and climbed into the empty cargo space. The van smelled of engine oil and damp concrete. The door slammed shut, plunging us into near darkness, punctuated only by the weak orange glow of streetlights filtering through the grimy rear windows. "Where are we going?" I finally asked. "Away," she said, her voice flat. "For now, that is the only destination that matters." The van began to move, its suspension groaning. I leaned against the cold metal wall, the events of the last hour replaying in my mind with a stark, brutal clarity. The frozen man in my flat, the look in his eyes. It was a more intimate violence than a bullet. I had not just ended a life. I had suspended one, trapping a consciousness in a prison of its own flesh. I felt no triumph, only a cold, hollow disgust. "Jackson," I said. Annabelle was checking her weapon, her movements economical in the dim light. "He is a pragmatist. He was given a choice between a messy international incident and a clean, deniable solution. You were the solution. He was my handler for 12 years, and I was his asset," she replied, snapping a fresh magazine into place. "And then, I was his liability. In this business, the past is a currency that devalues by the second. He is covering his tracks. We are the tracks." The van slowed and then stopped. The hatchet-faced driver killed the engine. We sat in silence for a full minute, listening to the rain and the distant sound of traffic. Then, a single, sharp tap came from the front. Annabelle nodded and pushed the door open. We were in an underground car park, cavernous and poorly lit. The air was thick with the smell of petrol and stale water. She led me to a service elevator, its metal doors scarred and graffitied. It ascended with a pained shudder. When the doors opened, we were in a corridor that smelled of bleach and boiled cabbage. She produced a key and unlocked a plain brown door. The room on the other side was a sterile box. A single bed, a small table, 2 chairs, a sink in the corner. There were no windows. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling. "Safe house," she said, locking the door behind us and engaging 2 heavy deadbolts. "It won't last. They have networks we can't imagine, but it gives us time to think." She tossed a small burnished phone onto the table. It was the kind that existed for a single purpose. "We have one move," she said. "Jackson has the files. The real files. Not the sanitized mission reports, but the operational layers, the financial trails, the names of the people Jordan Ray truly answered to, the ones who ordered the hit. If we can get them, we have leverage. We can trade our lives back." "You want to break into the service," I said. It was not a question. "I want to survive," she corrected me. "And so do you. Jackson has made us ghosts. We can either fade away, or we can become something else. Something that can haunt him." I looked at her, really looked at her. In the harsh light of the single bulb, the vivid woman from the casino was gone, replaced by this hardened, focused creature of the shadows. But the intelligence in her eyes was the same. The locked box smile was gone, but the resolve was absolute. "Why come for me?" I asked. "You could have disappeared. You have your own people." "My people," she said with a bitter twist of her lips, "now believe I am a double agent, compromised by my association with you and a botched British operation. I am as anathema to them as you are to your own. We are in the same wilderness, Isaac. Our only chance is to pool our resources. You know the circus. I know how to stay alive." She was right. The clean, precise world of calculated risks and psychological manipulation was gone. That was the table. This was the back room where the real games were played, with knives and blood and no rules at all. I picked up the phone from the table. It was cold and heavy in my hand. "So we haunt him," I said. Annabelle finally allowed herself a small, sharp smile. It held no warmth, only a predatory gleam. "We haunt him," she agreed, "and we make him wish we were only ghosts." He placed the phone back on the table. The gesture felt like a signature on a contract I hadn't fully read. The decision was made. There was no other path. "We need a blueprint," I said. "The archives are digital, but the access logs are physical. A book. Jackson is old school. He keeps a ledger in his office." Annabelle nodded, her mind already working through the problem. "Where?" "A false panel. Behind his liquor cabinet. The key is on his watch chain. You are very sure of his habits." "I made it my business to be sure of everyone's habits," I replied. "It was how I stayed clean. Until now." "Then we need to get you inside," she said. "The circus is a fortress. Especially now." "It's not," I said. "It's a building full of paranoid people who think the threat is always external. They've just had a successful deniable operation wrapped up. They'll be complacent, smug. Jackson will be celebrating his cleverness. The lock on his office door is a sludge, 7 pins. I can open it in under 10 seconds. And the internal cameras? They loop on a 90-second cycle for the executive corridor. A legacy of budget cuts from the 90s. No one ever bothered to upgrade." A real smile this time touched her lips. "It was a frightening thing. You've been thinking about this for a while." "Since I walked out of that room overlooking the Thames," I said. "I just didn't know what I was planning for. We spent the next 6 hours in that room, drilling the sequence. The van driver, a man named Lorca, who never spoke, provided a schematic of the building's service entrances and a janitor's uniform that was a close enough match. The plan was simple, which was the only kind that had a chance. I would go in as a cleaner during the shift change at 2 a.m. Annabelle would be my remote eyes, hacking the building's public Wi-Fi to monitor the security desk chatter from a van parked 2 blocks away. Lorca would be the wheel. At 1:55 a.m., I stood in the alley behind the service entrance, the rough fabric of the uniform scratching my neck. The rain had stopped, leaving the city slick and gleaming under a bruised sky. I could feel the weight of the lockpick sewn into the cuff of the trousers. I'd feel the weight of my former life pressing down from the lighted windows above. "Go," Annabelle's voice whispered in my ear through a nearly invisible bud. I pushed the heavy door open and stepped into the familiar, antiseptic smell of the circus. The corridor was empty, lit by harsh fluorescent strips. I kept my head down, pushing a wide bin on wheels, the sound of its squeaking casters echoing in the silence. I passed 2 analysts on their way out, their faces pale and tired. They didn't give me a second glance. I was furniture. The executive corridor was on the 3rd floor. The elevator was out of the question. I took the stairs, the bin awkward in my arms. The door to the stairwell clicked shut behind me, the sound unnaturally loud. My heart was a steady, heavy drum against my ribs. This was not the table. There was no bluffing here. This was all or nothing. I reached the 3rd floor landing. Through the wire-reinforced window in the door, I could see the corridor was empty. The air was still. I counted the seconds in my head, watching the camera at the far end. On the 85th second, its little red light blinked twice. The loop had reset. "Now," I whispered. I slipped out, the bin left behind in the stairwell. I moved quickly, silently, to Jackson's door. The schlage lock was cold under my fingers. I inserted the tension wrench and the pick, my hands moving by memory. The pins yielded with a series of soft, satisfying clicks. 7 seconds. The office was dark, smelling of lemon polish and Jackson's particular brand of pipe tobacco. The green-shaded lamp on his desk was off. The moon cast long, distorted shadows through the large window overlooking the Thames. I went straight to the liquor cabinet, a heavy oak monstrosity. I ran my fingers along the side until I found a slight irregularity in the grain. A firm press, and a small section of the panel swung inward. There it was, a slim, leather-bound ledger. I didn't need to open it. I knew what it contained. I slipped it inside my uniform. A floorboard creaked behind me. I froze, my hand still inside the cabinet. The overhead light snapped on, blinding me. A familiar, calm voice said, "I rather thought you might try something like this." I turned, slowly, my hands rising. Jackson stood by the door, a small, elegant pistol in his hand. It was not aimed at me, but held loosely at his side. He looked tired, but his eyes were as sharp and cold as ever. "You were always too clever for your own good, Isaac, and too sentimental. I knew you wouldn't just fade away." "The ledger," I said. "It's my life insurance." "It's a death warrant," he corrected. "For you and for the Israeli." "Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate this? That I wouldn't leave a few tripwires of my own?" He took a step forward. "The game is over. You have nowhere left to run. Give me the book, and I will make it quick. A quiet end. The same courtesy I offered you in your flat." My eyes flickered to the window. Down on the street, I could see the faint glow of a phone screen from inside a parked van. Annabelle was watching. She would see him. She would know. "I'm not the man in the chair anymore, Jackson," I said softly. His brow furrowed slightly. "What?" "I am the hand that lets go." From the street below, there was a sound like a fist hitting a pillow. The large window behind Jackson's desk exploded inwards. The shot was impossibly precise, taking him in the right shoulder. He cried out, a short, sharp sound of shock and pain, and the pistol clattered to the floor. He staggered back, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his face a mask of pure, undiluted fury. I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward, scooped up his pistol, and looked down at him. You miscalculated, I said. You thought we were just pieces to be sacrificed. But you forgot something. He glared up at me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. What? He spat. Pieces, I said, turning towards the shattered window, can sometimes check the king. I vaulted through the broken frame onto the narrow ledge outside. A rope ladder was already tumbling down from the roof. I grabbed it, the rough hemp biting into my hands. I looked back once. Jackson was on his knees, surrounded by shattered glass, his perfect, ordered world collapsing around him. Then I began to climb, up into the waiting darkness, the ledger a hard, flat weight against my chest. The fall was over. The ascent had begun. The cold night air bit at my face as I climbed. The rope ladder swayed precariously, each rung a treacherous step into the unknown. Below me, the lights of the city shimmered, a grid of order I was now permanently outside of. I could hear the first faint wail of sirens beginning to pierce the night, a distant alarm growing closer. A hand reached down from the rooftop and grabbed my arm, hauling me over the parapet. It was Lorca, his hatchet face impassive. Without a word, he began pulling up the ladder, coiling it with practiced efficiency. Annabelle was already moving towards the roof access door, her silhouette sharp against the sky. We have 5 minutes, maybe less, before they lock down the whole block, she said, her voice clipped. The shot was clean but loud. He's alive, I said, stating it as a fact. She glanced back at me. For now, it complicates things. He'll talk. He'll lie, I corrected, following her into the dark stairwell. He'll say I was a rogue agent, that you were my accomplice. He'll spin a story that makes him the victim. It doesn't matter what he says, she replied, taking the stairs 2 at a time. We have the ledger. That is the only truth that counts now. We emerged onto a different street, a block over from the circus. The van was there, idling. We piled in, and Lorca pulled away, merging smoothly with the sparse, late-night traffic. I pulled the ledger from inside my uniform and held it in my hands. It felt insignificant, just a book of paper and leather. But it contained the power to burn entire lives and topple hidden empires. We need to go to ground, I said. Somewhere they won't expect. Somewhere without cameras. I know a place, Annabelle said. An old network safe house. My people decommissioned it years ago. The service won't have it on any list. She directed Lorca through a series of turns, leading us away from the city's center and into the industrial wasteland that bordered the river. We stopped finally before a chain-link fence topped with rusting barbed wire. Behind it stood a derelict warehouse, its windows boarded, its walls scarred with graffiti. Lorca cut the engine. We go on foot from here, Annabelle said. We slipped through a gap in the fence and picked our way across a yard littered with broken concrete and weeds. She led us to a side door, its lock long since broken, and into the cavernous, echoing space of the warehouse. It smelled of dust, decay, and the faint metallic tang of the river. Moonlight streamed through holes in the corrugated iron roof, illuminating drifting motes of dust. In a small office at the back, relatively intact, Annabelle lit a single battery-powered lantern. Dot. The room was furnished with a stained mattress and a wooden crate. It was a place for the desperate. This is it, she said. Home. I placed the ledger on the crate and opened it. The pages were filled with Jackson's neat, precise handwriting. Dates, code names, bank routing numbers, and amounts. It was all there. The shadow economy of betrayal. We have it, I said, a strange emptiness settling in my chest. Now what? Do we leak it? Send it to the newspapers? And die in the ensuing chaos? Annabelle shook her head. No. Tim, this isn't for the public. This is for the architects, the people Jackson answers to. We use it to negotiate. She pointed to a series of entries near the back of the book. These are the payments from the holding company in Liechtenstein. The one that fronts for the committee. We send them a page. Just one. A sample. We tell them we have the rest. We offer a trade. Our lives and our freedom for their silence and the complete severance of all pursuit. It's a gamble, I said. They might just decide to erase us more thoroughly. They are pragmatists, not fanatics, she replied. A public scandal hurts them more than two ghosts walking free. They will negotiate. I looked at her in the dim lantern light. She had been prepared for this, for a war in the shadows. I had only been prepared for a game at a table. I was learning a new set of rules, written in blood and secrets. And Jackson? I asked. Annabelle's face was hard. He is a liability to them now. Wounded, compromised, and connected to a ledger that details their crimes. They will handle him. It will be another quiet end. I thought of him on his knees in the office, the shock in his eyes as his own plan unraveled. There was no satisfaction in it, only the cold certainty of a necessary outcome. I sat on the mattress, the exhaustion of the last 24 hours finally crashing down on me. The adrenaline was gone, leaving only a hollow fatigue. Annabelle sat beside me, her shoulder almost touching mine. We were silent for a long time, listening to the creak of the old building and the distant sound of a tugboat on the river. What happens after? I asked, my voice quiet in the darkness. If they agree. If we walk away. She looked at me, and for a fleeting moment, the hardness in her eyes softened. There is no after, Isaac. There is only different. We will have new names, new faces. We will always be watching the shadows. But we will be doing it together. That is the only deal I am interested in. She reached out, and her fingers found mine, lacing them together. Her hand was cool and steady. It was not a gesture of affection, but one of alliance, a pact forged in betrayal and sealed in blood. We were two ghosts now, bound to each other in the silence, waiting for the dawn and the next move in a game that would never truly end. The first light of dawn was a gray smear through the holes in the roof. Lorca had left, melting back into the city to monitor the fallout. We were alone with the ledger and the silence. Annabelle worked methodically, using the burnished phone to photograph a single damning page. It detailed a 7-figure payment from a numbered account to a shell corporation with ties to a sitting member of the House of Lords. This should get their attention, she said, her thumb hovering over the send button. There will be no going back after this. There hasn't been any going back since I walked out of the casino, I replied. Send it. She pressed the button. The message whooshed away into the ether, a digital ghost carrying our ultimatum. The waiting began. It was the worst part. Every creak of the warehouse, every distant siren, felt like a prelude to a violent end. We took turns sleeping in fitful shifts, the one awake holding Jackson's pistol. Its weight both a comfort and a condemnation. It was nearly evening when the phone finally vibrated, a single, sharp buzz on the crate. A new message. Annabelle read it, her face revealing nothing. They want to talk, she said. A meeting. Tonight. Tonight. It's a trap, I said immediately. Of course it is, she replied. The question is whether it's a trap they intend to spring, or just a test of our resolve. They've given coordinates. A private airfield on the outskirts of the city. They want to move us quickly if a deal is struck. Or dispose of us quickly if it isn't, I finished. We have to go, she said. It's the only move. But we go on our terms. Her terms involved a great deal of tradecraft. We would arrive early and secure the perimeter. We would have a fallback position and a failsafe. The ledger would not be with us. Lorca would hold it, with instructions to release it to 3 major news outlets if he did not receive a specific code from us every 6 hours. We were building our own deterrence, a dead man's switch for the digital age. By the time we approached the airfield, the night was clear and cold. The stars were sharp pinpricks in the sky, unobscured by the city's glow. We left the van a mile out and moved through a scrubby field, the wet grass soaking our trousers. The airfield was small, barely more than a single runway and a darkened hangar. A sleek, unmarked private jet stood on the tarmac, its stairs down. Inside the hangar, a single figure stood under a dim work light, flanked by 2 others who lingered in the shadows. The man under the light was elderly, impeccably dressed in a cashmere overcoat. I recognized him from confidential briefings. Sir Alistair Meade, a pillar of the establishment, a man whose name was synonymous with quiet, behind-the-scenes power. He was one of the architects. He watched us approach, his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was one of mild distaste, as if we were an unpleasant but necessary piece of business. "Miss Levinson," he said, his voice dry as dust. "Mr. Croft, you have caused a considerable amount of trouble. We're full of surprises," Annabelle said, her voice steady. "Your proposal is unorthodox," Meade continued, his eyes flicking to me. "Blackmail is a crude instrument. Survival is often crude," I said. He allowed a thin smile. "Indeed. We have reviewed your sample. The authenticity is not in doubt. Jackson was always too fastidious for his own good. His indisposition has been noted. He is no longer a factor." "So you agree to our terms?" Annabelle asked. "We agree that your continued existence is preferable to the alternative of public exposure," he said carefully. "You will be granted new identities. You will be relocated. You will never speak of this again. In return, the pursuit will cease, and the ledger in its entirety will be returned to us." "The ledger is our insurance," Annabelle said. "It doesn't get returned. It goes into a vault, with instructions for its release upon our deaths." "Any kind of death?" Meade's eyes narrowed slightly. "You ask for a great deal of trust. We have none to give," I said. "So we are forced to demand it." There was a long silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind across the tarmac. Meade was weighing the cost of 2 loose ends against the catastrophic cost of the ledger's release. He was a pragmatist, just as Annabelle had said. "Very well," he said finally. "The terms are accepted. The jet will take you to a secure location where your new documentation will be prepared." We stood our ground. "We need a moment," Annabelle said. Meade gave a curt, impatient nod and turned away, walking towards the jet, his mind already on the next geopolitical crisis. We moved to the edge of the hangar's light, looking out at the dark field. "This is it," she whispered. "We get on that plane, and Isaac Croft and Annabelle Levinson cease to exist." I looked at her, at the fierce, determined lines of her face, etched in the dim light. We were both ghosts, but we were solid to each other. The past was a burned bridge. The future was a blank page. "Then let's go," I said, taking her hand. Together we walked across the tarmac and climbed the stairs into the waiting jet. The door hissed shut behind us, sealing us in a world of soft leather and silent, efficient staff. As the engines began to whine, I looked out the window. The hangar, the field, the city, all of it was receding, becoming part of a story that was no longer ours. We were not fading away. We were becoming something else, something new. Carried into the night on a wing, and a secret. Our future written in the invisible ink of a truce made with monsters. The game was over. A new one was just beginning. The jet climbed steeply, pressing me back into the seat. The lights of the city contracted below, becoming a distant, glittering map of a life I had left behind. Annabelle sat beside me, her gaze fixed on the window, her profile unreadable. The two stewards moved with a quiet, impersonal efficiency, offering drinks we refused, and then retreating to the galley, giving us the illusion of privacy. We did not speak. There was too much to say and nothing at all. The hum of the engines was a constant, droning reminder of our passage into the unknown. I closed my eyes, but found no rest. Jackson's face, contorted in pain and fury, flashed behind my lids. The cold feel of the ledger against my skin, the sound of breaking glass. It was a reel of ghosts, and I was its sole surviving audience. After an hour, one of the stewards approached, holding a sleek tablet. He offered it to Annabelle. "Your preliminary documentation, ma'am, for your review." She took it, her fingers moving swiftly across the screen. She showed it to me. 2 names, 2 histories. They were bland, meticulously constructed, and utterly fictional. We were now Elias Thorne and Clara Webb. We had been mid-level financial analysts in Toronto, seeking a quieter life in New Zealand. The backgrounds were deep, with digital footprints and credit histories that would withstand all but the most hostile scrutiny. It was a masterpiece of forgery, a testament to the power of the people we had just blackmailed. "It's adequate," Annabelle said, her voice devoid of any emotion as she handed the tablet back. The steward gave a curt nod and retreated. I looked at Annabelle, this woman who was now my entire world. "Clara Webb," I said, testing the name. It felt like a costume I would never fill out. "It's a name," she said, turning to look at me. Her eyes were tired, but the fire of calculation was still there. "A tool, nothing more. Don't forget who you are underneath, Isaac. That's the only thing they can't take from us." "And who am I?" I asked, the question sounding more desperate than I intended. "You are the man who let go," she said simply. "Remember that. It's the only reason we're on this plane." The flight lasted through the night. We were given a meal we didn't eat and blankets we didn't use. We landed just as the sun was rising on a new landscape of rugged green hills and a gray, choppy sea. The air that washed into the cabin when the door opened was cold and clean, smelling of salt and earth. A car was waiting, a nondescript sedan. The driver was a silent, broad-shouldered man who stowed our 2 small bags, provided by our hosts and containing a minimal new wardrobe, in the trunk without a word. He drove us away from the small private airfield and into a countryside of winding roads and isolated farmhouses. Our new home was one of these, a small whitewashed cottage with a slate roof set at the end of a long gravel drive overlooking a windswept bay. It was furnished with a kind of anonymous comfort, a sofa, a wood-burning stove, a functional kitchen. There were no personal touches. It was a set for a play, and we were the actors who had just walked onto the stage. The driver left, the sound of his car fading into the distance until the only noise was the cry of gulls and the constant sigh of the wind. We stood in the living room, 2 strangers in a strange land. Annabelle walked to the window and looked out at the turbulent sea. "It's quiet," she said. "It is," I agreed. The silence stretched, thick and heavy with all that was unsaid and undone. We had won. We were safe. We were free. And the weight of it was terrifying. There was no mission now, no enemy to outwit, no immediate threat to evade. There was only the vast, empty expanse of the rest of our lives, stretching out before us like the endless gray ocean. We had escaped the game, but now we had to learn how to simply live. And I had no idea if we even remembered how. The first week was a study in silence. We moved around each other in the cottage like cautious planets, each in our own orbit of shock and adjustment. We learned the sounds of the house, The way the wind whistled through a crack in the bedroom window. The specific groan of the third step on the stairs. We took walks along the cliff path, the wind tearing at our clothes, never speaking, just watching the sea. It was a mutual, unspoken agreement to simply exist, to let the raw edges of our old lives slowly callous over. It was on the 8th day that the routine broke. I was in the small garden, pulling weeds from a neglected vegetable patch with a kind of frantic, pointless energy, when Annabelle came out and stood beside me. She held a small paper-wrapped parcel. "I had Lorca send something," she said. Her voice was quiet, but it cut through the constant wind. "A burn phone, untraceable, and a gun." I stopped digging, the trowel hovering in the dirt. "Do you think we need it?" "I think," she said, "that trusting them completely is how you end up dead. It's not for today. It's for the day we might need it." She placed the parcel on a moss-covered stone bench. It was a reminder that our peace was a transaction, not a gift. The monsters had signed the truce, but they were still monsters. That night, I built a fire in the stove while Annabelle cooked. It was a simple meal of pasta and tin sauce, but it was the first real meal we had shared at the small wooden table. The fire crackled, pushing back the damp chill, and for the first time, the cottage felt less like a safe house and more like a home. "Elias," she said, using the new name as if testing its strength. "What will you do?" I looked into the flames. The identity of Elias Thorne was a blank slate. He had no past, no connections, no debts. I don't know. Fish, maybe. Or work in a bookshop. Something simple. Something that doesn't involve ledgers or lies. A faint smile touched her lips. "I think I'd like to have a garden. A proper one. Not just this patch of weeds." It was the first time we had spoken of a future that wasn't about survival, but about living. It was fragile, a tentative sketch on a blank page. The next morning, I went into the small village. It was my first time alone in the new world. The air was sharp and clean. I bought groceries at a small shop. My new accent, carefully neutral. My movements unhurried. I saw a notice in the post office window for a boat needing crew for the local lobster season. I stood and looked at it for a long time. It was hard, physical work. It was real. On my way back, walking the lane toward the cottage, I saw a car. A dark sedan, parked a half-mile down the road. It was empty. It could have been anyone's, a tourist, a local. But the part of me that was still Isaac Croft, the man who had let go, felt a cold trickle of dread. I kept walking, not speeding up, not looking back. When I reached the cottage, Annabelle was at the window. She had seen it too. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. The parcel on the stone bench seemed to pulse with a quiet significance. Our peace was being monitored. The terms of the deal were being silently reinforced. That evening, as the light faded, I found her standing by the bench, the paper wrapping torn open. The phone and the gun were gone, presumably hidden somewhere inside. She was just looking out at the darkening sea, her arms crossed against the cold. "They're checking," I said, coming to stand beside her. "They are," she replied. "It's what they do. It doesn't change anything." But it did. It reminded us that the blank page of our future had invisible lines, rules written in the fine print of our truce. We were free, but we were not unsupervised. We were alive, but we were still ghosts, living in the quiet space between the world we left and the world we were allowed to have. The game was different, but it had never truly ended. It had just moved to a new, quieter board, with a cliff path and a view of the sea. Story 4. The world had stopped breathing. I know that sounds like a fancy turn of phrase, the kind a writer reaches for when he's had one too many. But I mean it literally. The great house, Blackwater Manor was holding its breath. The clocks in the West Wing had all frozen at 9:42 p.m., a fact I would only discover later, their hands stiff and accusatory in the dusty air. Outside, the rain had ceased its relentless whisper, and the wind had died, leaving the ancient oaks standing as silent, gnarled sentinels. Even the fire in the grand hearth seemed to have forgotten how to crackle, its flames reduced to a low blue-orange sigh. It was the quiet of a held secret, the profound stillness that follows a single, catastrophic event. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, a cold certainty that something had been torn from the fabric of the night, and the universe was pausing, just for a moment, to absorb the shock. Her name was Carolyn, and she was the reason we were all there. Marooned in this Gothic pile of stone on the wettest English weekend anyone could remember. She was the young heiress, the last of the Blackwater line, all sharp angles and sharper intelligence, with eyes the color of a winter sea. She had inherited everything, the manor, the failing fortunes, and the one thing that gave it all meaning, the moon of Bengal. The diamond was not merely a stone. It was a story cut into 100 glittering facets. It was said to have been the eye of a Hindu goddess, plucked from a temple idol by a desperate soldier in the chaotic aftermath of the siege of Serene. Legend whispered that it carried a curse, a threefold vengeance promised by the three silent guardians who had followed it across oceans and generations to protect it. They were here tonight, those three men, their presence as still and unsettling as the diamond's own glitter. The party was a strained affair, a collection of frayed velvet and forced laughter. The family orbited Carolyn like disparate moons, each with their own gravitational pull of resentment and need. There was Billy, the cousin, his charm as thin as the veneer on cheap furniture. He watched Carolyn with a hunger that was more than familial, his hands always restless, his smile never quite reaching his eyes. He needed money. Everyone knew that. His passions, whatever they were, had left him hollowed out and desperate. Then there were the others, aunts and uncles and hangers-on, their faces a gallery of muted greed and ancient grievances. And through it all, moving like a shadow in a well-tailored suit, was Eldon, the devoted servant. He had served the Blackwaters for 50 years, and he knew the house's every sigh and groan better than he knew the lines on his own face. His silence was a presence in itself, a vault of unspoken histories. I was not supposed to be a part of this drama. I was a hired pen, a biographer commissioned by Carolyn to chronicle the diamond's history, to separate the romantic chaff from the historical wheat. I was a spectator, a recorder. But when the thing itself vanishes, the chronicler becomes a witness, and then, inevitably, a suspect. It happened in the Long Gallery, a cavernous space lined with the gloomy portraits of Blackwater's past. Carolyn had decided, with a theatrical flair I now see was fatefully foolish, to display the diamond. It rested on a simple velvet cushion under a glass dome, a pool of captured moonlight in the dim room. It didn't sparkle so much as it glowed, emitting a cold internal fire that seemed to drink the light from the air around it. For a moment, the chatter died. We all just looked at it. It was hypnotic, that stone. It promised things. Power, beauty, oblivion. Then the lights went out. It wasn't a plunge into total blackness. The fire in the hearth still cast long, dancing shadows, and the emergency lights along the baseboards flickered on, creating a sickly yellow path through the room. There was a collective intake of breath, a woman's short, sharp cry, and the sound of shattering glass as someone dropped a champagne flute. It lasted maybe 30 seconds. Then, with a heavy thunk, the main lights surged back on, blinding us for a second. The glass dome was shattered. The velvet cushion was bare. The air did not return to the room. It was simply gone, stolen. In its place was a vacuum, a silence so complete it felt like a physical blow. Carolyn stood frozen, her hand outstretched as if she had been about to touch the case. Her face was a perfect pale mask of disbelief. Then her eyes met mine, and in their gray depths, I saw not just shock, but a flicker of something else, a dreadful knowing fear. That was when Connor arrived. He was not from the local constabulary. He was something else altogether, a professional detective hired by the family's London insurers. He moved with a methodical, economical grace that was at odds with the panicked disarray of the guests. He was a man of logic, of angles and facts, and his presence was a cold comfort. He surveyed the scene, his eyes missing nothing, cataloging everything. The broken glass, the position of the guests, the frozen expressions. He did not speak for a long time. He just absorbed the stillness, the violated quiet of the room. The investigation began as a slow, creeping tide. Connor did not storm through the house. He seeped into its cracks. He interviewed us one by one in the library, a room that smelled of old leather and older regrets. His questions were soft, precise, and surgical. Where were you when the lights went out? Who was standing near you? Did you see anything? Anything at all? The answers were a tapestry of contradictions and half-truths. Billy claimed he was by the fireplace, but I remembered seeing his silhouette near the French doors. One of the aunts swore she smelled a peculiar scent. Sandalwood and cloves, a moment before the blackout. The three foreign guardians, when questioned, were implacable. They stood together, a united front of silence, their dark eyes revealing nothing. They simply were. Their presence was their statement. I found myself drawn into the quiet spaces of the house, my role as biographer blurring into that of an amateur sleuth. I would linger in the long gallery after everyone had left, staring at the empty space where the diamond had been. The air still felt charged, thin, as if the theft had torn a hole in reality itself. I noticed things. A single, long, dark hair caught on a splinter of the broken display case. A faint, gritty residue on the floorboards near the window, like dried mud. The scent of sandalwood, faint but persistent, in a forgotten corner of the hall. Days bled into one another, each one grayer and more damp than the last. The tension within the family curdled into open suspicion. Accusations were whispered in the drawing room over lukewarm tea. Billy was the obvious candidate, his debts a matter of public record. But there were others. A dismissed groundskeeper with a grudge, a shady art dealer from London who had been making inquiries. The legends of the three guardians began to feel less like superstition and more like a plausible threat. Connor remained the pillar of rationality, dismissing the curse as a convenient smokescreen for human greed. Yet, even he seemed unsettled by the guardian's serene inscrutability. My most revealing conversations were not with Connor, but with Eldon. I found him one afternoon in the butler's pantry, meticulously polishing silver that did not need polishing. The rhythmic, circular motion of his cloth was a meditation. "The house knows," he said, his voice a low rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. He didn't look at me. "It has seen births and deaths, joys and betrayals. This theft is just another breath to it. A cold one, but a breath nonetheless." "Who do you think did it, Eldon?" I asked. His hand stilled for a moment. "Miss Carolyn. She is not like the others. She feels the weight of things, the history. That stone was a burden to her. A beautiful, terrible burden. Sometimes the greatest act of possession is to let a thing go." His words hung in the air, dense with implication. Was he suggesting Carolyn had orchestrated the theft of her own diamond? To be free of its curse? To collect the insurance? Or was he simply articulating the strange, symbiotic relationship she had with the object of so much desire? The breakthrough, if you could call it that, came from a confluence of these small, observed details. I was in my room, My notes spread out before me like the pieces of a shattered vase. The dark hair, the gritty mud, the scent of sandalwood, the frozen clocks. And then I remembered something else. A tiny, almost insignificant moment from the night of the theft. Just before the lights went out, I had seen one of the guardians, the tallest one, lift his hand to his face. I had thought he was merely stroking his chin in contemplation. But now, with the clarity of hindsight, I saw the gesture for what it was. He was covering his nose. I went to Connor with my theory. He listened, his expression unreadable, as I laid it out. The mud was from a specific type of clay found only near the old ice house, a place no one had any reason to visit. The sandalwood scent was a kind of incense the guardians were known to use in their private meditations. The frozen clocks were not a coincidence. A powerful electromagnetic pulse, the kind generated by a specialized device, could have caused a localized blackout and reset the delicate electrical clocks. The hair, we later confirmed, matched Carolyn's. It was not a solution. It was a deeper, darker maze. The clues pointed in every direction at once, implicating everyone and no one. They suggested a conspiracy of silence, a theft agreed upon and executed by multiple hands for reasons that remained stubbornly opaque. Was Carolyn in league with the Guardians to fulfill the Diamond's legend? Was Billy their unwitting pawn? Had Eldon, the loyal servant, finally decided to save his mistress from her inheritance by spiriting it away? Connor assembled everyone in the long gallery one final time. The empty velvet cushion still sat on the table, a monument to the void. He presented the facts, the physical evidence, the contradictory testimonies. He laid it all out with the cool precision of a pathologist performing an autopsy. But he could not name a killer. He could not produce the diamond. The mystery remained, a solid, impenetrable thing in the center of the room. The official investigation was closed, labeled as an unsolved theft. The family dispersed, the suspicions hardening into permanent fractures. Billy left under a cloud of unproven guilt. The three guardians vanished as silently as they had arrived. Carolyn inherited the insurance money and remained at Blackwater, a solitary figure in a house of echoes. Connor returned to London, his logic defeated by the illogical heart of the affair. I stayed on for a few more days, unable to leave the story unfinished. On my last morning, I went for a walk through the sodden grounds. The world had begun to breathe again. The rain had returned, and the clocks had been reset. But the stillness of that night had left its mark on everything. I found myself down by the old ice house, its stone entrance half hidden by ivy. I pushed the rusted gate open and stepped inside. The air was frigid and smelled of damp earth and decay. And there, in the center of the dirt floor, partially obscured by a fallen timber, was a single perfect footprint. It was small, delicate, made by a woman's shoe, and nestled in the heel of the impression, catching a sliver of the weak morning light that filtered through the broken roof, was a tiny, glittering shard of glass. It was no larger than a teardrop, but its facets were unmistakable. It was a piece of the moon of Bengal's display case. But that was not what held my breath. Next to the footprint, pressed into the soft clay, was another mark. It was a symbol, carefully drawn, a complex interlocking of 3 triangles within a circle. It was the same symbol I had seen discreetly tattooed on the wrist of the tallest guardian. It was not a clue that pointed to a thief. It was a signature, a promise. I left the shard of glass where it lay. I turned and walked out of the ice house, back into the rain, the enigmatic symbol burning in my mind. The diamond was gone. The case was unsolved, but the story was not over. It was simply waiting, its true meaning hidden in that single silent image, a rune of vengeance and guardianship pressed into the cold, dark earth, a secret the house would keep until it was ready to breathe its next and final truth. I did not tell a soul. Not Carolyn with her winter sea eyes, not the pragmatic Connor, certainly not the police who had already packed up their notebooks and declared the matter beyond them. The symbol in the earth was a word spoken in a language I did not understand, and to translate it prematurely would be to destroy its meaning. I became a keeper of two secrets: the location of the glass shard and the existence of the mark. I carried them with me as I left Blackwater Manor, the weight of them a cold companion in my pocket. Life, of a sort, resumed. I returned to London, to my small flat overlooking a perpetually damp courtyard. I tried to write the biography of the diamond as commissioned, but the words were ash. How could I chronicle a legend when I had witnessed its violent, ambiguous end? The publisher grew impatient. My agent sent worried emails. I ignored them. I was consumed not by the story of the diamond's past, but by the silence of its present. I began to research. The symbol became my obsession. I spent days in the reading rooms of museums and libraries, scouring texts on Eastern religious iconography, tantric art, and secret societies. I found nothing. The three triangles within a circle was a ghost, a configuration that echoed known motifs but matched none precisely. It was a key for which there was no lock, a message with no codex. Weeks turned into a month. Then, a break, though not the one I expected. A plain, manila envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single glossy photograph. It showed the moon of Bengal, not resting on velvet, but held in a bare, dark-skinned hand. The background was indistinct, a blur of rich fabric. There was no note, no demand. Just the proof that the stone existed, that it was safe, and that it was in the possession of someone who wanted me to know. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was not a taunt. It was a confirmation. I was still a part of the narrative. The chronicler had been promoted. But to what? I took the photograph to the only person I thought might understand its context, a professor emeritus of South Asian studies I had consulted during my initial research. Dr. Sharma was a small, bird-like man with eyes that missed nothing. He held the photograph under a bright lamp, his expression unreadable. "This is it?" he asked, his voice soft. "The moon of Bengal. You recognize the setting? The hand?" He shook his head slowly. "The hand, no. But the stone. The legend you recounted to me, it was incomplete. The soldier who stole it from the idol did not act alone. He was a desperate man, but not a foolish one. He knew the guardians would come. So he made a bargain. He would return the stone, not to the temple, which was looted and destroyed, but to the lineage of its protectors." I stared at him, the pieces of the impossible puzzle beginning to shift and realign. The last of the bloodline. Carolyn. "Precisely," Dr. Sharma said. "The curse was never a curse of misfortune. It was a curse of obligation, a debt of honor. The threefold vengeance was not for those who possessed the stone, but for those who tried to prevent its eventual return. The guardians were not its punishers. They were its escorts home. In Donan, Narishim." The world tilted, Carolyn's knowing fear, Eldon's cryptic words about the burden of possession, the guardian covering his nose, not to block a scent, but perhaps as a ritual gesture, a sign of respect before a sacred act. The theft was not a theft at all. It was a reclamation, a long-delayed homecoming. But the footprint, the woman's footprint in the ice house. I thanked Dr. Sharma and left, my mind reeling. I walked the crowded London streets without seeing them. If the guardians had taken the diamond as was their right, why the elaborate ruse? Why the blackout, the shattered case? Why involve me? The answer came to me with the force of a physical blow. They hadn't involved me. They had involved Carolyn. She knew. She had always known. The party, The display, it was all a stage. She had provided the distraction, the opportunity. The footprint was hers. She had gone to the ice house, the prearranged drop point, to witness the fulfillment of the bargain her ancestor had made centuries ago. She had let it go, just as Eldon had said. I understood then the true meaning of the symbol pressed into the earth. It was not a signature of vengeance. It was a receipt, a mark of transaction completed, a thank you, written in a language only the initiated could understand. I never wrote the biography. I sent the publisher a letter of apology and returned my advance. The photograph of the diamond I burned, watching the glossy paper curl and blacken in my fireplace. The story of the Moon of Bengal was over, its final chapter written not in ink, but in mud and silence, and an act of relinquishment. Sometimes late at night I think of Carolyn, alone in that great breathing house, freed from her beautiful, terrible burden. And I think of the diamond, no longer a prize, but a secret traveling under the protection of silent men on its long, slow journey back to the earth. The world had stopped breathing for a moment, and in that pause, an ancient wrong had been set right. And I, the chronicler, was left with the only truth that mattered. Some stories are not meant to be told. They are meant to be endured and then, quietly, released. The rain on my London window seemed to carry the echo of Blackwater's damp silence for months afterward. I tried to immerse myself in other projects, other stories, but my heart wasn't in it. I had become a vessel for a secret history, and it left no room for lesser tales. The world felt thinner, less substantial, as if the real things were happening just out of sight, in the spaces between breaths. A year almost to the day after I left the manor, a small, heavy package arrived. It was wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with a simple string. There was no postmark, no address. It had simply been left at my door. Inside, nestled in a bed of raw, undyed wool, was a river stone, smooth and dark and ordinary in every way but one. Carved into its surface was the same symbol I had found in the ice house, the 3 triangles within a circle. I held the cool, heavy stone in my palm. It was not a message. It was an invitation to an understanding that required no words. It was a thank you and a goodbye. They knew I had kept their secret. They knew I had understood the true shape of their duty. I never saw or heard from any of them again. I placed the river stone on my desk, a paperweight for the empty pages of my abandoned biography. It was a reminder that some truths are not captured in words, but in acts of silence and return. The Moon of Bengal was gone, but its absence had become a different kind of presence in my life. A quiet lesson in the gravity of history, and the peace that can only be found in letting go. The story was, and always would be, complete. My own life began to mirror that quiet release. I stopped trying to write the grand biographies of objects and people, their lives already choked with documented facts. Instead, I found myself drawn to smaller, quieter histories. The story of a single lane in London that had kept its cobblestones. The tale of a family-owned bookshop surviving against all odds. These were stories with gentle endings, or no endings at all, just a continuous, humble persistence. The river stone on my desk was my touchstone, my reminder that the most powerful narratives are often the ones that recede into the world, untold. I thought of Carolyn often. I never contacted her, sensing that any communication would be a violation of the silent pact we had all entered. But 2 years after my departure from Blackwater, I saw a brief notice in a society paper. It mentioned that Carolyn Blackwater had sold the manor and its entire estate to a charitable trust, one dedicated to the preservation of historical buildings. The article quoted her as saying she was following a long-held desire for a simpler life. There was a small, grainy photograph of her leaving the courthouse after the signing. She was wearing a plain coat and she was smiling. It was not the enigmatic, sorrowful smile I remembered, but a genuine, unburdened expression. She looked like a woman who had finally exhaled after a lifetime of holding her breath. The money from the sale, I later learned through a circuitous route, was anonymously donated in its entirety to various cultural and educational foundations in India. The cycle was complete. The wealth, born from theft, was now returning to the land from which it had been taken, purified by its journey. As for the diamond itself, I sometimes allow myself to imagine its journey, not as a glittering treasure in a velvet bag, but as a simple stone, wrapped in plain cloth, carried in the pocket of a silent man walking a dirt path in the foothills of the Himalayas. I imagine it being placed not in a new temple, but in a hidden, sacred cave, or perhaps lowered into a deep, clean river, returned to the elements. Its curse was never its malevolence, but its beauty, its ability to make men covet. Stripped of that context, it would become just a mineral again, its light extinguished, its long debt paid. The mystery of the moon of Bengal never became a public sensation. It faded into the annals of unsolved crimes, a curious footnote for true crime enthusiasts. Occasionally, a journalist or an ambitious writer would contact me, having heard I was the last biographer on the scene. I would politely decline to speak with them, citing client confidentiality and a lack of anything substantive to add. They would leave frustrated, convinced I was guarding a sensational secret. They were right, of course, but not in the way they thought. The secret was not one of greed or violence, but of grace. I am an old man now. The rain on my window is the same rain that fell on Blackwater Manor, that falls everywhere, connecting all things. The river stone still sits on my desk, its symbol worn smooth by time and the occasional touch of my hand. I have never felt the need to explain its presence to anyone. It is my private monument to a story that chose me, trusted me with its silent, perfect ending, and then set me free. And in the quiet of my study, with the soft London light fading, I know that the house, the diamond, and the guardians are all at peace. And so, finally, am I. The final piece I found was a quiet, sturdy thing, built not on answers, but on the acceptance of a beautiful, unresolved chord. My work shifted entirely. I became a documentarian of silence, of the histories that are felt in the grain of a wooden floorboard, or in the particular way dust motes dance in a sunbeam through a forgotten attic window. I was content. Then, this morning, a letter arrived. The handwriting was elegant, precise, and unfamiliar. The postmark was from a small village in the Scottish Highlands. Inside, on a single sheet of heavy cream-colored paper, was a short message. It read, "The river finds the sea. The debt is dissolved. Thank you for being a worthy witness." It was unsigned. I read it once, then again, my breath catching in a way it hadn't in decades. I looked from the letter to the river stone on my desk. The symbol seemed to pulse with a soft internal light, though it was only the morning sun hitting it at a new angle. They had not forgotten. They had known, all this time, that their story was safe with me. And this was their final bulletin from the world of hidden things. I felt no urge to find the village, to trace the postmark, to seek a final, concrete confirmation. That would have been a betrayal of everything I had learned. Instead, I folded the letter and placed it in the small, locked box, where I kept the few tangible remnants of my life at Blackwater Manor. A dried leaf from the grounds, a single page of my abandoned notes. I added the letter to the collection, a final piece of the puzzle that confirmed the picture without needing to be displayed. Later, I took my afternoon walk through the park. The city was as loud and vibrant as ever, but today the noise felt like a surface layer, over a deep, immense quiet. I found my usual bench and sat, watching the children play and the couple stroll. A young woman sat down next to me, a sketchbook in her lap. She was drawing the old oak tree across the path, her hand moving with a focused grace. She reminded me of Carolyn, not in her features, but in the quiet intensity of her concentration, the way she was fully present in her act of creation. She caught me looking and smiled, a quick, unburdened gesture. "It's a magnificent tree, isn't it?" she said. "It feels like it holds so many stories." I nodded, a genuine smile touching my own lips. "It does," I agreed. "And the best ones it keeps to itself." Now, then she looked at me for a moment, her head slightly tilted, as if considering my words. Then she turned back to her sketchbook, her pencil once again beginning its soft, whispering dance across the paper. I closed my eyes, feeling the sun on my face, listening to the distant laughter and the rustle of leaves. The story was not just complete. It was, and always had been, a part of a larger, endless story, one of release and return. And I had been granted the privilege of witnessing a single perfect paragraph. That was more than enough. It was everything. The light began to fade, casting long, soft shadows across the path. The young artist packed her things and left with a nod, her sketch a new secret for the world to keep. I remained on the bench as the park emptied, the evening air cool against my skin. The letter had not reopened an old wound, but rather had applied a final, gentle balm. The confirmation I never knew I needed had arrived, and with it, a sense of closure so profound it felt like a new beginning. A week later, a second, smaller envelope arrived. This one contained no letter, only a pressed flower, a delicate, bell-shaped bloom of a deep, vibrant blue I had never seen before. It was utterly dry and fragile, yet its color was undimmed. I knew, without knowing how, that it was a species native to a very specific, very remote part of the world. It was not a message, but an echo, a piece of the landscape where the diamond had finally come to rest, sent to me as one might send a postcard from a distant shore. I did not press it in a book or frame it. I held it in my palm for a long moment, then I walked to my window, opened it, and let the evening breeze take it. The blue petals scattered like dust, vanishing into the twilight. It was not my story to keep. It was theirs to give, and mine to release. I never received another sign. The river stone remained, the letter in its box, the memory of the flower a soft blur of color in my mind. They were enough. My own story continued, quieter now, more observant. I had become a custodian of endings, a connoisseur of silence. And in that silence I found a music more complex and satisfying than any story I could ever hope to write. The moon of Bengal was gone, but the peace it left in its wake was a tangible, lasting thing, a quiet light that never quite faded. The seasons turned, and I with them. My work, my quiet documentation of the unseen, became my own form of guardianship. I was not protecting a physical object, but the very idea that some truths are too vast, too delicate for public consumption. The river stone on my desk was my only co-conspirator. Its silent presence, a constant reminder of the world that existed parallel to our own, a world of honor and ancient pacts. One afternoon, I was in a second-hand bookshop, searching for nothing in particular, my fingers trailing over cracked spines and faded titles. I pulled out a thick, leather-bound volume on the geology of the British Isles. As I opened it, a small yellowed slip of paper fluttered to the floor. I bent to retrieve it, thinking it a forgotten bookmark. It was a sketch, drawn in fine, precise ink lines. It depicted the symbol, the 3 triangles within the circle. But below it, in a handwriting I did not recognize, was a single word: remember. My heart did not hammer as it once had. There was no surge of panic or confusion. Instead, a deep, settled calm washed over me. This was not a new message for me. It was an old one, left for someone else, perhaps decades ago. and I had simply been the one to find it. It was a thread from a different part of the tapestry, a reminder that the story I had witnessed was not an isolated incident, but part of a continuous, unbroken line of guardians and witnesses stretching back through time. I carefully slipped the sketch back between the pages and returned the book to its shelf. I did not need to possess it. The message was received. I left the shop, the bell on the door tinkling behind me, and stepped out into the bustling street. The air smelled of rain and exhaust, and the warm, yeasty scent from a nearby bakery. Life, in all its noisy, messy glory, continued. And I was part of it, not as a chronicler of its loudest events, but as a quiet keeper of its deepest, most necessary silences. The story was over, and yet it was also endless, and I was at peace within its boundless, quiet rhythm. The bakery scent followed me for a block, a warm anchor in the cool afternoon. I realized then that the sketch in the book was not an accident, but a part of the same pattern. It was a testament to the network, the quiet, patient system that had operated for centuries, ensuring that the knowledge was never lost, only hidden, passed from one worthy witness to the next. My role had not been a singular anomaly, but a link in a chain. The thought was humbling and deeply comforting. I continued my walk, my steps lighter than they had been in years. The city was no longer a place that hid a secret from me, but a place that was woven through with them, a fabric of countless untold stories. My own small part was complete, but the work itself was eternal. I was not its author nor its hero, but I had been for a brief moment its scribe. And in the end, I had learned that the most important duty of a scribe is sometimes to lay down the pen and simply let the story be. The memory of the moon of Bengal now felt like a smooth, worn stone in the riverbed of my own life, its edges softened by time, its presence a quiet, enduring part of the landscape. I found myself standing before the bakery window, watching the loaves being pulled from the oven. They were perfect, simple, nourishing things. I went inside and bought one, the warmth of comfort in my hands. I walked home without haste. The bread sent a small personal ceremony of my own. That evening, I did not work. I sat in my chair by the fire, the river stone a solid, cool weight in my palm. I thought of the long line of those who had come before me, the silent men and women who had carried their burdens without a claim. I thought of Carolyn, her smile in that grainy photograph. I thought of the artist in the park, and the unknown person who had drawn the symbol in the geology book. We were all connected, not by a shared secret, but by a shared understanding that some things are meant to be felt, not explained. The fire crackled, and the room was filled with a deep orange glow. I realized I was no longer a keeper of a single secret, but a participant in a larger, quieter truth. The world was full of such truths, waiting in the spaces between words, in the patience of stone, in the act of breaking bread. I closed my eyes, not to sleep, but to listen. And in the silence, I heard it, the soft, endless murmur of stories returning to the earth, of debts being dissolved, of a peace that passes all understanding. And it was enough. The bread was still warm when I broke it. The simple, tearing sound was a kind of punctuation in the quiet room. I ate slowly, savoring each plain mouthful, and it felt like a sacrament. This was the substance of life, the unadorned truth that remained after all the drama and mystery had faded. It was all that was ever required. Years drifted by with the gentle inevitability of falling leaves. My walks grew shorter, my focus turned more inward. The city changed around me, buildings rising and falling, but the essential silence at the core of things remained constant. I had become a familiar, solitary figure in the park, the old man on the bench who smiled at children and nodded to passing strangers. One spring morning, I felt a peculiar lightness. I picked up the river stone from my desk. Its weight, which had once felt like the weight of the secret itself, now felt insubstantial, as if it were slowly turning to air. I carried it with me to the park. The sun was bright, the air crisp. I went to my usual bench, but instead of sitting, I walked to the edge of the pond where the children sailed their boats. I stood there for a long time, the stone growing warm in my hand. Then, with a motion that felt both entirely my own and guided by a force much older, I drew back my arm and threw the stone. It sailed in a high, clean arc, a dark speck against the blue sky, and plunged into the center of the pond. The splash was small, a momentary disturbance, and then the water smoothed over as if it had never been. There was no ceremony, no final profound thought. There was just the water, the sky, and the absence of a weight in my hand. I had not discarded the memory. I had simply returned the token. Its work with me was done. I turned and walked back home, my steps slow but steady. The story was not in the stone anymore. It was in me. And soon it would be nowhere at all, which was exactly as it should be. The final release was not an end, but a seamless merging. I was part of the silence now, and the silence was complete. The days that followed were not empty, but full of a new and different quiet. The space on my desk where the stone had been was not a void, but a clean slate. I found I could look at it without a trace of longing or regret. I had not lost a touchstone. I had integrated its lessons so completely that I no longer needed the physical object. The act of release was the final step in my understanding. I began for the first time in many years to write for myself. Not biographies or documented histories, but small, impressionistic pieces about the light on a wet pavement, the sound of a particular bird at dawn, the way the old bookshop smelled after a rain. They were exercises in attention, love letters to the mundane. I had no intention of publishing them. They were my own private record of a world that continued to offer its quiet gifts to anyone who knew how to look. One evening, as I was arranging these pages in a simple binder, my hand brushed against the small, locked box on the shelf. I had not opened it since placing the letter inside. On an impulse, I took the key from its hiding place and turned the lock. The dried leaf crumbled at my touch, a fine brown dust. The page of my old notes seemed to be written in a language I no longer spoke. And the letter, the cream-colored paper, felt thin and insubstantial. I read the words once more. The river finds the sea. The debt is dissolved. They were true, but they were no longer a message for me. They were a historical fact, like a date in a chronicle. I closed the box and carried it to the fireplace. I did not light a dramatic blaze. I simply placed the entire box, its contents and all, onto the grate and lit a single match. The papers curled and blackened, the flames a soft orange whisper in the dim room. There was no fanfare, only the quiet consumption of the past by the present. The physical remnants were gone, and with them the last tether to that chapter of my life. I am very old now. The world has softened at its edges, sounds are muted, and light seems to diffuse more gently. I do not think of Blackwater Manor or the Moon of Bengal with any frequency. They are like stories I read about someone else long ago. My peace is a settled thing, deep and unshakable. This morning the sun is particularly bright. I can feel its warmth through the window glass. I believe I will go to the park today. I will sit on my bench and feel the sun on my face. And I will watch the children and the birds and the endless, gentle flow of life. I will be just another old man, anonymous and content, a part of the scenery. There is no greater freedom than this. To be a part of the whole, without the need to document, to explain, or to keep. The story is over. It has been over for a long time. And I'm simply here, breathing in out, a quiet note in the immense and beautiful silence. The path to the park was familiar, each crack in the pavement a remembered friend. I settled on the bench, the wood warm from the sun. A group of sparrows quarreled over a crust of bread, their movements quick and vital. I watched them, and for a moment I was not an old man separate from the scene, but a part of it. The bench, the birds, the dappled light through the leaves. The boundary between myself and the world had grown thin, almost transparent. A little boy, no more than 5, toddled away from his mother and stopped in front of me. He looked up, his eyes wide and unblinking. He held out a small, grubby hand. In his palm was an ordinary gray pebble, still damp from the grass. He didn't say a word, just offered it to me with a solemnity that belied his years. I smiled and reached out, taking the pebble. It was cool and smooth. "Thank you," I said, my voice a soft rasp. His mother rushed over, flustered. "Jamie, don't bother the gentleman." "He's no bother," I said, handing the pebble back to the boy. He closed his fist around it and smiled, a gap-toothed, radiant thing before running back to the swings. I leaned back, the sun soaking into my bones. The boy had not given me a symbol or a message. He had simply given me a stone, and I had given it back. The simplicity of the exchange was its own perfect poetry. There were no more secrets to keep, only moments to share. The silence within me was no longer something I guarded, but something I offered freely. A quiet space in a noisy world. I closed my eyes, the light a red glow through my eyelids, and felt the universe breathing in a slow, steady rhythm. I breathed with it, one last, seamless part of the whole. The rhythm was all that remained, a gentle tide in a vast, calm ocean. I felt the warmth of the sun begin to fade from my skin as a soft cloud passed overhead. The shouts of the children seemed to grow more distant, not because they were moving away, but because I was. There was no fear, only a gradual softening of the edges of my being, a gentle unraveling into the air. The last thing I was aware of was not a thought, but a sensation. The profound, unshakable certainty that the story was continuing without me, as it always had, and that this was the final, graceful punctuation to my own small paragraph. The silence deepened, not into nothingness, but into everything. It was a welcome, and I was home. The bench felt different when I next opened my eyes, or perhaps it was I who was different. The world had a new clarity, as if a lens had been wiped clean. The mother and her son were gone. The park was quieter now, settling into the late afternoon. I stood up, my joints complaining only a little, and began the walk home. The pebble the boy had offered me was gone, but its impression remained, a cool, smooth memory in the palm of my hand. It was not a weight, but a reminder of the simple, cyclical nature of things. That night, I slept more deeply than I had in decades. I dreamed not of symbols or secrets, but of wide, open landscapes under a vast, starry sky. There were no figures in the dream, no voices, only the feeling of immense space and a profound, welcoming peace. When I woke, the first light of dawn was coloring the sky, and the dream's tranquility lingered. A cloak wrapped around my shoulders. I made my tea and sat by the window, watching the city awaken. A new thought occurred to me, not as a revelation, but as a quiet acknowledgement. My own private writings, the small observations I had been compiling, they did not need to be locked away. They were not a secret to be kept, but a perspective to be offered. They were, in their own way, a form of guardianship too. A guardianship of the ordinary, the overlooked, the quietly beautiful. I spent the morning arranging the pages, not in a binder, but in a simple, sturdy envelope. I did not address it to anyone. I simply wrote on the front, in my clearest handwriting, "For whoever finds this." I did not sign it. The words inside were not mine anymore. They belonged to the reader who would one day discover them. Later, I walked to the old bookshop. The bell tinkled its familiar greeting. The proprietor, a younger man now than the one I first knew, nodded from behind the counter. I browsed for a while, my fingers trailing over the familiar spines. Then, in the quietest corner, the section on local flora, I slipped the envelope between the pages of a thick, neglected field guide. I pushed it deep until it was hidden from casual view. It would be found, or it would not. It was no longer my concern. I left the shop and stood on the pavement, breathing in the city air. My task was done, not with a grand gesture, but with a small, anonymous act of passing something on. A story for a story. A quiet offering for the next quiet soul who needed it. I turned towards home, the sun warm on my back, feeling lighter than I had in my entire life. The story was complete, and I was free. The freedom was not a wild, exhilarating thing, but a deep and settled calm, like a forest pool after the ripples have faded. I lived in that calm for what felt like both a moment and an eternity. My days were simple, measured in cups of tea, the turning of pages in any book I chose, and the slow, grateful breaths of a man who has finished his work. I began to notice the keepers everywhere, not of grand, cosmic secrets, but of small, essential truths. The woman at the greengrocer who always saved the most perfect apple for the shy little girl. The bus driver who waited an extra moment for the old man hobbling with his cane. They were all part of the same quiet network, tending to the fragile, beautiful things that held the world together. I was one of them, and they were all me. One afternoon, as I was tidying the shelf, a small flat case I had long forgotten fell from behind a stack of papers. It was my old fountain pen, a gift from a lifetime ago, before the river stone, before the moon of Bengal. I had stopped using it when I stopped writing for others, finding its flow too formal for my private jottings. I opened the case. The pen lay there, sleek and dormant. On a whim, I filled it with ink from a dusty bottle. The nib glided across a scrap of paper, smooth and sure. It felt like shaking hands with an old friend. I did not start a new journal. Instead, I began to write letters, not to anyone in particular, and certainly not to be sent. They were letters to the world, to the quiet keepers, to the boy who had given me the pebble. I wrote of the comfort of rain on a rooftop and the courage of the first crocus in spring. I wrote of the dignity in growing old and the profound wisdom in knowing when a story is done. I wrote with the pen until the ink was gone, and then I put the pen away again, its final duty fulfilled. The last letter I wrote was a single sentence. It is all here, and it is enough. I folded the paper and placed it in my pocket. On my next walk to the park, I did not sit on the bench. I walked to the great oak tree at its center, its bark gnarled and wise. I found a small dry crevice and tucked the folded paper inside. The wind would eventually find it. The rain would dissolve it, or a curious bird might use it for its nest. The outcome did not matter. The offering was the point. As I walked away, I felt a final, gentle release, like a leaf letting go of its branch. There was no more to do, no more to say. My part was played. The silence I had cultivated was now the very air I breathed, and it was sweet. I looked up at the sky, a clear, endless blue, and I understood that I was not just in the world, I was of it. And that was the greatest secret of all. The understanding settled into my bones, as permanent and comforting as the sunlight. I no longer walked the park as a former keeper, but as a simple citizen of its quiet kingdom. The children's laughter was the only scripture I needed, the rustle of leaves the only philosophy. My own history felt less like a linear story and more like a flavor that had been stirred into a vast, simmering pot, enriching the whole without any need to be identified. One Tuesday, the mail brought a plain, cream-colored envelope. There was no return address, only my name typed on the front. Inside was a single, pressed flower, a type I did not recognize, its purple petals delicate and perfectly preserved. There was no note. I held it in my hand, feeling its papery texture, and I smiled. It was not a summons, nor a test. It was a greeting, a signal from one quiet keeper to another, an acknowledgement that the network was alive and well, and that I was still considered a part of it, even in my retirement. I placed the flower between the pages of the field guide where I had left my own writings, a new layer added to the silent conversation. Seasons turned. My steps grew slower. My need for the outside world diminished. I was content in my armchair, watching the play of light on the wall, listening to the house settle around me. The memories were all there, but they had lost their sharpness, blending into a single warm narrative of a life lived with just enough purpose. The last thing I saw clearly was the dust motes dancing in a beam of sunlight by the window. They swirled in a complex, beautiful pattern, a silent dance of energy and matter. I watched them, mesmerized, and saw in their random, graceful paths the same truth I had spent a lifetime learning. There is no chaos, only patterns too large for us to see in full. There is no end, only the constant, gentle rearrangement of things. The dance of the dust was the same as the dance of the stars, and I was a part of it. The light began to fade from the room, or perhaps from my eyes, but the pattern remained, etched into my being. And then there was only the pattern, and I was no longer separate from it, but woven into its endless, beautiful design. Story 5. The silence in the library was a physical presence, a thick, velvety weight that had settled into the pores of the leather-bound books and the deep grain of the mahogany desk. It was not peaceful quiet, the kind that follows a long day, but a distorted, unnatural stillness, as if the room itself was holding its breath, waiting for an echo that refused to come. It was the silence that follows a scream or a theft. I stood within it, my own breathing the only sound, a traitorous whisper in the oppressive hush. My name is Eric, and I have served the Ashworth family for 40 years. I know the sounds of this house, its creaks and sighs, and this new silence was a wound in its familiar music. It began, as all great tragedies do, with an object of impossible beauty. The siren's tear, a diamond the size of a quail's egg, not cut with facets, but polished into a perfect milky teardrop. An Eastern legend clung to it, a story of a goddess who wept a single tear for a mortal lover, the droplet turning to stone as it touched the earth. It was said to bring a terrible clarity to its owner, revealing not the future, but the hidden, ugly truths of the human heart. Clarissa, the young heiress, wore it that night on a simple platinum chain against her throat, a cold, luminous star against her pale skin. She was the last of the direct Ashworth line, a girl of 22 with eyes too old for her face, and the diamond seemed to drink the light from the room and pulse with a cold fire of its own. The party was Clarissa's idea, a final lavish gathering before she decided the diamond's future, locked away in a museum or sold to some private collector in a distant land. The great hall of Blackwater Manor was a cacophony of polished silver and clinking crystal, the air thick with the scent of gardenias and expensive perfume. I moved through the throng, a ghost in a black suit, replenishing glasses and observing the players in our little drama. Leonard, her cousin, watched Clarissa with a hunger that was more than familial, his eyes lingering on the gem at her throat. His passions were always his weakness, a fire that had burned through his own inheritance and now licked at the edges of Clarissa's. The other family members orbited her, aunts and uncles and distant connections, their smiles tight, their laughter a little too sharp. Their motives were a tangled knot of genteel desperation and quiet greed. And then there were the three guardians. They arrived unannounced, 3 men in dark, impeccably tailored suits, their faces impassive masks. They were from the part of the world where the diamond's legend was born, sent they said, by a cultural foundation to ensure the tier's safety. They did not mingle. They stood near the French doors, a trinity of stillness, their eyes missing nothing. They were symbols of the legend, of a vengeance deferred for centuries, and their presence cast a long, cold shadow over the festivities. The theft was discovered an hour past midnight. A sudden plunge of the lights, a collective gasp that was swallowed by the darkness. And when the chandelier blazed back to life, Clarissa stood alone in the center of the room, a hand at her bare throat, her face a perfect, bloodless oval of shock. The chain was there, unbroken, but the siren's tear was gone. The distorted silence descended once more, deeper and more profound than before, broken only by Clarissa's soft, incredulous whisper. It's gone. The rational world arrived in the form of Detective Ernesto. He was a man built from straight lines and sharp angles, his mind a filing cabinet of facts and probabilities. He did not believe in legends. He believed in opportunity and motive. He gathered us in the library, the very room where I now stood contemplating the aftermath, and his methodical presence was a splash of cold water on our feverish anxieties. He took statements with a calm, impersonal efficiency, his pen scratching against his notepad, a counterpoint to the frantic, overlapping voices of the family. Leonard was the obvious suspect. His debts were a matter of public record, his desire for the diamond a poorly kept secret. He had been seen arguing with Clarissa earlier in the evening, his voice a low, furious hiss near the grand staircase. He had no alibi for the moment the lights went out. He claimed he was in the billiard room, alone, nursing a wounded pride and a glass of brandy. The case for a man like Ernesto seemed simple. A crime of passion and desperation. But the house whispered other truths to me. I had found, near the terrace doors, a single crushed petal from a gardenia, its waxy white surface bruised and already browning. The flower arrangements were all roses and lilies, no gardenias, and the scent that clung to the three guardians was not perfume, but something else, something dry and ancient, like sandalwood and desert air. I said nothing to Ernesto. His logic was a net meant for large fish, and I feared these currents ran deeper, into waters he would not acknowledge. The investigation unfolded like a slow poison. Ernesto, with his rational mind, focused on Leonard. He uncovered a recent, sizable transfer into Leonard's account from an untraceable source. A payment for services to be rendered. The evidence was circumstantial, but it was piling up, a neat stack of bricks building a wall around the cousin. The family, relieved to have a culprit from within their own ranks, began to close ranks around the idea of his guilt. The tension was a wire-stretched taut, humming with unspoken accusations and a collective desire for closure. But I was haunted by the silence and by the guardians. They remained at the manor, their presence a silent protest against Ernesto's conclusion. They did not speak of the diamond's monetary value. They spoke of its soul, of its journey home. Their leader, a man with eyes the color of obsidian, once told me, "Some truths are not meant to be owned, Mr. Eric. They are meant to be released." His voice was like stones grinding at the bottom of a deep river. It was a week after the theft, in the deep of night, when I saw her. Clarissa, a pale ghost in a white dressing gown, moving down the main staircase. She was not sleepwalking. Her movements were deliberate, precise. I followed, a shadow in her wake, my footsteps swallowed by the Persian runners. She did not go to the safe, or to any of the hiding places one might expect. She went to the old conservatory, a glass-walled room filled with the lush, decaying grandeur of orchids and ferns. The air was humid, thick with the smell of damp earth and blooming nightshade. I watched from the doorway, hidden by a large fiddle-leaf fig. She knelt beside a potted lemon tree, her fingers digging into the soft black soil. She did not look like a grieving heiress. She looked like a priestess performing a ritual. And then she pulled it forth. The siren's tear. It was caked in dirt, but it still caught the sliver of moonlight filtering through the glass roof, winking with a malevolent light. She did not cradle it like a treasure. She held it like a burden, her hand trembling. She spoke then, her voice a low murmur to the empty room. I couldn't let them have you. Not him. Not any of them. She was talking about Leonard, about the family, about the museum curators and the collectors. She had stolen her own diamond. She had staged the theft to free herself from its weight, from the expectations it carried, from the curse of the clarity it promised. The argument with Leonard had been a fortuitous distraction, the transfer into his account. A clever piece of misdirection she had arranged herself, knowing his greed would make him the perfect pawn. She had hidden it here, in a place of life, to counteract its cold, truth-revealing nature. I must have made a sound, the slightest intake of breath. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide, meeting mine in the semi-darkness. There was no surprise in them, only a weary resignation. She knew I knew. The secret hung between us, another layer added to the house's distorted silence. I did not reveal her. When Ernesto came to me the next day, his case against Leonard complete, his logic impeccable, I simply nodded and said nothing. Leonard was arrested, protesting his innocence with a fury that only cemented his guilt in the eyes of the law. The family sighed with collective relief. The three guardians, however, did not leave. They stood watch, their silent vigil unbroken. The day Leonard was taken away, Clarissa came to me in the library. She looked older, the weight of her secret already etching fine lines around her mouth. "You won't tell," she said. It wasn't a question. "It is not my place," I replied. "The legend says it reveals the truth," she whispered, her gaze distant. "But it only showed me my own cowardice. I thought by hiding it, I was being brave. But I was just creating a different kind of prison. I had no comfort to offer. I was merely the devoted servant, the silent observer. I had pieced together the truth, not through methodical deduction, but through an intimacy with the house and its inhabitants that a detective could never possess. The manor settled back into its rhythms, but the silence remained, changed now. It was no longer the silence of a crime, but the silence of a secret shared, a complicity that stretched between the young heiress and the old servant. The three guardians finally left, their mission a failure in the eyes of the world. But I wondered if they too had sensed the shift. The diamond's continued presence, a secret truth they were now bound to. Days later, I found myself in the conservatory. The lemon tree stood where it always had, its leaves a vibrant green. I knelt, the dampness of the tile seeping through the fabric of my trousers. I did not dig. I did not need to see it again. I simply stared at the spot, the rich, dark soil where the siren's tear was buried. A seed of truth and deception planted deep. The enigmatic clue was not a thing to be held, but an absence to be contemplated. I, the devoted servant, the silent witness, was now the sole keeper of a terrible, perfect truth, and in the quiet hum of the greenhouse, I grappled with the weight of its meaning, a meaning as deep and as unsettling as the silence itself. The following morning, the post brought a single, plain envelope addressed to me. There was no return address, but the postmark was local. Inside, on a sheet of unlined paper, were 3 words written in a precise, unfamiliar hand. "The soil remembers." A cold certainty settled in my stomach. The guardians knew. They had not left because their mission failed. They had left because their mission had changed. They were not here for the diamond itself, not anymore. They were here for the consequence of its theft, for the unraveling of the truth it was destined to cause. Their note was not a threat. It was a promise, a reminder that the siren's tear was not an object to be owned or hidden, but a force that would work its way to the surface, one way or another. I found Clarissa in the morning room, staring out at the rain-swept gardens. She held the note I had given her, her fingers trembling slightly. She had not asked how I got it. She simply accepted it, as she had accepted my silence. "What do we do, Eric?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Her composure from the night in the conservatory was gone, replaced by a raw, childlike fear. I looked at her, this girl I had watched grow from a tempestuous child into this burdened woman. I thought of Leonard, sitting in a cell, condemned by a lie she had crafted. I thought of the diamond, pulsing its cold clarity into the roots of the lemon tree. The truth was a poison, but the lie was a cancer, eating her from the inside out. "We wait," I said. "But we do not wait passively. We prepare." "For what?" she asked. "For the truth to bloom," I replied. "It will. The soil always yields what is planted in it. We must decide what fruit we will bear when it does." That afternoon, I began my own quiet investigation. The gardenia petal I had found was a key, but it had unlocked the wrong door. Now I turned my attention to the guardians themselves. I made discreet inquiries in the village, describing the scent of sandalwood and desert air. The old chemist, a man with a memory longer than mine, recalled 3 men purchasing supplies days before the party. Not just any supplies. Specific resins and oils used in traditional preservation and, in some cultures, in ceremonial cleansing. They had not come to steal the tear. They had come to sanctify it, to prepare it for its journey. Their presence at the party was a vigil, a final watch before its transition. Clarissa's theft had disrupted a sacred process, not a criminal one. This was not about ownership. It was about obligation. When I told Clarissa this, a strange calm came over her. The fear in her eyes was replaced by a grim understanding. She saw the larger tapestry now, the one in which her act of self-preservation was a single, clumsy thread, pulling the whole design out of shape. "I cannot let Leonard suffer for this," she said, her voice firm for the first time in weeks. "That is the first truth that must be corrected." "And the diamond?" I asked. "It does not belong to me," she said. "It never did. I see that now. I was just its temporary guardian, and I failed." The plan we formed was not one of confession, but of restitution. It was delicate, a dance on a knife's edge. We could not simply unearth the diamond and present it to the authorities. That would raise too many questions, expose her deception, and likely see the tear locked away in an evidence vault, its deeper purpose forever lost. We had to guide the truth into the light, not force it. We began with Leonard. Using a complex series of intermediaries and anonymous tips, we directed a new lawyer to his case, one who specialized in financial forensics. This lawyer, with our unseen guidance, would find the digital trail Clarissa had so carefully laid, tracing the payment back to a shell corporation she had established. It would take time, but it would create reasonable doubt. Leonard would be freed, not by a confession, but by the unraveling of the lie that bound him. The diamond itself was a more profound problem. One evening, I brought a small, ornate wooden box to the conservatory. Clarissa met me there, the siren's tear resting in her clean palm, freed from its earthy prison. It seemed to glow in the dim light, its milky depths swirling with secrets. She did not look at it with desire or fear, but with a kind of reverence. She placed it in the box, on a bed of dried lavender I had prepared. She closed the lid and fastened the simple brass clasp. "Where does it go, Eric?" she asked. "Not to a museum. Not to a collector." I had given this much thought. "There is a place. I said. A neutral ground. A library of artifacts in a city far from here, one known for its discretion and its respect for cultural history. It is not a home, but a way station. The Guardians will find it there. They will know it is an offering, not a taunt. They will complete its journey. She handed me the box. Its weight was negligible, but the responsibility it contained was immense. I am trusting you with this, Eric. With everything. I am your servant, I replied, taking the box. I have always been. The next day, I left Blackwater Manor on a supposed errand. The box was in my suitcase, wrapped in plain cloth. I would not mail it. I would deliver it myself, a final duty. As the train pulled away from the station, I looked back at the manor, a gray silhouette against the green hills. The distorted silence was gone. In its place was a different quiet, the quiet of a storm that has passed, leaving behind a washed, clean world, scarred but ready to heal. The siren's tear was leaving, but its truth remained, buried not in soil, but in the heart of the house, and in mine. The journey was long and uneventful, a stark contrast to the turmoil I had left behind. The city was a world away from the manicured isolation of Blackwater, a cacophony of traffic and humanity. The library was exactly as I had been told, an unassuming sandstone building tucked away on a quiet side street. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of old paper and beeswax. I did not give my name. I simply presented the box to the curator, a woman with calm, intelligent eyes, and stated that it was a cultural artifact, offered anonymously for safekeeping until its rightful custodians claimed it. She asked no questions, merely accepted the box with a nod that seemed to understand everything. My role was over. When I returned to Blackwater, the change was palpable. Leonard had been released on bail, the case against him collapsing under the weight of the new financial evidence. He was a haunted version of his former self, the fire in his eyes banked to embers. He did not return to the manor. The family, stripped of their easy villain, retreated into a confused and wary silence. Clarissa met me at the door. She did not ask if the task was done. She simply looked at my face and then embraced me, a brief, fierce gesture that spoke more than any words. The master-servant dynamic had been irrevocably shifted. We were now accomplices, bound by a shared secret and a shared penance. Weeks turned into a muted autumn. The manor was quieter, the parties and gatherings a thing of the past. Clarissa began to sell off parcels of the estate, not out of desperation, but with a clear-eyed purpose. She established a foundation in the Ashworth name, dedicated to historical preservation and cultural restitution. She was, I realized, building a new legacy, one meant to atone for the old. I received one more letter. This one had a foreign postmark. It contained a single pressed flower, a tiny, hardy desert bloom I did not recognize. There was no note. It was an acknowledgement, a sign that the offering had been received and accepted. The Guardians had their charge once more. The siren's tear was continuing its journey, and with it, the terrible clarity it carried was now their burden to bear. One evening, I found Clarissa in the conservatory. She was tending to the lemon tree, its branches now heavy with small, green fruit. The spot where the diamond had been buried was just another patch of soil. "Do you think it's truly over?" she asked, her voice soft. "No," I said, looking at the healthy tree. "Not over. But the chapter of its time here is closed. Some truths, once revealed, cannot be hidden again. They can only be integrated. You have done that." She placed a hand on the rough trunk of the tree. "It feels different now, lighter." "The weight was never the diamonds," I replied. "It was the fear of it." I left her there, in the humid, living air of the conservatory, and walked back into the main house. The silence that greeted me was no longer distorted or heavy. It was the simple, honest quiet of an old house at dusk. I was still the devoted servant, the silent witness. But the truth I now kept was no longer a terrible burden. It was a part of the house's history, and mine, a story of a girl who tried to hide from a legend and instead found her own strength, and a servant who learned that some loyalties transcend duty. The siren's tear was gone, but its lesson remained, etched into the very foundations of Blackwater, and in the quiet rhythm of our changed lives. The following spring, the lemon tree produced a single perfect fruit. It was larger and more vibrantly yellow than any that had come before, its skin gleaming like polished sun. When it ripened, Clarissa did not have it picked. Instead, she let it fall, and we watched it land softly on the dark soil. A bright final offering. She then gave orders for the entire conservatory to be renovated, the glass replaced, the old heavy shelves cleared out. It was to become a brighter space, she said, for reading, not for hiding. I found my own rhythms changing. I took longer walks through the grounds, often ending up in the village. The old chemist would sometimes wave me over, and we would speak of the weather, or the changing times in the slow, measured way of men who have seen much. He never mentioned the guardians or their purchase, and I never asked. Some understandings are best left unspoken. It was on one of these walks that I saw him, Leonard. He was standing on the bridge overlooking the river that marked the edge of the Ashworth land. He was thinner, his clothes hanging loosely on his frame. He turned as I approached, and I saw no anger in his face, only a deep, weary confusion. "Eric," he said. His voice was rough, unused. "Mr. Leonard," I replied, stopping a respectful distance away. He looked back at the water. "They say the money came from a company I'd never heard of, that it was all a mistake." He gave a short, bitter laugh. "But it wasn't a mistake, was it?" I said nothing. The river gurgled below us, a sound of constant, moving truth. "She did it," he stated, not looking at me. It wasn't an accusation. It was a confirmation. She set me up. Still, I remained silent. My loyalty was a complicated thing, no longer a simple matter of household hierarchy. He finally turned to face me fully, his eyes searching mine. Why? Why would she do that to me? I chose my words with the care of a man handling broken glass. "I believe she was trying to free herself from a gilded cage, sir. You were an unfortunate part of the lock." He absorbed this, his gaze drifting back toward the manor, its gray stones just visible through the trees. He nodded slowly, a grim acceptance settling on his features. He didn't ask for more details. He didn't need to. The truth, in its essence, was enough. "I'm leaving," he said. "Going to America. There's nothing for me here now." "I wish you well, Mr. Leonard," I said, and I meant it. He gave me a last, long look, then turned and walked away, across the bridge, and out of the story of Blackwater Manor. I stood there for a long time, watching the water flow, carrying leaves and twigs and secrets out to sea. The house behind me was quiet, its silence now a peaceful one, earned through trial and honesty. My role as keeper of the truth was finally, truly, over. It had been released, like the diamond, to find its own way in the world. I walked back to the manor as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the lawn. Clarissa was waiting for me on the terrace, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders against the evening chill. She held out a cup of tea, steam curling into the cool air. "I saw him," I said, taking the cup, "on the bridge." She did not flinch. "And," she asked, "he knows it was you. He is not seeking revenge. He is simply leaving." A profound sadness crossed her face, but it was clean, unburdened by guilt. "It is better this way," she said, "for everyone." We stood in silence for a while, watching the stars emerge one by one in the deep violet sky. The foundation was gaining momentum, she told me, her voice regaining its steady tone. There was interest from several major institutions. The Ashworth name would be associated with preservation, not avarice. "I am thinking of traveling, Eric," she said after a pause, "to see some of these places we are now helping to protect. The world is so much larger than this house." "And will you return?" I asked. "This will always be my home," she said, looking up at the darkening windows. "But it will not be my prison. Not anymore. I would like you to manage the estate in my absence." The request was immense, a final, absolute testament to her trust. I felt the weight of it, not as a chain, but as a mantle. "Of course, Miss Clarissa," I said. "Please, Eric," she said, smiling faintly. "After everything, I think you can call me Clara." I nodded, the name feeling strange and right on my tongue. Clara. The next month was a whirlwind of preparations. She was not running away, but moving forward with a clear and determined purpose. The day she left, the house felt both empty and full of potential. I stood in the grand foyer, the keys to the manor in my pocket, and felt not like a servant minding a master's house, but a steward tending to a legacy that had been given a second chance. The silence was mine now, to fill with the simple, honest sounds of care and maintenance. The siren's tear was a memory, its curse broken not by hiding, but by the courage to finally let it go. And I, Eric, the silent witness, was now the quiet guardian of a future I had helped to shape. The first letter from Clara arrived a fortnight later. It was not sent from some grand European capital, but from a small coastal town in Portugal. She wrote of the light on the water, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet satisfaction of visiting a local archive the Foundation had helped to restore. She sounded, for the first time in all the years I had known her, genuinely content. I wrote back, detailing the small, steady rhythms of the estate, the new roof on the east wing, the health of the gardens. Our correspondence became a new thread between us, a bridge across the distance. The seasons turned. I hired a young man from the village to help with the heavier work, a quiet lad with a good heart and no interest in the old stories of the manor. Under my direction, he helped me convert the old stables into a workshop for the local historical society. The manor was no longer a fortress of secrets, but a part of the community. One rainy afternoon, I was in the library, cataloging a collection of old maps Clara had requested be digitized, when I found it. Tucked inside a leather-bound atlas of the Mediterranean was a faded, sepia-toned photograph. It showed a group of people standing on the very terrace where Clara and I had taken our tea. A man and a woman, their posture stiff with Edwardian formality, and between them a young girl with fierce, familiar eyes. It was Clara's grandmother, Eleanor, the one who had first brought the siren's tear into the family. On the back, in a spidery script, was written, "Blackwater, 1912. A gathering of light before the storm." I stared at the photograph for a long time, at the face of the woman who had set this entire story in motion. She had not looked like a villain, just a person, captured in a moment of stillness, unaware of the long shadow she would cast. I thought of the generations of silence, the weight of the legend, and how it had finally been broken, not by a grand gesture, but by a series of small, courageous choices. I placed the photograph carefully back into the atlas, deciding it was a story for another day, one I would perhaps share with Clara when the time was right. That evening, I walked through the quiet house, checking the locks and turning off the lights. The silence was my companion now, a comfortable and familiar presence. I paused at the door to the conservatory, now a bright, airy room filled with comfortable chairs and shelves of books. The lemon tree was still there, a living testament to what had passed. It was no longer a hiding place, but a symbol of growth. I closed the door and climbed the stairs to my quarters, the old house settling around me with a peaceful sigh. My watch continued, but the vigil was over. I was simply a man in a house, living out the quiet, unremarkable, and deeply satisfying peace that follows the storm. The following year, Clara returned for a visit. She arrived not in a chauffeured car, but by train, walking the last mile from the station with a single suitcase. Her skin was tanned. Her eyes held a new light, and she moved with an easy confidence that had been forged in foreign sun and salt air. She did not come back to the manor as its mistress, but as its guest. She stayed for a week. We walked the grounds together, and she approved of the changes with a quiet nod. She spent hours in the new library conservatory, reading the letters I had saved for her. On her last evening, we sat again on the terrace. "It's strange," she said. "I spent my whole life trying to escape this place, and now I find I can leave it without a second thought because I know it is in good hands. You have given me that freedom, Eric." "It was you who took it, Clara," I replied. She smiled, a genuine, unburdened expression. "We both did. When she left again, there was no sadness in our farewell. Only a quiet understanding. The manor was my charge, and the world was hers. The balance felt right. Life resumed its peaceful pace. The young man from the village, Thomas, proved to be a quick learner and a steady presence. I taught him the history of the house, the real history, not the whispered legends. He listened with a respectful ear, and in him I saw the future caretaker of Blackwater. One afternoon, while clearing out a long-neglected attic space, Thomas called me over. He had found a small, sealed metal box hidden beneath the floorboards. Together we pried it open. Inside, there were no jewels, no damning documents. Instead, we found a bundle of letters tied with a faded ribbon and a small, leather-bound journal. The handwriting was the same spidery script from the photograph. It was Eleanor's. I did not read it that day. I brought the journal down to the library and placed it on the desk. It sat there for a week before I finally opened it. The entries were not the musings of a greedy collector, but the confessions of a frightened young woman. She wrote of the pressure from her family, the relentless pursuit of status, and the terrible, chilling clarity the diamond seemed to impose. She had not wanted its power. She had been terrified of it. She had hidden it away not to possess it, but to silence it, hoping the world would forget. She was not a villain, but another victim, another soul caught in the same web that would later ensnare Clara. I wrote to Clara of the discovery. Her reply was swift. "Keep it," she wrote. "Read it. Understand her. Then we will decide what to do with her story. Some truths are not for the public, but for the family to heal the roots." So I read, and as I turned the pages, the last ghost of Blackwater Manor was laid to rest. The story was now complete, a circle closed not with a bang, but with the soft sound of a book closing, its lessons learned, its peace hard-won, and finally, eternally, earned. The journal became my evening reading, a slow and careful process. Eleanor's words painted a picture of a life I recognized, a gilded cage of a different design, but the same fundamental construction. Her fear was not of poverty, but of the relentless social ambition that demanded she use the diamond as a stepping stone. She called it the stone of seeing, and wrote that it made the intentions of those around her painfully, cruelly clear. It was not a bringer of wealth, but a mirror for the soul. And the reflection was more than she could bear. Her act of hiding it was not one of greed, but of self-preservation, a desperate attempt to return to a comfortable blindness. I shared these insights with Clara in my letters. Her responses were thoughtful, often taking weeks to arrive from some remote corner of the globe. She saw the parallel, the generational echo. She wrote, "My grandmother and I, we both chose to hide the thing that terrified us. The difference is that I was finally able to let it go. She could only bury it deeper. For that, I pity her. Years softened the edges of the past, Thomas took on more responsibility, and I found my own world gently shrinking to the comforts of the library and the gardens. The manor was not a museum, but a living, breathing home, its history acknowledged but no longer ruling its present. The final letter from Clara came on a bright spring morning. It was not a letter of travel, but of plans. She was returning to Blackwater for good. She was not coming home to hide, but to write. She wanted to document the true history of the house, the foundation, and the lessons learned from the siren's tear. The story is ours to tell now, Eric, she wrote, and I cannot think of a better place to tell it. I stood on the terrace the day she was due to arrive, the same spot where we had shared so many pivotal conversations. The air was sweet, with the scent of blooming jasmine. I heard the car on the gravel drive, and then I saw her. Her hair was silver now, her step a little slower, but the light in her eyes was undimmed. She walked toward me, not as the mistress to her servant, nor as the wanderer returning, but as a friend coming home. She stopped a few feet away, her gaze taking in the house, the gardens, and finally, me. A slow, deep smile spread across her face. "It's good to be home, Eric," she said. "It is good to have you home, Clara," I replied. And as we walked together into the quiet, sunlit hall of Blackwater Manor, I knew the story was not ending, but beginning again on terms we had written ourselves. The silence that welcomed us was not the silence of secrets, but the profound and simple quiet of a house at peace, its guardians finally home. The first thing she did was ask to see the journal. I brought it to her in the conservatory, where the lemon tree, now old and gnarled, still stood in its corner. She did not read it immediately. Instead, she ran her fingers over the worn leather cover, a gesture of reconciliation with the ghost that had haunted us for so long. We fell into a new rhythm, one of collaboration. Mornings were for her writing, afternoons for our walks as we discussed the structure of her book. She insisted my voice be present in the narrative. "You were there, Eric," she would say. "Your silence was as much a part of the story as any action." Thomas managed the day-to-day affairs with a quiet competence that freed us both for this final, shared task. The book, when it was finished, was not a sensational exposé. It was a quiet meditation on legacy, fear, and the different shapes of courage. She published it under the name Clara Ashworth, a final reclaiming of her identity. It was well received, not as a grand revelation, but as a thoughtful contribution to local history. The legend of the Siren's Tear was relegated to a footnote, a cautionary tale about the weight we assign to objects. One evening, we sat by the fire in the library, the published copy on the table between us. The work was done. The house was still. Clara looked at me, her expression soft in the firelight. "I have one last request, Eric," she said. "A small one." "Anything," I replied. "When the time comes," she said, her voice steady, "I should like to be buried in the churchyard next to my parents. And you must promise me you will stay here in this house for as long as you wish. Thomas will see to things after. But this is your home. It has been for a long time." I felt a thickness in my throat, not of grief, but of a profound and settled gratitude. I promised. She lived for another 10 years in that peaceful state. I grew older, and Thomas took on more, until the running of the estate was fully his. My role became that of a living archive, a keeper of the stories for the curious few who sought the truth behind the book. Clara passed away in her sleep on a calm autumn night. We buried her, as she had asked, in a simple service under a clear, pale sky. The house felt different without her, but not empty. It was filled with the presence she had chosen to become, one of grace and quiet purpose. I remained in my quarters, a venerable old man in a house that was no longer his charge, but his sanctuary. One afternoon, I was watching the light move across the library shelves when Thomas found me. He held a small, familiar box. "We found this, Eric," he said gently, "in Miss Clara's room. She left a note. It just says, 'For the roots, Dean.'" I opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a single dried lemon seed, brown and wrinkled. "Dwarves, Perdiu Banksy, brown and wrinkled." I understood. I took it to the conservatory, to the base of the old lemon tree. With a trowel, I dug a small hole in the rich, dark soil and placed the seed inside, covering it over. It was not an act of hiding, but of returning. A final, quiet close to the story. A promise of life continuing in its own slow, patient way. I sat there for a long time, in the warm, sunlit silence. A part of the house at last. The new lemon tree sprouted the following spring, a tender green shoot emerging from the soil beside its aged predecessor. I showed it to Thomas, who nodded with a quiet understanding. He had his own family now, a young wife and a little girl who sometimes visited, their laughter echoing in the hallways in a way that felt like a blessing. I would watch them from the terrace, a contented spectator to the life that now flowed through Blackwater's veins. My own days were slow and measured, each one a gift. I spent most of my time in the library, rereading Clara's book or simply watching the dust motes dance in the sunbeams. The past was no longer a heavy weight, but a collection of stories, neatly shelved and at peace. Thomas would often consult me on small matters, more out of respect than necessity, and I was grateful for the connection. One evening, as I was arranging a stack of Clara's research notes for Thomas to archive, a single folded sheet of paper slipped from between the pages. It was her handwriting, but fresher, from after her return. It was not a note for the book. It was addressed to me. "Eric," it began, "if you are reading this, then our work is truly done. I never properly thanked you for your loyalty, not to the house, nor to the family name, but to me. You saw the person trapped within the heiress, and you helped me find the courage to set her free. This life I have lived, this peace we built, is as much your legacy as it is mine. Do not ever think your part was small. You were the steady hand on the tiller through every storm. Thank you for being my friend." I read it twice, then folded it carefully and placed it in my pocket. I walked out into the garden, the scent of night-blooming jasmine filling the air just as it had on the day she returned. The letter was not a sad discovery. It was a final piece of the puzzle, a last gentle word that settled everything into its rightful place. I stood there, under the vast, starry sky, a man who had been a servant, a witness, a guardian, and finally, a friend. The story of Blackwater Manor was complete, and my own story, nestled within its walls, was complete too. There was nothing left but the quiet, and the profound satisfaction of a journey ended exactly as it should. The final years were a gentle decline, like a slow, sweet sunset. I would sit for hours in the conservatory, watching the two lemon trees, one ancient and one in its vigorous prime, their branches a testament to the cycles of life that the house now embraced without struggle. Thomas's daughter, a bright-eyed child named Eleanor, after Clara's grandmother, in an act of quiet forgiveness, would often bring me my tea. She loved the old stories, and I told them to her, the true ones, about courage and choices and the quiet strength found in letting go. I passed away in my sleep on a warm summer night. It was Thomas who found me, peaceful in my chair by the library window, a faint smile on my face, as if I had just seen a welcome sight. They buried me in the churchyard, not far from Clara, as she had once suggested. The stone is simple, just my name and the dates. It does not say faithful servant or devoted guardian. It did not need to. Thomas and his family continued in the manner. The legacy Clara and I built, of a house unburdened by its past, endured. The new lemon tree eventually grew taller than the old, and their roots became intertwined in the soil of the conservatory, a living, growing symbol of all that had been healed and all that had been saved. And if you walk through the gardens of Blackwater Manor today, you might feel it, not a presence, but a profound and lasting peace, the echo of a story that found its perfect, quiet end. The story of Blackwater Manor, of Clara and Eric and the Siren's Tear, eventually faded from local conversation, becoming just one of many threads in the tapestry of the county's history. The book remained on library shelves, a reliable reference for those with a deep interest in the area. People would sometimes point out the manor on the hill, speaking of the kind family that lived there now, the Thomases, and of the legendary caretaker, Eric, who had become a minor figure of folklore in his own right. Young Eleanor, who had listened so raptly to Eric's stories, grew up within those walls. The lessons of the past were not lost on her. She became a historian, specializing not in grand political narratives, but in the quiet domestic histories of houses and the families who shaped them. Her first book was a biography of her namesake, the first Eleanor, drawn from the journal and Eric's meticulous notes. It was a work of empathy, restoring the humanity to a woman who had been little more than a ghostly cautionary tale. One day, many years later, Eleanor was showing her own young son the conservatory. He pointed to the two lemon trees, now so entwined they appeared to be a single entity with two trunks, one ancient and one strong. "Why are there two trees, Mama?" he asked. She smiled, touching the gnarled bark of the older one. "Because one was a secret, and the other was a promise," she said. And together they made something new. "It's the story of this house." The boy considered this, then ran off to play, the explanation satisfying his childish curiosity. Eleanor stayed for a moment, her hand still on the tree. She could feel the solid, enduring peace of the place, a feeling woven into the very mortar and wood by those who had come before her. It was a peace that was no longer fragile, but deep and resilient, passed down like the most precious of heirlooms, ready to welcome the generations yet to come. The boy's laughter echoed from the hall, a sound that was now the true heartbeat of the manor. Eleanor turned from the trees and walked to the library, the room that had been the stage for so much of the house's quiet drama. She ran her fingers along the spine of Clara's book, then her own, and finally along a blank leather-bound journal on the desk. She sat down, opened it to the first page, and picked up a pen. The story was not over. It was simply waiting for the next hand to pick up the thread, to add its own small, quiet chapter to the enduring legacy of Blackwater. She began to write. The words came slowly at first, then, with a steady flow. She did not write of diamonds or legends, but of the light through the conservatory windows, and the scent of old books and lemon leaves. She wrote of the people not as characters in a drama, but as real souls who had loved and feared and found their way. She wrote until the afternoon light began to fade, and the room was filled with a soft gray glow. Her son found her there, asleep with her head on the desk, the pen still loosely held in her hand. He did not wake her, but simply took the Afghan from the armchair and draped it over her shoulders, a small act of care in a house that had learned over generations how to cherish its own. The journal remained open, the fresh ink a silent promise that the story, in its own gentle way, would always continue. He woke her gently when it was time for supper. She blinked, disoriented for a moment, then smiled at the sight of her son's concerned face. The dreamy state of writing lingered, the lives of the past feeling more immediate than the present. She closed the journal, the new words safe inside, and followed him to the kitchen where the simple, warm smell of soup awaited. Thomas, her father, was already at the table, his hands still bearing the soil from the day's work in the garden. They ate together, the conversation light and filled with the day's small events. It was an ordinary evening, the kind that Eric and Clara had worked so hard to secure, and its very normality felt like a tribute to them. Later, as she put her son to bed, he asked her to tell him a story. She did not reach for a book from the shelf. Instead, she told him about a man who loved a house, and a woman who learned to be free, and how their friendship became the foundation for everything that followed. It was the truest story she knew, and his quiet, even breathing as he fell asleep, was the only applause it needed. Downstairs, she returned to the library and placed the new journal on the shelf beside the others. It did not look like much, just another blank book waiting to be filled. But it was a testament, a quiet declaration that Blackwater's story was not a relic to be studied, but a living, breathing thing, as patient and as enduring as the trees growing in the conservatory, their roots deep in the forgiving earth. The following spring, a university student writing a thesis on regional domestic histories wrote to Eleanor, requesting an interview. She agreed, and the young woman arrived one rainy afternoon, her recorder and notepad in hand. They sat in the library, and the student asked thoughtful questions about sources, about methodology, about the weight of representing a family's private past. Eleanor answered them all with patience. As the interview was concluding, the student gestured to the shelf of journals. "And those?" she asked. "Are they part of the archival record?" Eleanor smiled. "No," she said. "Those are the future." She saw the confusion on the young woman's face and elaborated. "The past is settled. Its story has been told. Those are for the stories that haven't happened yet." The student nodded, though she didn't fully understand. She packed her things, thanked Eleanor for her time, and left. Eleanor remained in her chair, listening to the soft patter of rain against the windows. She felt no urge to write, only a deep contentment in listening, in waiting. The house seemed to breathe around her, holding its stories close, ready for the next chapter to begin in its own good time. The rain eventually ceased, leaving the world outside the windows washed clean and gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Eleanor rose and walked to the conservatory, as was her evening habit. The two lemon trees stood silent and strong, their leaves still dappled with droplets of water. She touched the younger trunk, her fingers tracing the smooth, vigorous bark. It was in this quiet space that she felt the continuum most strongly, a sense of time not as a linear path, but as a deep, still pool where all the moments of the house coexisted. She was not an author here, nor a historian. She was simply another guardian, a link in a long and peaceful chain. The air was sweet and damp, and for a while, she just stood and breathed it in, a participant in the quiet, unending story of the house. The next morning, a letter arrived from the university student. It was a thank you note, penned in a graceful, eager hand. She wrote that her visit to Blackwater had been the most illuminating part of her research, not for the facts she had gathered, but for the feeling of the place itself. "It felt like a house that knows how to be loved," she wrote. Eleanor read the letter twice, then placed it in a drawer of the library desk, a new artifact for the collection. She knew the feeling the student described. It was the house's greatest achievement, a climate of peace cultivated over decades. Later, she found her son in the conservatory, carefully watering the base of the lemon trees with a small green can. He looked up at her, his expression serious. "I'm helping them grow," he said. She knelt beside him, the damp earth cool through the fabric of her dress. "You are," she said, "and they will help you grow too." It was a simple truth, passed down like the seed and the story, and in that sunlit room, it was the only truth that mattered. Story 6. The silence in the library was a physical presence, a thick velvet drape muffling the world. It was not a peaceful quiet, the kind that settles after a long day, but a distorted, unnatural stillness, as if the room itself was holding its breath, terrified of what sound might break the spell. It was the silence that comes after a scream has been torn from a throat, the echo of it absorbed by the books, the heavy drapes, the Persian rug that now served as a shroud. I could smell it. This silence. It smelled of old paper, polished mahogany, and beneath that a faint, coppery tang that I knew as well as my own reflection. It smelled of a life ended too soon and with great violence. My name is Jeff. I am the eyes, the ears, and sometimes the conscience for Curtis. Curtis is the mind. He stood across the room from me, a silhouette against the grand, leaded glass window that looked out over the storm-lashed cliffs and the churning, black Atlantic. He didn't move. He was absorbing the scene, drinking it in through his pores. I had learned to be quiet in these moments, to let the room whisper its secrets to him first. The local police, a pair of men with faces like damp dough and eyes that had seen nothing more exciting than a stray cow before tonight, hovered near the door, their nervous energy a stark contrast to Curtis's absolute stillness. The body was that of Jackson Vane. He lay sprawled on the rug, a man of apparent respectability brought low. He was dressed in a smoking jacket, the silk now stained and ruined. The weapon? A heavy, ornate fireplace poker lay a few feet from his outstretched hand, placed there, I was sure, after the fact. The scene was too neat, too staged. A single devastating blow to the back of the head. Efficient. Brutal. But the placement of the poker suggested a clumsy attempt to frame a struggle that never was. The butler found him. One of the policemen, Officer Miller, finally said, his voice too loud in the suffocating quiet. Said the door was locked from the inside. We had to break the latch. Curtis didn't turn. And, windows? Locked. All of them. It's a fortress, this place. A fortress with a body inside, Curtis murmured, his voice low and melodic. A sound that belonged in a lecture hall, not a morgue. He finally moved, a slow, deliberate pivot on his heel, his gaze sweeping the room, missing nothing. The walls were lined with books, floor to ceiling. A large globe-shaped drinks cabinet stood in one corner, crystal decanters catching the weak light. On the desk, a single sheet of paper lay next to dried-up inkwell. That was why we were here. That paper. It had been delivered to Curtis's office in the city 2 days ago by a man who called himself Gideon. A nervous, bird-like creature of a man, all sharp angles and darting eyes. He'd pressed the note into Curtis's hand, his own fingers cold and trembling. For the rational detective, he'd whispered, his breath smelling of anise. The castle by the sea. The hanged king remembers. Then he'd fled, swallowed by the city's rain-slicked streets. The note itself was a piece of arcane poetry, a riddle written in a cipher that had taken Curtis the better part of a day to break. It spoke of a wrong that festered, of a debt written in blood, and of a place where the land kissed the sky and the water wept for the forgotten. It was signed with a symbol, a stylized eye with a teardrop falling from it. And now, here we were, black, pentitial, and Jackson Vane was dead. Curtis walked to the desk and, using a pen from his pocket, nudged the sheet of paper. It was blank. He leaned down, his nose almost touching the wood, and inhaled deeply. Lemon oil, he said, more to himself than to anyone. And beneath it, almonds. He moved to the body, kneeling with a grace that belied his size. He didn't touch the corpse. He simply observed. The positioning of the limbs, the angle of the head, the slight discoloration on the fingers of Vane's right hand, a faint, yellowish stain. His wife, I said, breaking my own silence. Casey Vane. She's in the drawing room. The police have spoken to her. She's distraught. Curtis stood. Distraught is a word people use when they don't wish to know the truth of another's grief, or their guilt. Let us go and see what shade of distraught Mrs. Vane embodies. She was a fragile thing, Casey Vane, perched on the edge of a chaise lounge like a canary that had forgotten how to sing. She was wrapped in a shawl, her hands clutching a handkerchief that was already shredded from her worrying. Her eyes were red-rimmed and wide, but there was a sharpness in them, a calculation that the tears could not entirely obscure. The room was opulent, stiflingly so, filled with the scent of lilies and a pervasive damp cold that the roaring fire could not defeat. "I don't know what to say," she began, her voice a tremulous whisper. "Jackson, he had his enemies. A man in his position, but to be killed in his own home." "What position was that, Mrs. Vane?" Curtis asked, his tone gentle, almost conversational. He stood by the mantelpiece, examining a small, carved jade figure. He was a historian, an archivist. His family, this castle, it has been in his family for generations. He was cataloging the library. Our life was quiet. "Quiet," Curtis repeated, the word hanging in the air. "And yet, a man named Gideon thought otherwise." "Did your husband know a man named Gideon?" A flicker in her eyes. A tiny, almost imperceptible tightening of the muscles around her mouth. I don't recall the name. He sent me a message, a coded warning. It mentioned a hanged king. Does that mean anything to you?" She blanched, the little color left in her face draining away. "And nonsense. Old stories. Superstition from the village. Jackson hated that kind of talk." Curtis nodded slowly, as if accepting her answer. He changed tack. The lock on the library door was broken from the outside. The windows were locked. It would appear your husband was alone when he died. Her relief was palpable. A slow exhalation of breath she had been holding. Then, it must have been an accident. A fall, perhaps. He was clumsy sometimes. A fall that drove the corner of the andiron into his skull with the force of a pile driver. Curtis's voice was still soft, but the words were stones dropped into a still pond. "No, Mrs. Vane. Your husband was murdered. And the person who did it wanted us to believe it was an accident or a suicide or the work of a ghost. They wanted it to be a mystery. But mysteries are just puzzles waiting for the right mind to solve them. And I have of a very rational mind." He left her then, her fragile composure shattered, her sobs following us out into the cavernous hall. The air in the castle was old, heavy with the weight of centuries. It carried the smell of sea salt and stone dust, of portraits whose eyes seemed to follow you, of secrets buried deep in the mortar. For 2 days, we lived within those cold stone walls. Curtis was a ghost himself, moving through the corridors, questioning the small, terrified staff, walking the windswept grounds. He spent hours in the library, not with the body, which had been removed, but with the books. He ran his fingers over their spines, his gaze distant, his mind working in ways I could only dimly perceive. I was his anchor, his scribe, the one who recorded the facts while he pursued the truth. "The killer was known to him, Jeff," he said to me one evening as we sat in a small paneled study we had commandeered. The storm had returned, rattling the windows. The locked room was a misdirection, a magician's trick. You focus on the impossible lock, and you miss the man slipping out through the secret panel. There's a secret panel. There's always a secret panel in a place like this, not in the library itself, but adjacent to it. A priest hole from the Reformation. It leads from a bedroom on the floor above, down to a small antechamber behind the library's globe bar. The entrance is concealed by the geography of the shelves. You can enter and leave without ever being seen. You can enter and leave without... So the killer was staying in the castle. Or was intimately familiar with its architecture. Curtis leaned back, steepling his fingers. The note from Gideon was the key. Not the code, but the paper. It was high-quality linen stock, watermarked, the same as the blank sheet on Vane's desk. Gideon didn't bring the note to me. He was a messenger, a go-between. The note came from here, from Van himself. From Vane himself. The pieces began to shift, to realign. Vane sent for you? He knew he was in danger. He knew something was coming to a head. The cipher he used, it was old, 17th century occultist symbolism. The Hanged King, the Weeping Eye. It's the iconography of a secret society. A sect born in this very region, according to the local histories I've been piecing together. They were called the Mourners of the Tearful Eye, a group of wealthy landowners and merchants who believed. He stood and paced, his shadow a giant on the wall. Jackson Vane was not just a historian. He was an archivist of his own family's sins. His ancestors were founding members of the Mourners. I believe he was trying to expose them, or perhaps he was being punished for wanting to leave. The killer, Cedric, is the key. He is not some outside force. He is the sex enforcer. His double identity is his genius. He is someone we have already met. Someone. The following day, the truth began to quicken. Curtis had me inquire in the village about the Vane family. The stories were reluctant, told in hushed tones in the back rooms of pubs. Tales of disappearances, of strange rituals in the castle, of a curse. The Mourners of the Tearful Eye were not just history. They were a ghost that still walked. And they were led, in this modern age, by a man of ruthless efficiency. A man who had taken the sect's ancient mandate of violence and refined it for a new era. The final piece came from Casey Vane. Curtis confronted her again. This time not with gentle questions, but with cold, hard facts. He showed her a photograph we had found tucked inside a ledger in the library, a picture of a younger Jackson Vane with another man. They were standing on the castle's parapet, their arms around each other's shoulders. The other man was handsome, with a confident, almost arrogant smile. "Who is this, Mrs. Vane?" Curtis asked. She stared at the photograph, and her carefully constructed facade crumbled. "Cedric," she whispered, the name a confession. Jackson's friend from university. He was always here. He was part of it, the sect. But Jackson wanted out. He said it had become perverted. That Cedric enjoyed the violence too much. He was going to give everything to the authorities. Cedric found out. And where is Cedric now? I don't know. He left a week ago. He said he was going abroad. Curtis shook his head. No, he never left. A man like that doesn't run. He hides in plain sight. He becomes someone else. He turned to me. "Jeff, the man who delivered the note, Gideon. Describe him." I closed my eyes, picturing the nervous, twitching man in our office. The sharp features, the darting eyes. And then I saw it. Beneath the posture of fear, the pallor of supposed illness, the shape of the bones. It was the same man from the photograph. The arrogant smile was gone, replaced by a mask of servile anxiety. But it was him. "Cedric is Gideon," I said, the realization a physical blow. "He came to you himself. He delivered his own victim's plea for help," Curtis said, his voice grim with admiration for the audacity of it. "He knew I would break the code. He knew I would come. He wanted a rational detective on the scene to give his masterpiece a worthy audience. The locked room, the coded message, the secret sect. It was a performance, and the murder was his grand finale. War. We found him in the village, in a rented room above the butcher's shop part. He wasn't Gideon the messenger anymore. He was just a man packing a small bag. When we entered, he didn't startle. He simply turned and looked at us, and the nervousness fell away like a discarded coat. His eyes were calm, intelligent, and utterly cold. "Curtis," he said, "I knew you would be the one to appreciate it." Appreciate a murder? I said, my hand moving toward the revolver in my coat. A resolution, Cedric corrected. Jackson was weak. He wanted to preserve the past, to lock it away in books. He forgot what the mourners truly are. We are not historians. We are architects. We shape reality through will and action. He was going to tear it all down. I simply edited him out of the narrative. You killed your friend, Curtis said, his voice devoid of judgment, merely stating a fact. I sacrificed a piece to save the whole. The sect is more important than any one man. It is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof. He smiled then, a chilling, serene expression. You have the truth, detective. But what will you do with it? The local police are in my pocket. The wife is too terrified to speak. You have no proof that wouldn't sound like the ravings of a madman. A secret sect. A locked room murder orchestrated by the victim's best friend. It's a Gothic novel, not a case for a court of law. He was right. I felt the certainty of it like a weight in my stomach. We had the truth, but it was a ghost. Intangible, impossible to cage. Curtis took a step forward. He didn't look at Cedric's bag or his hands. He looked at his face. The truth doesn't need a court, he said softly. It just needs to be known. By you. By me. You wanted an audience for your masterpiece, Cedric. You have one. And I'm not applauding. For a long moment they stared at each other, two opposing forces in that small, shabby room. The rational detective and the architect of chaos. Then Cedric picked up his bag. Then the performance is over. Good day, gentlemen. He walked past us and out the door. I made a move to stop him, but Curtis put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. Let him go, Jeff. He's a murderer, and he will be dealt with, Curtis said, his gaze still fixed on the empty doorway. But not by us. Not today. The sect he worships has its own methods of pruning dead branches. He has failed them. He has drawn too much attention. He thinks he is an architect, but he is just a tool. And tools that become liabilities are discovered. We left Blackwater Castle the next morning. The rain had stopped, but the sky was the color of lead. The case was closed, according to the local police. A tragic accident. A fall. The world moved on. But back in the city, in the quiet of Curtis's study, the case was not closed. It never would be. On his desk, lying on a square of black velvet, was the small jade figure he had picked up from the mantelpiece in Casey Vane's drawing room. It was a carving of a man, suspended upside down, one leg bent, his face serene, the hanged king, and in his hand, the tiny, meticulously carved shape of a single falling teardrop. Curtis did not speak. He simply stood there, his hands in his pockets, staring at the enigmatic clue. It was not a piece of evidence. It was a statement, a relic, a tiny, perfect symbol of a corruption so deep and so old, it had become part of the landscape, part of the very air people breathed. It was a truth that could not be prosecuted, only contemplated. And in the deep, resonant silence of the room, a silence that was no longer distorted but profoundly, terribly clear, I watched him grapple with its meaning. A solitary man, staring into the abyss of a secret that refused to stay buried. The silence stretched, becoming a physical presence in the room. I finally cleared my throat. The sound unnaturally loud. What do we do with that? I asked, nodding toward the jade figure. Nothing, Curtis said, his voice distant. We do nothing. We file no report. We make no accusations. We simply know. But he's out there, Cedric. He'll do it again. Undoubtedly, Curtis agreed, his gaze still locked on the carving. But he will do it within the shadows of his own making. He is a part of a larger, darker organism. To expose him publicly would be to tear off a single tentacle, only to have the beast retreat further into the deep. The police would not believe us, and even if they did, the sect would simply sacrifice him and continue, more cautious than before. He picked up the hanged king, his long fingers cradling it with a strange reverence. This is not a case to be solved, Jeff. It is a disease to be studied. We have identified the pathogen. We understand its transmission. For now, that must be enough. He opened a drawer in his desk, a deep, heavy thing of polished oak, and placed the jade figure inside. The click of the latch was final. He did not lock it. The act was not about security, but about ritual. A thing put away, but not forgotten. Weeks passed. Life in the city resumed its frantic pace, a stark contrast to the grim, timeless atmosphere of Blackwater Castle. We took on new cases, smaller, more mundane affairs. A missing heiress, a blackmailing scheme, a stolen corporate ledger. Curtis applied his formidable intellect to each with his usual detached precision, but I noticed a new shadow in his eyes, a contemplative stillness that hadn't been there before. He began spending his evenings in the archives of the city library and in the rare book rooms of the university. He was not researching active cases. He was tracing lineages, old shipping manifests, and obscure theological texts. He was hunting for ghosts, for the faint paper trail of the mourners of the tearful eye. He never spoke of it directly, but I knew. The case was not closed. It had simply changed form. One afternoon, a plain, brown-wrapped package arrived at our office. There was no return address. Inside, nestled in unbleached cotton, was a book. It was small, bound in worn, supple leather that felt unpleasantly like human skin. The pages were vellum, covered in a tight, spidery script and illuminated with bizarre, unsettling illustrations. Twisted trees with weeping fruit, figures with eyes on their hands, and everywhere, the recurring motif of the inverted king and the weeping eye. There was no note. Curtis examined the book for a long time, not opening it, just feeling its weight, its texture. He looked at the postmark. It was from a city hundreds of miles away. A gift, he murmured. Or a warning. From Cedric, I asked, a chill tracing my spine. From the sect, he corrected. They are aware of my interest. This is their way of measuring me. They are presenting their doctrine, their history. They are asking without words if I am a potential ally or a threat to be eliminated. He finally opened the book. The script was in a cipher, but different from the one Vane had used. This was older, more complex. He ran a finger down a page, his lips moving silently. He closed the book with a soft thud. "The game is not over, Jeff," he said, his eyes meeting mine. There was no fear in them, only a profound and unsettling curiosity. "It has just begun, and they have just made their next move." He placed the book carefully on his desk, aligning it perfectly with the edge of the blotter. "They operate on a different timescale. Years, decades, centuries. They are patient. We must be more so." I wanted to protest, to argue that we should take this to the authorities, that a secret society sending us its unholy Bible was a line that had been crossed. But I held my tongue. I had seen the limits of conventional authority at Blackwater Castle. Curtis was right. This was a different kind of war. "Then what is our move?" I asked, my voice low. "Our move is to learn," he said. "To understand the enemy so completely that we can anticipate them. This book is a test, but it is also a tool. It contains their beliefs, their rituals, their weaknesses. They believe their ideology makes them invulnerable. That is their arrogance, and arrogance is always a flaw." He spent the next 3 days sequestered in his study with the book. emerging only for coffee and the barest necessities. I would hear the soft scratch of his pen as he worked on deciphering the code, a process he refused any help with. He said the patterns were subtle, layered with intentional misdirections and psychological traps. It was not merely a language, but a mindset. On the fourth day, he emerged. He looked tired, but his eyes were alight with a fierce, cold fire. He laid a single sheet of paper on the table before me. It was not a full translation, but a series of notes, of concepts. They believe that the world is a flawed creation, a prison for the human spirit, he explained, his voice clinical, like a professor delivering a lecture on a dead civilization. They seek to break its rules, to create moments of such profound transgression that the fabric of reality tears, and they can glimpse what lies beyond. Murder, for them, is not just a means to an end. It is a sacrament, a form of prayer. The grotesque illustrations from the book made a terrible, new sense. Cedric wasn't just killing his friend, he was performing a ritual. Precisely. The locked room, the coded message, the involvement of an outside investigator. It was all part of the ceremony. It was designed to create perfect self-contained mystery, an act of intellectual and spiritual violence that would resonate with power. He believed that by orchestrating it, he would achieve a higher state of consciousness. And sending you the book, what is that? An invitation, Curtis said, and a threat. They are a small group, highly selective. They believe that only a certain type of mind can appreciate their work. They think I might be such a mind. They are offering me a choice. Join their obscene liturgy, or become the subject of it. Nisar. The air in the room grew cold. We have to destroy it, I said. The book. We can't keep this thing. Curtis shook his head slowly. To destroy it is to remain ignorant, and ignorance is the one luxury we cannot afford. They are in the city, Jeff. They have been here for a long time. Their influence is in the foundations of certain old families, in the boardrooms of corporations that predate the city itself. This is no longer about a single murder in a distant castle. This is about understanding a cancer that has been growing in the dark for generations. He picked up the sheet of paper, folded it neatly, and slipped it into his pocket. The first lesson is complete. Now we wait for the second. They will contact us again. And when they do, we will be ready. He walked to the window, looking down at the teeming streets below. A world oblivious to the secret war taking shape in a quiet study high above. The Hanged King does not weep for his own suffering, Jeff, he said, almost to himself. He weeps for the world he is about to unveil, and we must be prepared to look upon it without going mad. The waiting was the hardest part. The city, once a map of familiar streets and routine dangers, now felt like a stage for an unseen play. Every stranger's glance seemed to hold a hidden meaning. Every piece of unclaimed mail on the hall table was a potential message. I took to carrying my revolver with me at all times, the weight of it a small, cold comfort against a threat I couldn't see. Curtis, by contrast, seemed to grow calmer, his energy turning inward. He continued his research, but now it was focused, targeted. He cross-referenced the symbols from the book with public records, property deeds, corporate charters, charitable foundation rosters. He was looking for patterns, for the financial and architectural skeleton of the sect hidden within the legitimate structures of the city. His breakthrough came not from a dusty ledger, but from the society pages. He showed me a photograph from a charity gala held the previous winter. It was a crowd of glittering, anonymous faces, but Curtis's finger rested on a woman standing near the edge of the frame. She was elegant, middle-aged, with a serene smile. Around her neck, on a thin, almost invisible chain, hung a pendant. It was small, but the shape was unmistakable to my now trained eye. A single, stylized teardrop. Eleanor Vance, Curtis said. No relation to Jackson, old money, philanthropist. Sits on the boards of 3 museums and a major hospital. She's one of them. She wears their sigil openly, believing it to be merely an obscure piece of art. A sign of her membership, or perhaps her lineage. The mourners are not just killers in the dark. They are patrons, curators, pillars of the community. That is their true disguise. But he had found a thread. We began with immense caution to trace it. We discovered that the Vance Family Trust was a major, silent donor to the city's historical society, the same society that had, years ago, acquired and sealed a collection of private letters from the very region surrounding Blackwater Castle. We learned that the hospital board she sat on had a private wing, funded by an anonymous benefactor, that specialized in rare neurological disorders. Disorders that in their symptoms mirrored the ecstatic trances described in the Mourner book. We were no longer just studying the disease. We were mapping its nervous system. The second contact came a month later. It was not a package. It was a man. He walked into our office as if he owned it, which, in a way, he might have. He was tall, impeccably dressed in a charcoal gray suit, with silvering hair and a face that was both handsome and utterly devoid of warmth. He introduced himself as Alistair Finch. "Mr. Curtis," he said, his voice a smooth, cultured baritone. "I believe you have something that belongs to an associate of mine, a book of a certain character." Curtis didn't move from his chair. I was under the impression it was a gift. Finch's smile was a thin, polite line. A gift implies a relationship. We are merely assessing a potential. The book is a litmus test. Your retention of it and your recent activities have been noted. You are a perceptive man. Perception is a valued commodity. "And what is it you think I perceive?" Curtis asked. "The flaw in the glass," Finch replied without hesitation. "The crack in the world that most people spend their lives papering over. My associates believe that a mind like yours is wasted on the petty crimes of the desperate. We deal in a grander scale of truth." He laid a single, cream-colored card on the desk. There was no name, no number. Only an address and a time. Tomorrow, midnight. "A gathering," Finch said, "and an opportunity to witness firsthand the pursuit of a more profound reality. Come alone. Your associate," he glanced at me with an air of mild distaste, "is not invited. His nature is too literal for the abstractions we explore." After he left, the office felt colder. I looked at the card, then at Curtis. "You can't possibly be considering this. It's a trap. They'll kill you." "If they wanted me dead, Jeff, I would already be so," he said, picking up the card. "No, this is the next phase of the test. They want to see if I can look upon their sacrament without flinching. They want to see if I am corrupted by the spectacle. And are you?" The question escaped before I could stop it. Curtis looked at me, and for a fleeting moment, the mask of the detached logician slipped, and I saw the raw, terrifying hunger for knowledge beneath it. "I need to see, Jeff. To understand the enemy, one must first look him in the eye. This is not a choice. It is a necessity." "Ah." He stood, pocketing the card. "I will go, and you will not follow me. That is an order. If I do not return by dawn, you take all my notes, everything we have, and you go to the press. Not the police. The press. Scatter the information to the winds. Let the story be their undoing. Let the story be their undoing." The following night, I sat in the dark of our office, watching the clock. Midnight came and went. The city slept, unaware of the ritual unfolding somewhere in its heart. I thought of Cedric, of his cold, artistic murder. I thought of the jade hanged king in the drawer. I thought of Curtis, walking alone into that den of wolves, armed with nothing but his intellect and his will. The waiting was an agony. It was a different kind of locked room. and I was trapped inside it, with only my fear and the terrible dawning realization that some truths once seen can never be unseen, and that Curtis, my friend and my guide, might be willing to pay that price. The first light of dawn was a dirty gray smear against the window panes when I heard the key in the lock. I was out of my chair, my hand on the revolver in my pocket, before the door swung open. Curtis stood there. He looked like he had aged a decade in a single night. His clothes were rumpled. His face was pale and drawn, but his eyes were the most alarming thing. They were not filled with horror, nor with the cold fire of understanding I had expected. They were simply empty, like windows, looking into a hollowed-out house. He walked past me without a word, went to the sideboard, and poured a measure of whiskey from a decanter. His hand was perfectly steady. He drank it in one slow, deliberate motion, then stood staring at the empty glass. "Curtis," I finally said, my voice rough from the long silence. He did not look at me. "They have a gallery," he said, the words flat and toneless. "Not of art, of moments. Recorded. Photographs. Wax. Diode. Sound recordings. They curate transgression. They call it the unveiling. Me. He fell silent again, and I did not dare press him. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the quiet room. "It was not a murder," he continued, as if correcting a minor error in a report. "Not in the sense we understand. It was a dissolution. A willing subject, a philosopher they called him. He believed that by undergoing a specific, prolonged and meticulously orchestrated process of pain and psychological deconstruction, he could achieve a final transcendent state. They facilitated it. They recorded every sigh, every tremor, every..." He turned then, and his gaze finally met mine. The hollowness was gone, replaced by a deep, weary revulsion. "They watched Jeff. They took notes. They discussed the aesthetic merits of his suffering as if they were critics at a ballet. Finch asked for my opinion on the composition. My stomach turned. My God. God has no place there," Curtis said. "That is the entire point. They have built a temple where they worship the human capacity to unmake itself. Cedric was a novice, a playwright of crude little mysteries. What I witnessed tonight, that is their masterpiece. A crime that leaves no corpse to be found. Only a void where a man once was." He walked to his desk and unlocked the drawer. He took out the jade-hanged king and the leather-bound book. He did not look at them with reverence or curiosity anymore, but with a clean, sharp hatred. "We are not going to expose them through the press," he said, his voice gaining a new grim certainty. "That would only make them martyrs, visionaries in the eyes of other twisted souls. We are not going to prosecute them. The law has no language for what they do." "Then what?" I asked, a cold dread settling in my bones. "We are going to erase them," he said softly. "We are going to use their own methods against them. They believe they are architects of chaos. Very well. We will become a chaos they never anticipated. We will not attack their organization. We will attack their faith. We will find their other philosophers and offer them a different path. We will turn their patrons against them with whispers and financial ruin. We will make their records vanish, their galleries seem like the ravings of madmen. We will not fight a monster. We will convince the monster that it does not exist." He placed the jade figure in the book back in the drawer and closed it. This time he turned the key. "The game has changed, Jeff. It is no longer about truth or justice. It is about annihilation. And we must be prepared to become something else to win. Are you with me?" I looked at my friend, at the man who had always stood for reason and order, now proposing a campaign of shadow war and psychological terrorism. I saw the resolve in his eyes, and I saw the cost of the knowledge he now carried. There was no going back to the world of missing heiresses and stolen ledgers. The abyss had stared back, and it had given him its orders. "I'm with you," I said. And so, we began. Our first target was Alistair Finch. Curtis reasoned that he was the public face, the recruiter, the one who maintained their veneer of legitimacy. To break him would be to break their confidence. We did not follow him, nor did we threaten him. Instead, we studied the architecture of his life. We discovered a daughter from a brief, early marriage. A young woman named Clara, who lived in a different city and wanted nothing to do with her father's world. She was an artist, her work vibrant and full of life, a direct repudiation of his annalism. Through a series of carefully anonymous intermediaries, we arranged for a gallery to offer her a major, career-making solo exhibition. The funding was untraceable, the opportunity a dream. Her success would be a living, breathing refutation of everything Finch stood for, a testament to creation over dissolution. Next, we turned to his finances. Curtis, using skills I never knew he possessed, began a subtle surgical assault on his holdings. It was not about stealing money, but about creating instability. A key investment soured due to a leaked, fabricated rumor. A property deal collapsed because of a sudden, inexplicable zoning review. These were small things, isolated incidents, but they began to form a pattern of misfortune, a whisper that Alistair Finch was losing his touch, that his judgment was flawed. We received no more packages, no more visits. The silence from the other side was profound. They were observing, assessing our counter-move. Curtis called it the silence of the deep, a sign that we had drawn blood, that they were no longer the only players on the board. One evening, a week after Clara Finch's exhibition opened to critical acclaim, a letter arrived. It was not for Curtis, but for me. The handwriting was elegant, precise. It contained a single sentence. "Do you still believe he is the one holding the knife? Or is he the one sharpening it for them?" It was unsigned. I showed it to Curtis. He read it, his expression unreadable, and then tossed it into the fire. "They are attempting to sow discord," he said. "A predictable tactic. Are they wrong?" I asked, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "This plan with the daughter, the financial sabotage, it's ruthless. It's something they would do." "The methodology is a tool, Jeff," he replied, his back to me as he watched the paper curl and blacken in the flames. "The intent is what defines it. Their intent is to unravel the world. Ours is to bind it. We are using a scalpel to cut out a cancer. They use a blade to see what spills out. But the doubt, once planted, took root." I watched him more closely now. The late nights spent alone with his notes, the calm, detached way he spoke of ruining a man's life, the hollow look that sometimes returned to his eyes. The letter had asked a question I could not unask. Was I following a man who was fighting a monster, or a man who was learning, all too well, how to become one? The war for the soul of the city was underway, and I was no longer sure which side my own partner was on. The next move was ours, but I feared that in making it, we would all become inverted kings, weeping for the world we were destroying in order to save it. The decision to target Eleanor Vance was Curtis's. He believed she was the linchpin, a true believer whose faith was more fragile than she let on. Her philanthropy, her patronage of the arts. It was all a performance, he argued, a desperate attempt to build a beautiful shell around the rot inside. If we could crack that shell, the entire structure might shudder. Our method was a lie, a beautiful, poisonous lie. Using a forged letterhead from a prestigious European art foundation, I wrote to her. The letter praised her unflinching aesthetic courage and mentioned, in passing, a rare private exhibition of works inspired by the Mourner's Canticle. a text we knew she would recognize. The exhibition was, of course, a fiction, but the invitation was for a private viewing at a disused warehouse we had secured on the waterfront. She came. Alone. She stood in the vast, empty space, her figure small and elegant under the single hanging work light. We had placed nothing there but a single wooden chair. Curtis emerged from the shadows, my revolver held loosely in his hand, not pointed at her, but present. "Mrs. Vance," he said, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. She did not startle. She turned slowly, a faint, disappointed smile on her lips. "Mr. Curtis, I'd hoped for more subtlety from you. This is so direct, so crude." "This is not a debate," Curtis replied. "It is an intervention. You will renounce your association with the mourners. You will use your influence to dismantle their financial networks. You will confess what you know to the authorities." Maybe you may not. "Or what? You will shoot me?" She laughed, a soft, chilling sound. "You have seen the unveiling. You will understand the irrelevance of the physical shell. My death would be a minor event. A note in a new composition. They would make art from it. I am not going to kill you," Curtis said. He took a step closer. "I am going to give you a choice between two truths. The first is the truth you worship, that life is a meaningless flicker, and that its only value lies in its artistic destruction. The second is that you are a frightened old woman who has spent her life and fortune trying to numb a terror she cannot name." Her smile vanished. "You know nothing of my terror. I know that you fund a hospital wing that studies neurological decay," I said, speaking from the shadows where I stood. "I know your mother died of a rare hereditary disease that erodes the mind long before the body. You are not celebrating the void, Eleanor. You are trying to map it. You are trying to find a way out of the cage you were born into." For the first time, her composure broke. A tremor passed through her hands. "You have no right. Your daughter is showing the first symptoms, isn't she?" Curtis pressed, his voice relentlessly calm. "The headaches, the moments of confusion, you are not preparing her for a glorious dissolution. You are watching her die, and you are so afraid that you have convinced yourself it is a sacrament." She stared at him, her eyes wide, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The elegant philanthropist was gone, replaced by a raw, cornered animal. The lie we had built was collapsing under the weight of a truth we had unearthed. "You can continue to serve your cult," Curtis whispered, "and watch your daughter become their next masterpiece. Or you can help us destroy them. You can use your knowledge to find a real cure, to fight the very disease you pretend to adore. Choose, Eleanor, the beautiful lie, or the ugly truth." "None of them." She looked from Curtis to me, her face a mask of anguish. The war was no longer in the shadows. It was here, in this dusty room, inside her, and we had just forced her to choose a side. She did not speak for a long time. The only sound was the distant groan of a ship's horn on the river. Then, her shoulders, which had been held in a perfect rigid line for decades, slumped. The change was physical, as if we had removed her skeleton. "They meet," she said, the words barely audible. "The inner circle. They call themselves the curators. It's tomorrow night, at the planetarium, after hours." She looked at Curtis, her eyes pleading and full of hate. "Finch will be there, and Dr. Limershan from the hospital, and others. It's a planning session. For the next unveiling." "The subject?" Curtis asked, his voice still cold, though I saw the knuckles of his gun hand were white. A musician. He believes it will be the ultimate performance." She spat the words. "He has a family who loves him. He is not a philosopher. He is a boy with a sickness they have cultivated. The location, I don't know. They never reveal it until the last moment. But the planetarium is the conduit, the star projector. It's used to induce a certain state, a focus. She wrapped her arms around herself. I have given you what you want. Now you will leave me and my daughter alone. No, Curtis said. You will get us inside. You will be our key. The following night, we stood in the dark of the city's great dome planetarium. Eleanor Vance, pale and silent, had vouched for us at the service entrance. The guard, a man on her payroll, had nodded and let us pass without a word. Now, we waited in the shadowed recesses beneath the silent looming sphere of the projector. The curators arrived one by one. Alistair Finch, his smile tight and professional. Dr. Le Marchand, a small, precise man with glasses that reflected the dim light. 3 others, 2 men and a woman, whose faces I recognized from society pages and corporate boards. They took seats in the front row of the empty auditorium, their voices hushed and eager. The subject is prepared, Le Marchand was saying. His psychological profile is ideal. He sees the patterns in everything. The music, the stars. He is ready to see the final pattern. And the venue? Finch asked. The old observatory on Blackwater Point, isolated, acoustically perfect. We begin at moonset. Curtis moved. He stepped out of the shadows and into the faint light spilling from the control booth. I followed, my heart hammering against my ribs. The performance is canceled, Curtis said. The group turned as one. There's no panic, only a cold collective surprise. Finch recovered first. Curtis, I see you have brought a +1. And Eleanor, how disappointing. I thought you had a stronger stomach for the realities we explore. These are not realities, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. This is murder. Dr. Le Marchand adjusted his glasses. Murder is a legal term for an act of violence against the unwilling. Our participants are the most willing people you will ever meet. They race towards the conclusion. We merely help them reach. You prey on the sick and the lost, Curtis said. He was looking not at Le Marchand but at Finch. You dress it up in philosophy and art, but you are merely vultures. Your faith is a hollow thing. It cannot withstand the light. Finch stood, his expression one of mild annoyance. And what light will you shine upon us, Mr. Curtis? The flash of a camera? The glare of a newspaper headline? We are insulated from such trivialities. Not a light, Curtis said. A mirror. He raised his hand. In it was not the revolver, but a small silver whistle. The one he had taken from the pocket of the dead man in the locked room, a lifetime ago. He put it to his lips and blew. There was no sound, at least none that I could hear. But the effect was instantaneous. High above us, the great star projector, the Zeiss Mark VI, hummed to life. Gears engaged with a heavy grinding shriek that was utterly wrong. Instead of the serene, slow rotation of the heavens, the dome erupted into a violent, spinning chaos. Constellations shattered and swirled into meaningless streaks of light. The Milky Way became a raging, blinding river of white noise. The peaceful, ordered universe they used as their backdrop was torn apart. The curators cried out, shielding their eyes. The woman screamed, a short, sharp sound of genuine terror. This was not their curated, beautiful dissolution. This was chaos. It was ugly, senseless, and profoundly disorienting. Stop it, Le Marchand shouted, his voice cracking. You'll damage the mechanism. That is the point, Curtis said, his voice cutting through the mechanical roar. Your mechanism is broken. In the strobing, chaotic light, I saw Finch's face. The polished mask was gone. He was furious, his lips pulled back from his teeth in a snarl. He took a step toward Curtis, and I raised the revolver. "It's over, Finch," I said. He looked at the gun, then at me, and his anger seemed to dissolve into a strange, weary contempt. "You think this is a victory? You have broken a toy. The idea remains. The hunger remains. You cannot arrest an idea, Mr. Jeffries. You cannot put a concept in a cage." The main doors to the planetarium burst open. Not the police, but reporters, a dozen of them, their cameras flashing, adding to the visual bedlam. Curtis's final move. He had called the press after all, but not with a story. He had given them a spectacle. In the confusion, as the curators were blinded by flash bulbs and confronted with shouted questions, Curtis and I slipped away. We left them there, exposed not as master criminals, but as frightened, confused people caught in a madman's light show. Outside, in the cool, sane air of the night, I leaned against the brick wall, my legs trembling. "We did it," I breathed. Curtis looked back at the planetarium, its dome now dark and silent again. "No," he said quietly. "We saved one life tonight, the musician. That is all. Finch was right. The idea remains. We have scattered them, wounded them perhaps, but we have not erased them." He turned to me, and the hollow look was back. "The war is not over, Jeff. It has just changed its shape. They are an idea. And now, so are we." He walked away from the planetarium and I followed, the adrenaline leaving me hollow and spent. We did not speak until we were back in his study, the familiar walls feeling less like a sanctuary and more like a command post. "They will go to ground," Curtis said, pouring 2 glasses of whiskey, his movements precise and automatic. But they will not stop. An idea, as Finch said, cannot be caged. It must be replaced. "Replaced with what?" I asked, taking the glass he offered. The whiskey did nothing to warm the cold pit in my stomach. "With a better one, a stronger one." He downed his drink in one swallow. "We have shown them we can fight on their terrain. Now we must build our own. We must create something they cannot dissolve." The following weeks were a study in quiet, relentless construction. Using the information Eleanor Vance had provided under duress, we began a systematic campaign of counter-patronage. We identified artists, writers, and thinkers who were flirting with the mourner's nihilism, drawn in by the allure of its dark glamour. Through a complex web of trusts and anonymous donors, we offered them an alternative: grants, exhibitions, publishing deals. The only condition, unstated but implicit in the selection, was that their work had to affirm something, even if it was only a question. It could not simply celebrate the void. We became ghost patrons of a nascent movement, one defined not by a shared style, but by a shared refusal to surrender to the dark. We called it nothing. It had no manifesto. It was simply a current of support, a whisper of hope in an ecosystem they had sought to poison. Finch vanished from the city. Le Marchand took a sudden, indefinite leave of absence from the hospital. The others retreated from public life. It felt, for a moment, like a victory. Then the first letter arrived for me. It was not a sentence this time, but a single stark image. A photograph of the wooden chair from the warehouse where we had confronted Eleanor Vance. It was empty. On the back, in the same elegant hand, were the words, "Every stage requires a prop." I showed it to Curtis. He studied it for a long moment, his face grim. "They are reminding us of our methods. They are holding up our own reflection." "It's a threat," I said. "It is a confession," he corrected. "They are admitting we have gotten under their skin. They are no longer the unseen architects. They are reacting to us." The second letter came a week later, addressed to Curtis. It contained a page torn from an old book of astronomical charts. The constellation of Orion was circled in red ink, and the hunter's belt had been carefully scratched out. Nothing was written on it. Curtis paled when he saw it. He went to his desk and began frantically searching through his files. "Orion," he muttered. "The pattern in the sky, the night of the first unveiling. The night the man in the locked room. What does it mean?" I asked, a fresh dread uncoiling within me. "It means they are not just reacting," he said, his voice tight. "They are planning a new unveiling, and they are telling us where. The old observatory. Blackwater Point. Blackwater Point." He looked up at me, and for the first time since this began, I saw not resolve, nor cold fury, but something akin to fear. "They are not hiding from us, Jeff. They are inviting us. This is not a war of annihilation anymore. It is a ritual, and they want us to be part of it." "No, Bernishem, Underthaw." Story 7. The memory surfaced not as a recollection, but as an intruder, a shard of ice in the stream of my thoughts. I was standing before a graduate seminar on the iconography of the archaic period, my pointer resting on a slide of a Minoan snake goddess, when the image bloomed behind my eyes with the clarity of a fever dream. Not the goddess, a different figure, a man sprawled like a broken marionette on the cold marble of the Louvre, his life pooling around him in a dark, sticky halo. I knew the precise angle of his head, the way one arm was outstretched, fingers curled as if trying to grasp a final, elusive secret. I knew the scent of old stone and iron-rich blood that would have hung in the air. The problem was, I had not been there. The murder of Isaac Toussaint was something I had read about in the crisp, impersonal columns of Le Monde, a tragedy at a distance. Yet the memory felt lived. It felt mine. 2 days later, she found me. Kara. She came to my university office, a place that smelled of old paper and the faint, sweet decay of aging leather bindings. She moved with a contained energy, a current of unease that made the still air stir. Her eyes, a shade of gray that seemed to absorb the weak Parisian light filtering through the rain-streaked window, held no pretense of small talk. "Professor Corey," she said, her voice low, a confidential murmur meant only for me. "Isaac was my uncle. He told me if anything ever happened to him, I was to bring you this." She placed it on the desk between us. Not a letter, not a file. A small, leather-bound notebook, its cover worn soft as skin. It was the kind of object that carries the ghost of its owner in its very fibers. I did not touch it. I simply looked at it, and the false memory of Isaac's death throbbed once, painfully, behind my temples. She continued. "He said you were the only one who wouldn't be afraid of the shapes, the only one who could read the spaces between the lines." I finally lifted my gaze to hers. "The police called it a robbery," interrupted Violet. A faint, bitter smile touched her lips. "The police see what they are meant to see. Isaac was killed for what he knew, for what he was about to reveal. They took nothing. They left only him. And this." Her finger tapped the notebook. I opened it. The pages were a chaos of Isaac's tight, precise script, interspersed with sketches that made my breath catch. A 7-branched candelabra twisted into the form of a serpent. A lamb, bearing not a gentle gaze, but the sly, knowing eyes of a fox. A crucified man whose face was a perfect, featureless sphere. These were not idle doodles. They were heresies given form. They were a language I'd spent my life learning to decipher. A language of symbols that spoke of truths too dangerous for words. "He was a cryptologist," I said, mostly to myself. "A decoder of ciphers. And you are a decoder of symbols," Kara replied. "He needed both, the key and the lock. The first clue was not in the words, but in the drawings themselves. It was in the negative space, the shadowed area around a sketch of the Louvre's glass pyramid. When held at a specific angle to the light, The lines of the pyramid and the surrounding courtyard resolved not into an architectural plan, but into a perfect representation of the constellation Delphinus, the dolphin. The brightest star, Suolocen, was marked by a tiny, almost imperceptible dot of ink, corresponding to a specific statue in the core carré. A statue of a weeping cherub, its face worn smooth by centuries of rain. We went there that night, the city a wet black jewel round us. The rain had softened to a fine mist that clung to our coats and hair, beating on the stone faces of the museum's facade. The cherub was tucked into a shadowed alcove, its sorrow eternal and impersonal. Kara's fingers, nimble and cold, traced the lines of its base until they found a slight irregularity, a seam that should not have been there. She pressed, and a small rectangular section of the plinth slid inward with a gritty sigh, revealing a cavity. Inside was not a treasure, but a single, smooth river stone, and a scrap of vellum wrapped around it. On the vellum was a single word, written in an archaic Greek hand, Asclepius. The game was afoot, a game of sacred geometry and profane history, played on a board that was the entire city of Paris. Each clue was a piece of a terrifying puzzle, a pattern in the stained glass of Sainte-Chapelle that, when viewed from one specific pew at the winter solstice sunset, projected not a biblical scene, but a detailed astrological chart pointing to the catacombs. In the ossuary, amidst the silent, stacked millions, we found a skull marked with a sigil I had only ever seen in apocryphal Gnostic texts, the sigil of the demiurge, the false creator. Tucked inside its cranial vault was a map of the city's forgotten aqueducts, with a section near the Père Lachaise cemetery highlighted. We were being followed, not by the police. This presence was different, a silence within the city's noise. I would catch a glimpse of a tall, gaunt figure in a dark, nondescript coat, moving with an unnerving, fluid grace, always at the edge of a crowd, always melting away before I could get a clear look at his face. He was a shadow that had learned to walk. He left no sound, but the air felt colder where he had been. Our search led us to a dusty, cluttered bookshop in the Latin Quarter, run by an old man named Arnaud, one of Isaaca's minor allies. His hands trembled as he poured us tea, his eyes darting towards the door every few seconds. "You are walking on a path lined with thorns," he whispered, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The serpent's tail, that is what they call themselves. They have been the guardians of the silence for 17 centuries. They believe a truth, once buried, should stay buried, for the good of all." "Who are they?" Kara asked, her voice steady, though I saw the pulse beating rapidly at the base of her throat. "Men of God," Arnaud said, and let out a dry, rattling cough that might have been a laugh. "Men of a certain, particular God. They are in the Vatican, in the archdioceses, in the universities. They are the shepherds of reality. And your Isaac, he was trying to let the wolf in." He gave us a book, a heavy, ancient folio bound in what felt like human skin. It was a treatise on early Christian sects, and tucked between pages discussing the Nazis was a brittle, yellowed letter. It was written by a monk from the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés in the 12th century, describing a discovery made during renovations. A sealed chamber beneath the altar containing scrolls that spoke of the Nazarene not as a god, but as a man who learned the secrets of the old Egyptians, a magus who sought to free men from the tyranny of the angry god. The shadow found Arnaud before we found our next clue. We returned the next day to find the bookshop door splintered, the interior ransacked. The old man was on the floor, his neck broken with a terrible, efficient precision. The only thing out of place, aside from the body, was a single black feather lying on his chest. A calling card. A promise. The chase became a fugue. We moved through the underbelly of the city, through forgotten crypts and steam-filled metro tunnels, the symbols from Isaac's notebook, our only guide. Tension was a physical thing, a wire pulled taut in the space between my shoulder blades. The long, descriptive hours in libraries and archives were punctuated by moments of pure animal fear. The sound of a footfall in a deserted alley that matched our pace too exactly. The brief, chilling glimpse of the gaunt man's face in a crowd. His eyes like chips of flint, devoid of anything but purpose. We learned his name from another ally, a rogue archivist with her own grievances against the church. Casey. He was a monk of an obscure militant order, a man raised from childhood to be a weapon of divine will. A tragic figure, she said. A man who believed he was saving the world by strangling its truths in their cradle. He was the sharp, clean blade, but the hand that held him belonged to a man named Malcolm. We found Malcolm in a drawing room of a grand apartment overlooking the Parc Monceau-Dauphine. He was a man of immense, quiet power, dressed in a suit that cost more than my annual salary. He offered us sherry in crystal glasses. He was the head of the Serpent's Tail. "You have been remarkably persistent," he said, his voice a soothing, reasonable baritone. "I admire intellect. It is a beautiful, dangerous tool. But you must understand, Professor, some doors are locked for a reason. What my organization has safeguarded for millennia is not a treasure. It is a virus. The truth your friend Isaac unearthed would not enlighten the world. It would shatter it. The truth belongs to everyone," Kara said, her voice tight. Malcolm smiled, a paternal, sorrowful expression. Does it? Does it? Do you tell a child it is dying of an incurable disease? Humanity needs its myths. It needs the comfort of the divine, the structure of the church. What we protect is the simple historical fact that the man, Jesus of Nazareth, was not the son of any god. He was a brilliant, radical philosopher, a student of forgotten arts who intended to create a revolution of human consciousness. He failed. His message was co-opted, institutionalized, and turned into the very yoke he sought to destroy. We are the custodians of that failure. We maintain the equilibrium. Monsieur, you murdered Isaac, I said. A regrettable necessity he was going to publish. He wanted to be the new Luther, but the world cannot withstand another Reformation. Not this one. It would not create a new church. It would annihilate the very concept of faith. It would lead to a chaos you cannot possibly imagine. He did not deny it. He simply laid it out. This monstrous calculus. This choice between a beautiful lie and a devastating truth. He was not a cartoon villain. He was a man who believed he was performing a terrible, necessary duty for the good of billions. And in that moment, he was almost convincing. We escaped his apartment not through force, but through guile. A fire alarm pulled. A moment of chaos we used to flee. We knew where the final piece was. The last symbol in Isaac's notebook, the one we had saved for last, was a rose compass superimposed over a map of Paris, its central point not at Notre Dame, but at the older, quieter church of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, the place where the 12th century monk had made his discovery. Casey was waiting for us in the crypt. He emerged from the shadows as we descended the worn stone steps, his tall frame blocking our path to a low arched doorway that looked newer than the rest. He held no obvious weapon. His hands were his weapons. "You cannot pass," he said, his voice hollow, echoing in the cold, damp space. It was the voice of a man who had long since surrendered his will to a higher cause. A fanatic. A tool. "It's a lie, Casey," I said, my own voice sounding thin and desperate. "Everything you've been told Everything you've killed for. It's a lie to maintain power. His flint-like eyes showed no flicker of doubt. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. My faith is not in the historical truth of a man. It is in the living body of the church. It is the rock upon which civilization rests. I will not let you erode it. Yeah. He moved then, with that same fluid, terrifying grace. Kara was quicker. She threw the heavy folio we had taken from Arnaud's shop. It was a clumsy, desperate move, but it caught him in the chest, staggering him for a crucial second. I lunged for the door, my fingers finding the cold iron of the ring handle. Casey recovered, his hand closing around my arm with a grip that felt like iron bands. He pulled me back, his other hand rising for a strike that would crush my throat. The sound was a small, dry crack, like a twig snapping. Casey froze. His eyes widened, not in pain, but in profound, utter surprise. He looked down. The hilt of a small, ornate dagger, a thing we had found days before and which Kara had kept, was protruding from his side. He touched it, his fingers coming away dark and wet. He looked at Kara, not with anger, but with a kind of tragic recognition, as if she had just completed a ritual he had always known was his destiny. Then his legs gave way, and he crumpled to the stone floor, a pool of darkness spreading slowly around him. We did not speak. We pushed the heavy door open. The chamber was small, windowless, and empty save for a single stone sarcophagus. Inside there were no bones, no gold, no earthly treasure. There were scrolls, perhaps 24 of them, nestled in sealed copper cylinders, and lying on top of them, as if placed there yesterday, was a simple, unadorned lead codex. We opened it there, in the silent, holy dark, with the body of a monk cooling outside the door. It was not written in code. It was in a plain, clear Aramaic, a language I could read. It was the first-hand account of a man named Yehuda of Kerioth. We know him as Judas. He did not describe a betrayal for 30 pieces of silver. He described a pact, a necessary, heartbreaking stratagem. Jesus, the teacher, knew his message was being corrupted, that the movement was being turned into just another kingdom of this world. He asked his most trusted friend, Judas, to perform the ultimate act of love, to hand him over to the authorities, to set in motion the events that would seemingly kill the man. But in doing so, immortalize the idea. He gambled that the story of a martyred God would be more powerful, more enduring, than the life of a mortal philosopher. He used the world's hunger for myth against itself. The resurrection was a carefully staged event, managed by a secretive inner circle, including a grief-stricken Mary Magdalene, to cement the legend. It was the greatest, most sublime con in human history, a lie told to propagate a deeper truth about human potential and love. And it had worked too well. The lie had become the institution, and the truth had to be buried, guarded by a society of men who now killed to protect the very fiction that had been created to save them. We did not take the scrolls. We left them there, in their silent tomb. What would we have done with them? Published them? Created the chaos Malcolm had prophesied? We were not heroes. We were just two people, bruised and haunted, who had followed a trail of symbols to the edge of an abyss and looked in. We walked out of the church and into the pale light of a Paris dawn. The city was waking up, oblivious. The bakeries were opening, their warm, yeasty breath spilling into the streets. Lovers strolled along the Seine, their hands entwined. A world built on a beautiful, necessary lie. I never saw Kara again after that morning. We parted with a look, not a word. There was nothing left to say. The secret was ours now, a weight we would each carry alone. Sometimes in the quiet of my study, the memory returns. Not the false one of Isaac's death, but the real one of that crypt, of the words on that lead page. But the edges are softer now. The sharp, terrifying clarity of that revelation is beginning to blur, like a photograph left in the sun. The words of Judas, the feel of the cold kodaks in my hands, the exact shade of gray in Kara's eyes. They are fading, receding into the fog of the past. I find myself clinging to the details, but they slip through my fingers like smoke, leaving only the ghost of an impression, the echo of a truth too vast and terrible to hold. The world continues, beautiful and unchanging in its faith, and I am left with only the whisper of what lies beneath, a secret that is slowly, mercifully forgetting me. The silence in my office is different now. It is no longer the quiet of scholarship, but the hush of a secret too large for the room. I try to return to my work, to lecture on the symbolic weight of the pelican in medieval bestiaries, but the words feel like ash in my mouth. The students see a distracted professor, a man growing old before his time. They do not see the man who holds the blueprint for a ruined world. Months pass. The seasons turn. Paris is beautiful in its cycles, a reassurance of continuity I can no longer feel. I take long walks, my feet tracing the paths of our hunt, past the Cherub, the bookshop with its new owner and bright, cheerful facade, the grand apartment overlooking the park. They are just places again. The magic, the dread, has been bleached from them. Then, a plain manila envelope arrives in my university mailbox. There is no return address, no note. Inside is a single, glossy photograph. It shows a section of a museum display case, a collection of ancient Roman glassware. But my eyes are drawn not to the artifacts, but to the reflection in the glass. It is a woman, her back to the camera, her hair shorter than I remember, but the line of her shoulders is unmistakable. Kara Dottie. And just behind her, reflected in another pane, is the tall, gaunt figure of Casey. His face is pale, his eyes are fixed on her, and there is no dagger in his side. The photograph falls from my numb fingers. He is alive. The serpent's tail knows she is alive. The equilibrium Malcolm spoke of is not yet restored. The cleanup is not complete. I do not know if the photograph is a warning, a plea for help, or a taunt. I only know that the forgetting is over. The ghost of the truth has solidified once more, colder and harder than before. It was not an ending we found in that crypt. It was an intermission. The game is afoot once more, and this time, I am the only one who knows the rules. I look at the rain-streaked window, and I know I must move. The silence is waiting to be broken. I found myself moving before I had even consciously formed a plan. My body remembered the rhythm of the hunt, the cold clarity of fear. I left a photograph on the desk, a silent declaration of war in my quiet academic life, and walked out of the university. The city felt different now, the familiar streets reconfiguring into a grid of potential threats and hiding places. My first thought was of the rogue archivist, the one who had given us Casey's name. She was my only link, my only chance to find Kara before they did. Her shop was in a narrow alley behind the Centre Pompidou, a place that sold digital reproductions of public domain art as a front for her more clandestine trade in information. The bell above the door chimed, a sound I found absurdly loud. She was there, perched on a stool behind a counter, her eyes widening almost imperceptibly when she saw me. She had not expected to see me again. "You should not be here," she said, her voice low and urgent. "They think you are a closed book, a grieving academic who has returned to his dusty tomes." "They are wrong," I said. I showed her the photograph. She took it, her fingers trembling slightly, and studied the reflections in the glass. "This is not good," she whispered. "Casey is their bloodhound. If he is back in the field, It means they have a live scent. They are not just containing the secret anymore. They are erasing the loose ends. Where would she go? I asked. Kara Dada. She would need resources, a new identity. She would need to run. The archivist, whose name was Elodie, shook her head. She would not run. Not her. Isaac chose her for a reason. She is a true believer. She would see the secret not as a burden, but as a weapon that must eventually be used. She is not hiding. She is regrouping. The logic of it was chillingly clear. Kara would not be cowed by Malcolm's pragmatic horror. She would see the lie as a cage that needed breaking, no matter the cost. She would be trying to find a way to expose the truth, to finish what Isaac started. And that meant she would need to go back to the source. Not the scrolls we left behind, but to the one place we had never fully deciphered in Isaac's notebook. A final cryptic symbol we had dismissed as a flourish, a spiraling serpentine line that intersected with the rose compass. I saw it now for what it was. Not a symbol of a place, but of a person. The serpent's tail. She was not just running from them. She was hunting them. She is going after Malcolm, I said, the realization dawning with a cold dread. Elodie's silence confirmed it. That is a suicide mission, she finally said. You cannot stop her. You can only join her in the grave. I left her shop with a new destination, an address she reluctantly provided, a safe house used by a splinter group of historians who challenged Vatican orthodoxy. It was a small, nondescript flat near the Butte Chaumont. I stood across the street, watching the windows, the rain beginning to fall again. The same fine mist from a year ago. I saw a shadow move behind a curtain. It was her. I crossed the street, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I did not knock. I turned the handle and stepped inside. She was standing in the middle of the room, a map of the city spread on a bare table, her hands braced on its edges. She looked up, and there was no surprise in her eyes, only a grim acceptance. She looked older, harder. The softness burned away by a year of living with the secret. You got my message, she said. It was not a question. The photograph, it was from her. A warning and a summons. He's alive, I said. I know, she replied. I saw him in Vienna. He was following a Swiss theologian who was getting too close to the Gnostic texts in the National Library. The theologian had a tragic accident 2 days later. She looked at me, her gray eyes holding mine. I am not going to live the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, she said. I am not going to let them win. Isaac was right. The truth is a virus, and it needs a host. Malcolm is the key. He is the lock. If we can expose him, the whole structure of the serpent's tail crumbles. It will crumble the world with it, I said, echoing Malcolm's own warning. Maybe it should, she whispered. Outside, a car door slammed. We both froze. Kara moved to the window, peering through the slit in the curtains. Her body went rigid. It's him, she said. Casey do it. And he is not alone. There was no back door. We were trapped. The footsteps on the stairs were measured, heavy, purposeful. There were at least 2 of them. Kara looked at the table, at the map, then at me. There was no fear in her eyes now, only a fierce, terrible resolve. She reached into a bag and pulled out the lead codex. She had taken it after all. They will burn it, she said. They will burn it, and everything will have been for nothing. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A key turned in the lock. They had a key. Kara's eyes met mine, and in that final silent second, I understood the true weight of the choice in the crypt. It was not a choice between truth and lie. It was a choice between the peace of ignorance and the terrible, beautiful responsibility of knowledge. The door began to swing open, and I knew that our intermission was over. The final act was beginning. The door did not burst open. It swung inward with a quiet, oiled precision that was more terrifying than any violent entry. Casey stood framed in the doorway, his face a pallid mask of calm purpose. The wound I had seen, the dagger, the blood, it might as well have been a dream. Beside him was a man I recognized from Malcolm's apartment, another suit of quiet, expensive power. Casey's flint-like eyes swept the room, missing nothing. They lingered on the map, on our faces, and finally on the lead kodaks in Kara's hand. He did not speak. He simply took a step forward, his partner mirroring him, closing the space. There was no time for a plan, only for instinct. I kicked the leg of the table, sending it screeching into Casey's path. He sidestepped it with that infuriating grace, but it gave Kara a fraction of a second. She didn't try to run. Instead, she lunged for the window, not to open it, but to smash her fist through the pane. The glass shattered. Before the shards had finished falling to the street below, she hurled the kodaks out into the rain-swept air. It was an impossible, desperate throw. The small, heavy book spun end over end, a piece of history turned into a projectile. Casey made a sound, a low animal grunt of frustration, and changed his trajectory, shoving past me to the window. His partner moved to block the door, his hand resting inside his jacket. But Kara was already moving again. She grabbed a heavy glass paperweight from the table, and in one fluid motion, brought it down on the back of Casey's head as he leaned out, searching for the lost artifact. The crack was sickeningly familiar. He staggered, his hands gripping the window frame, his body swaying over the 3-story drop. Dot, dot. His partner drew a pistol, a small, black, ugly thing. "Enough," he said, his voice flat. The world narrowed to the barrel of the gun. I saw Kara freeze, her chest heaving, her knuckles wide around the paperweight. I saw Casey, dazed but still clinging to the window, a trickle of blood darkening his collar. And I saw the map on the floor, the serpentine line we had deciphered, the path that had led us here. Then from the street below, a new sound cut through the tension. The brief, sharp wail of a European siren, growing rapidly closer. Elodie Dot. She must have called them. The man with the gun hesitated, his eyes flicking towards the window. It was the only opening we would get. I threw myself at him, not at the gun but at his legs, tackling him low and hard. We crashed to the floor together. The gun skittered away under a chair. He was strong, trained, but I had the raw, terrified strength of a cornered animal. I heard a struggle behind me, a cry from Kara, and a heavy thud. I scrambled off the man, grabbing for the gun. When I turned, panting, the weapon held in my shaking hands, the scene had changed. Casey was gone from the window. Kara stood over his partner, who was now unconscious, the paperweight lying beside his head. She was looking out the broken window. "He had jumped," she said, her voice hollow with disbelief. "He actually jumped." We didn't wait. We ran, stumbling down the stairs and out into the alley as the police cars pulled up to the front of the building. The rain washed the tiny cut on Kara's hand, diluting the blood. We didn't speak. We just ran, two ghosts dissolving into the gray labyrinth of Paris. The secret's still ours, but the hunters closer than ever. Oh, the Kodaks was lost somewhere in the wet streets, but the truth it contained was now a living, breathing thing between us. And it demanded a reckoning. We found shelter in the dripping undercroft of a bridge, the stones smelling of wet moss and decay. The adrenaline faded, leaving us trembling and hollow. The Kodaks was gone, perhaps already swept into a gutter drain, its soft lead slowly dissolving in the Parisian rain. But its words were seared into us. "He will not stop," Kara said, her voice a raw whisper. "He will hunt us to the ends of the earth." She was looking at her hands, at the blood now washed clean. "He failed," I replied, the words feeling foolish even as I said them. "We have the truth." The Codex was just a receipt. Ida, the truth is a weapon we don't know how to fire, she countered, finally looking at me. Malcolm was right. To reveal it is to unleash chaos, but to hide it is to live as a slave to the lie. Her eyes were haunted, not by fear, but by the weight of the choice. We have to go to the source. We have to find Malcolm. He is the architect of this prison. He holds the keys. It was madness. It was the only path that made any sense. We were no longer scholars or pawns. We were a variable the serpent's tail had not calculated. Witnesses who refused to be silenced or to silently comply. We used the last of Elodie's favors, a network of whispers and safe passages to get to Geneva. The city of bankers and diplomats was a perfect mask for an organization built on absolute discretion. We knew Malcolm would not be in a phone book, but we knew his habits, his world. He moved in the rarefied air of private symposia and closed-door consultations with men who shape nations. For 3 days, we watched the grand old hotel overlooking the lake. We saw the discreet black cars, the men with briefcases, the aura of quiet power. And then, on the 4th day, we saw him. He emerged from under the hotel's awning, older, more drawn than I remembered, but with the same unnerving stillness. He was alone. We followed him on his morning walk along the promenade. He did not seem surprised when we fell into step beside him. The lake was a sheet of gray glass under a flat sky. "You are remarkably persistent," he said, his voice calm, without a trace of anger. "And remarkably foolish. You have thrown a stone into a still pond. The ripples are spreading. Casey is displeased." "The Codex is gone," I said. He smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. The Codex was always irrelevant. It was one copy, a curiosity. The truth it contains is guarded in 100 ways, in 1,000 places. It is protected by the very inertia of human belief. You cannot shatter a mountain with a pebble. Seer. Then why hunt us? Kara asked, her voice sharp as a blade. Why send your bloodhound if we are so insignificant? Because the principle must be upheld, Malcolm replied, stopping to look at us, his gaze cold and final. The ecosystem of faith is delicate. A single invasive species, a single unchecked idea, can unravel it all. You are that invasive species. You are not carriers of truth. You are carriers of a virus, and a virus must be contained. Or cured, I said. There is no cure for reality, he said. Only management. The world you wish to create, the truthful world, would be a graveyard of hope. You would replace comfort with despair, purpose with nihilism. Is that your gift to humanity? He turned to walk away, his point made, his dismissal absolute. But Kara spoke, her words stopping him as effectively as a physical blow. We're not going to publish it, Malcolm. We're going to give it to you. He turned back, his composure cracked for the first time by a flicker of genuine confusion. We have written it all down, she continued. Every word from the Codex, every step of our journey, every name, including yours. It in a safe place. If we disappear, if Casey so much as glances in our direction, it will be released. Not to a newspaper, but to 100 different fringe groups, conspiracy theorists, radical historians. We will seed the truth like a dandelion in the wind. I stood beside her, the bluff feeling solid and real as we spoke it into existence. We had written nothing, but we would. Malcolm studied us, his eyes calculating, weighing the new variable. We were no longer just a loose end to be tied. We were a permanent risk to be managed. The hunter had become a hostage-taker. A long silent moment passed, filled only by the cry of a distant gull. Finally, he gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "It seems we have a new equilibrium," he said softly. "A stalemate." He looked from Kara to me, his gaze lingering on the resolve in our faces. "You will be left alone. But you will live with the knowledge that you are the guardians of a silence you sought to break. You will become the very thing you fought against." He turned and walked away, his figure growing smaller and smaller along the pristine promenade, until he was absorbed by the city. We stood there, the victors of a battle that felt like a defeat. We had won our lives, our freedom, but we had accepted a terrible burden. We were the new serpent's tail, not guarding a tomb, but guarding the world from the truth inside it. The secret was ours now and forever. A silent, screaming weight we would carry together. A shared solitude in a world built on the beautiful, necessary lie we could never forget. The silence he left behind was the loudest sound I had ever heard. It was not the silence of peace, but of a held breath. Kara's hand found mine, her fingers cold and tight. We stood there until the chill from the lake seeped into our bones. Two sentinels at the gate of a truth we could never unknow. We found a small anonymous room in a quarter of the city tourists never saw. The first night, we did not sleep. We sat at a cheap wooden table and we wrote. We poured out every symbol, every translated line, every memory of Isaac's frantic eyes and Casey's cold ones. We documented Malcolm's confession, the existence of the serpent's tail, the architecture of the lie. It was our bomb, and we were building it from scraps of memory and a shared, terrible conviction. When the sun rose, we had manuscript. It was not elegant, but it was complete. The act of creation was not cathartic. It was like carving our own tombstones. We made digital copies, physical copies, and entrusted them to a system of dead drops and timed emails that Elodie from a final, untraceable payphone helped us design. The knowledge was now a specter, its release mechanism tied to our continued existence. We were the living, breathing dead man switch. A week later, we were in a different country, in a small coastal town where the language was unfamiliar and the sea was a constant gray presence. We rented a cottage with a view of the water. We told ourselves it was a retreat, a place to heal. We were lying to ourselves and to each other. It's a watchtower. Kara took up gardening, her hands, which had once handled ancient texts and smashed windows, now digging in the damp earth. I tried to write a book, a harmless academic text on trade routes in the late Roman Empire. The words felt like dust in my mouth. We cooked meals together. We took walks along the cliffs. We were playing house, two ghosts pretending to be solid. The fear did not fade. It mutated. It was no longer a sharp, immediate terror of a knife in the dark, but a low, constant hum of dread. The sound of the world's fragile illusions straining against its seams. Every knock on the door, every unfamiliar car that passed too slowly, every wrong number phone call was a potential endgame. We were waiting. We were always waiting. One evening, as the fog rolled in from the sea, swallowing the horizon, Kara spoke what we had both been thinking for months. "This is the prison," she said, her voice quiet. He knew. This is the real containment. Not a cell, but a life lived in the shadow of the bomb you are holding. We are our own wardens. I had no argument. We had traded a quick death for a slow one. We had saved ourselves only to become the guardians of the very silence we had vowed to shatter. The truth had not set us free. It had built a cage of infinite responsibility around us. Sometimes in my dreams I see the lead codex, not as a lost artifact, but as a living thing, sinking slowly through dark, endless water, its secret safe, its weight pulling me down with it. I wake up gasping and see Kara awake beside me, her eyes open in the dark, watching the window, forever waiting for the silence to break. The silence broke on a Tuesday. It was not a knock, or a phone call, or the sound of an engine. It was the mail. A single, cream-colored envelope, thick with expensive paper, sitting in our rustic wooden box. There was no return address, only our names typed in a crisp, anonymous font. Kara held it as if it were a live explosive, her face pale. We took it inside, to the kitchen table that still smelled of the pine cleaner she used with a kind of frantic devotion. I sliced it open with a knife. No powder, no threat, just a single sheet of paper. An invitation. It was for a private viewing, an auction of antiquities from a discreet European collection, to be held at a gallery in Lisbon. The location and date were specified. Listed among the items, described with dry academic detachment, was Lot 42, a collection of lead folios, possibly Levantine in origin, 1st-2nd century CE. Text illegible. Significant corrosion. Significant corrosion. We stared at the words. The lead, codex, or a piece of it, or a cruel, elaborate trick. He's mocking us, Kara said, her voice a low tremor. He's showing us he has it, that it was recovered from the gutter. He's proving that nothing is truly lost to them. Or, I said, the thought forming slowly, it's a test, to see if we'll break our side of the stalemate, to see if we're still watching, still invested. The date was 2 weeks away. The silence in our cottage was no longer the quiet of the sea and the wind. It was the silence of a chessboard after a move has been made. We were being challenged. To do nothing was to admit defeat. To accept that our guardianship was a passive, fearful thing. To go was to walk back into the labyrinth. For 3 days, we did not speak of it. We tended the garden. I stared at my blank page. We watched the fog. But the invitation lay on the mantelpiece, a splinter in our fragile peace. On the 4th morning, Kara was packing a small bag. Her movements were efficient, determined. She looked at me, and the hollow fear in her eyes had been replaced by a glint of the old, fierce resolve. I cannot live like this anymore, she said, waiting for the silence to break. This is just another kind of silence. I knew she was right. The stalemate was not a peace treaty. It was a frozen war. And Malcolm had just sent a thaw. I packed my own bag. We did not go to Lisbon to win. We did not go to reclaim the codex, or to expose the truth. We went to show him that we were not just silent guardians. We were witnesses, and a witness must sometimes look the executioner in the eye, to remind him that he is seen. The gallery was all polished concrete and soft lighting. Men and women in quiet suits sipped champagne, their conversations a low murmur. We stood near the back, feeling like ghosts in our ordinary clothes. And then we saw him. Malcolm was across the room, examining a Greek vase. He did not look at us, but I knew he was aware of our presence with every fiber of his being. When Lot 42 was announced, the lead folios were brought out on a velvet cushion. They were indeed corroded, damaged by their time in the wet Parisian street. They were a ruin, a museum of a single failed rebellion. The bidding started low. Malcolm did not move. A bidder, represented by the auctioneer, slowly drove the price up. It was a facade, a play for no one. The lot was always going to its predetermined home. Just before the gavel fell, Kara's voice cut through the hushed room, clear and steady. 1 million euros, Dot. A ripple of shock went through the crowd. All heads turned to us. The auctioneer stammered, confused. Malcolm finally turned. His face was unreadable, but his eyes held a question. We had no 1 million euros. It was a gesture, a shot across the bow. It was a message. We see your game. We are still here. We are not afraid to speak. The auctioneer looked to Malcolm, who gave a faint, almost imperceptible shake of his head. The gavel fell to the original phone bidder. The moment was over. As the crowd drifted to the next lot, Malcolm walked towards us. He stopped a few feet away. "An interesting tactic," he said. "Ultimately pointless." "Was it?" Kara replied. "You wanted to see what we would do. Now you know. We are not hiding. We are watching you, too." He considered us for a long moment, and I saw something new in his eyes. Something beyond calculation or cold anger. It might have been respect. Or perhaps it was the look a zookeeper gives a creature that has finally learned how to rattle the bars of its cage. Without another word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. We left the gallery and stepped out into the Lisbon sun. The world had not ended. The truth was still safe, still dangerous, still ours to hold. But something had shifted. We were no longer just guarding a secret. We were its active, living counterweight. The silence was broken, not by a shout, but by a quiet, declared presence. And as we walked back to our temporary lodgings, the burden felt, for the first time, not like a chain, but like a purpose. The train north was a rattling metal shell, carrying us away from the gallery's polished confrontation, and back toward our coastal watchtower. But the cottage no longer felt like a prison. It felt like a base of operations, the fragile performance of normal life we had maintained. The gardening, the writing, fell away. We were not scholars in hiding anymore. We were strategists. We spent the evening not in fearful silence, but in quiet planning. The manuscript was our leverage, but it was a static, defensive weapon. Malcolm had proven the game was still active. We needed to understand the players, not just the secret they guarded. "The serpent's tail can't just be Malcolm and Casey," Kara said, spreading a map of Europe on the kitchen table. "It's a system. It has resources, history. We know its purpose. We need to find its roots." Isaac tried that, I reminded her, the memory of his frantic flight still fresh. "Isaac was alone," she said, her finger tracing a line from Paris to Geneva. "He was an academic playing at espionage. We are something else now. We started with what we had, the Codex's text. Not its world-shattering conclusion, but its provenance. It had been part of a cache found near a forgotten trade route in Anatolia. Isaac's original research, before he stumbled upon the core truth, had been about the network that moved such artifacts out of the ground and into the hands of private collectors. He had mentioned a name just once, in a feverish rant. Vogel, a German industrialist with a passion for unrecorded history. It was a thread, thin and fragile, but it was something. A man who collected dangerous truths might be a patron of an organization like the Serpent's Tail, or he might be a rival. Either way, he was a part of the ecosystem. We used the last of our funds to buy 2 untraceable laptops and a bundle of prepaid data cards. From our cottage by the sea, we began to dig. We were no longer just guarding a secret. We were hunting for the shape of the lock it was meant to fit. We were no longer the contained. We were the contagion, learning the body of its host. The stalemate was over. A new, quieter war had begun. Our digging into Vogel was like trying to carve a statue out of fog. The man was a ghost, his name attached to shell companies and charitable foundations that funneled money into obscure archaeological digs and private museum acquisitions. He was a connoisseur of the unverifiable, a patron of lost causes. He was, in short, the perfect candidate. We found a pattern. Every few years, a significant, undocumented artifact would surface at a minor auction or in the collection of a reclusive billionaire. The provenance was always hazy, the scholarly analysis always inconclusive. They were items that challenged official histories just enough to be disruptive, but not enough to be revolutionary. They were like pressure valves, releasing tiny, controlled bursts of doubt. It was a form of management, we realized. Not suppression, but controlled release. The serpent's tail didn't just bury the truth. They curated it. "He's not an enemy," Kara said one night, her face illuminated by the cool blue light of her screen. "He's a partner, or a supplier. He finds the dangerous knowledge, and Malcolm's people decide whether to bury it or drip-feed it into the world." It was a more terrifying model than simple destruction. It spoke of a deep, institutional understanding of human nature. You could not stop people from asking questions, but you could certainly provide them with the wrong answers. We needed to get closer. We needed to see the system in motion. Our chance came when we discovered an invitation list for a small private symposium Vogel was hosting at his estate in Bavaria. The theme was the limits of history. It was a who's who of radical historians, rogue archaeologists, and wealthy iconoclasts. It was the perfect hunting ground for the serpent's tail. And thanks to a carefully crafted digital identity and a fabricated academic background I pieced together, I was on the list. Kara would stay behind, the guardian of our dead man's switch. If I did not check in every 12 hours, the first of many packages would be released. We were dividing our forces, and the fear was a physical presence in the room as we prepared. The Vogel estate was a fortress of old money and older stone, nestled in a mist-shrouded valley. The symposium was a bizarre spectacle. It was a salon for heretics, where theories of ancient astronauts and lost civilizations were debated with the same fervor as legitimate challenges to Mesopotamian chronology. I moved through the crowd, playing my part as a reclusive expert in Anatolian trade networks, feeling like a wolf in sheep's clothing. I saw Malcolm on the second day. He was standing near a marble fireplace, listening to a man expound on the astronomical alignments of the Giza pyramids. He looked like any other wealthy attendee, slightly bored, impeccably dressed. Our eyes met across the room. There was no surprise, only a faint acknowledging tilt of his head. He had known I would come. This was not a breach of our agreement. It was a move within it. Later, as I examined a case of Etruscan artifacts whose inscriptions defied all translation, he appeared at my shoulder. "Your new area of study is quite a departure from Roman trade routes," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the chamber music. "One must adapt to new information," I replied, keeping my eyes on the strange looping script. "This is a room full of people who believe they are pushing the boundaries of knowledge," he said. "They see themselves as pioneers. They have no idea that they are merely pets. Their theories are the toys we let them play with to keep them from finding the real ones." "Why are you telling me this?" "To make you understand the scale," he said. "You and Kara are not fighting an organization. You are fighting gravity. You are trying to stop the tide with a bucket. Your determination is admirable, but it is ultimately futile. You will tire long before we do." Before I could form a response, a hush fell over the room. A door at the far end opened, and an old man in a wheelchair was pushed in by a nurse. He was frail, his skin like parchment, but his eyes were bright, sharp, and missed nothing. It was Vogel. His gaze swept the room, passing over the guests until it settled on me. Then, it moved to Malcolm. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was not a smile of greeting. It was a smile of recognition, of a game well played. In that moment, I understood. We were not the hunters, and we were not the prey. We were all pieces on the board, and Vogel and Malcolm were veteran players, watching a fascinating new gambit unfold. The game was far older, and far deeper than we had ever imagined. And we had just been promoted from pawns to knights. The realization was a cold stone in my gut. We had not infiltrated their world. We had been invited into a deeper layer of it. Our rebellion, our careful guardianship of the truth, was just another variable in their ancient, cynical equation. The manuscript was not a bomb. It was a piece in a game we were only just learning to play. I did not wait for the symposium to end. I made my excuses, citing a family emergency, and left the gilded cage of Vogel's estate. The 12-hour check-in was not enough anymore. I called Kara from a secure line at the train station, my voice low and rushed. "It's a filter," I told her. "The symposium, Vogel, all of it. They're not hiding from people like us. They're identifying them. They find the curious, the rebellious, the ones who can't leave a mystery alone, and they bring them here to see what they'll do." Kara was silent for a long moment. "So what do we do? If playing their game is what they want, then not playing is the only move left." "No," I said, watching a train pull into the station, its doors opening like a promise of escape. "Not playing is still a move they've anticipated. It's resignation. We have to change the game entirely." When I returned to the cottage, the sea air felt different. It was no longer a blanket of isolation, but a connection to a world we were now actively trying to save, even from itself. We spent the next 48 hours in a fever of revision. We did not alter the core truth of the manuscript. Instead, we built a new layer around it. We wrote an introduction, a framing device that presented the Codex's revelation not as a singular apocalyptic fact, but as the key to understanding a pattern of historical manipulation. We used Vogel's name, his symposium, the pattern of curated artifacts we had uncovered. We connected the dots, not to one truth, but to the system that managed truth. We were no longer just revealing a secret. We were revealing the secret keepers. The new document was a hybrid of Isaac's desperate scholarship and our own hard-won operational knowledge. It was a field guide to the labyrinth. We updated our dead drops and timed releases, attaching this new, more dangerous key to the same old lock. The final step was the hardest. We had to force a new stalemate, one on our terms. We composed a single short message sent to a blind email address we believed Malcolm still monitored. "The garden has been mapped. The gardeners are now part of the exhibit. The next release will include the tour guide." The metaphor was clumsy, but the meaning was clear. We knew about Vogel. We knew about the system. And we were prepared to expose its mechanics, not just its product. The response, when it came, was not an email. It was a book, delivered in a plain brown wrapper to our post office box. It was a first edition of Thomas More's Utopia. Inside, on the blank frontispiece, a single sentence was written in precise, familiar handwriting. "Every map of a prison is also a map of an escape." It was not a threat. It was not a concession. It was an acknowledgement. We had rattled the bars, and the warden had nodded in recognition. The game had not ended. It had simply leveled up. We were no longer just witnesses or guardians. We were cartographers of a hidden world, and the weight of the pen in our hands was finally terrifyingly equal to the weight of the secret we carried.